Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba show is live with a good time game. Oh, what a busy one we've got today.
I can't start another.
We have what
without 'em, brother.
could be a Willa Meat day. You don't know because it hadn't spun. Willa Meat could spin today. We do know the Bible study's live today, noon Central. We also know that Buffalo Wild Wings, Tim Spencer will be here to issue another charity charge check from another successful charity charge last month that benefited the Hanger. And Amanda with the Hanger will be here to let us all know how the money raised will go to great use. So look forward to that. And we have another charity charge coming up Monday at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, and we'll talk to you more about that as well. But it's it's a win for everybody. Coming up Monday, July 18th, another charity charge benefiting Good News Support Ministries. We'll let you know a little bit about that. And guess what? Monday the 18th is not just any Monday, and it's not just a charity charge day. It will also be the day we celebrate Greg Burgess's 56th birthday, because it does land on a Sunday, the 17th does. Is it okay if we do that on Monday?
Or let's just don't do it.
Yeah, well, I know how you are.
Especially after the fact.
I know how you are. There's Greg, and over to my right, Helmsy. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Gentlemen, how old will you be, Greg?
56.
Yeah, okay. You missed that.
Yeah, I did. I'm into something here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Completely missed it.
Really
I don't
big
really
build-
pay
big-
attention.
Big build-up, too.
I really don't pay attention till you bring us in.
Yeah.
And here's why. Because I don't want to interrupt you.
There you go.
And I will if I do.
Yeah,
And he's running the list, and we all
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Well,
You don't pay
I do.
attention. You're like, pfft.
We get to doing if Greg and I jump in before you've brought us in. That's a bip to you. Probably a bip to the
big bip,
audience.
bip. Bippity
And
bip,
it's
bip.
very distracting. So I try to focus until I hear you go.
Bring 'em
there,
in.
there they are.
There they are.
And then I'm
And you're like,
ready.
oh, that's me.
Yep.
So
How old are you going to be, Greg?
56.
I was talking to Edgar's Bakery, the official birthday cake provider of the Rick and Bubba show.
They provide a lot of things.
And
Yeah, they do.
even though we're grown and getting older, and still have birthday cakes brought to the show, and I know Greg hates that. This is where I got him, Helmsy. I said, look, here's the deal. I know that we're probably, besides two, and that's Bubba, won't attack the birthday cake. But you can take it home for the grandkids, because I'm sure they'll come over and celebrate, you and all this kind of stuff.
I'll eat a piece. I mean,
Yeah,
I ain't going to eat the whole cake.
I ain't gonna be scared of it.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, you got to eat a piece of cake on your birthday.
there was some
all
talk
that?
with the folks with Edgar's, because I know we like the buttercream icing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but they also said that you liked the chocolate on their list. That you like the chocolate icing too.
Yeah.
And I was like, let me
all
just
of
tell you something right now. You can surprise us, because either one of those, you can't go wrong
Yeah, I
with
like
that.
all that.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with it. So anyway, Greg turns 56 on Sunday. We'll celebrate that on Monday with a little
Great.
birthday cake from
we-
Edgar's
we-
Bakery, and then we'll also have a charity charge that day too. So how about that? Everybody
you go.
ready and fired up for that?
Mm-hmm.
But we'll have the folks, I think the general manager from the new store in Chelsea, Alabama, Buffalo Wild Wings, will be meeting Tim here to bring some food for us and the staff, and we'll meet Amanda with the Hanger and let everybody know how the money raised will go to great use. Now, on the team text messages last night, they kind of blew up a little bit later than normal, and that's because
they
Rick
did.
was at the
I
World
was
Games.
asleep. I saw all that when I got up this morning.
Yeah, Rick was at the World Games with Brody and the family, where he has an update for us today, and I'm anxious to get that update, because he was able to catch a game or two, and then the gold medal match between the U.S. and Canada, where Canada ended up winning the gold medal. But he'll give us some storyline on how all that played out. But quite the update, and I understand Canada has quite the team.
I had nothing to bring to the table because I don't know anything about lacrosse. It was good to get the pictures and see all that coming through last night, but I have nothing to add to lacrosse talk.
Yeah, and I don't either. I don't know a lot about lacrosse. It was more about him being there. And it was late, and Canada. Apparently, according to Brody, Canada has like a couple of best players in the world.
Sure.
And boy, they were showing out. So it was more of the world game. He's there. It's late, and so I'm sure stories come from that. So we'll get an update from him today on that. Speaking of that, Terry kind of threw that at me, I guess maybe a day or two ago. Hey, we're going to the World Games? And it was just kind of a wide open statement like that. And I was like, well, honey, what do you want to go to see at the World Games? Because I know that the U.S. Women's softball team has been playing at the Met, and I understand the crowds have been great. I'm like, what are you wanting to go see? And she didn't really have much for me on that.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I guess we're going to have to try to pick something out before they wrap up on the 17th. Closing ceremonies will be at Protective Stadium on the 17th. But I understand the crowds have been pretty good. And Rick said last night it was a great crowd.
Good
lacrosse matchup.
How about that?
Yeah. So I know Greg claimed today was a cheat day for him with the Buffalo Wild Wings food. And so we'll look to see how you attack that.
I'll eat a little bit.
It's going to be a battle with myself because I really want it, but should I? So that'll play out. Reese complimented us yesterday. He said it's first time he's ever heard one of the intros that we've used for years. And he's up and going to work now really early. He has about a 40-minute drive to work, so he listens to about the first 3 segments of each show. But he says we're really helping him get to work.
Okay, that's good.
It's a lonely, as he said, it's a lonely highway, Dad. Yeah. There's not many headlights out.
It's dark.
Most of the people that are out are coming home.
Yeah.
Which is sad.
They are coming home, and then there's some early risers, and there's some podcast listeners, and all of you watching on YouTube. We thank you for however we can get you. But Reese now. He has officially got his first paycheck and out every morning getting after it. He came home the other day, and we don't have a mud room at the house. Do y'all? Do y'all have like a place where you can go and just take off?
It's called the garage.
Yeah, that's
our mud room.
That's mine.
And I told him, I said, son, we're going to have to get a system because there is a trail. There's no doubt of where you got out and how you walked into the house.
You can follow like
now
breadcrumbs.
he's not taking in dirty boots or anything. He's taking them out outside.
Sure, yeah.
But it looks like a baseball field outside with Alabama clay.
Well,
anytime
them treads.
Yeah,
hold on to it.
yeah. And around new construction and stuff, which
lot
is
of dirt and mud.
you got all that, and I'm like, I hate for you to have to like disrobe in the garage, but we're gonna have to get a system where maybe you have a clean pair of shorts out there and you just go there and take. But I was blowing off Alabama clay everywhere last night.
It'll get next to you.
Yeah.
Makes a mess.
Yeah, it does. Y'all see the truck?
Sure.
How about that floorboard?
Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? But he's got him a little brush that he cleans it out, But he's got him a stack of just Alabama clay all through his truck. But those are the little things we got to get past.
Yeah. He's just not getting into this.
But we'll have to get a system. So disrobing in the garage, is that okay?
I think so.
Oh yeah, I do it now.
You do?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Rick and Bubba.
Buying furniture can be a hassle, but allform.com/Bubba makes it simple. It's delivered right to your door in days. We're talking high-quality, handmade in America armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats. They're premium products at affordable prices. Allform furniture can customize in all types of colors, fabrics, legs, shapes, and sizes. And it comes with a forever warranty. They offer a 100-day trial. Delivery is free, and financing is available too. Check them out today at allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%. allform.com/Bubba. Save 20%.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under
Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing.
Sweetie, are you okay?
vicious mosquitoes everywhere. Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. The best thing about summer, the food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily HelloFresh is bringing all the summer flavors right to our door with their limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. HelloFresh's ever-changing menu offers more than 55 weekly options that keep your taste buds on their toes, and the pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Get 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 2008? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor.
Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at a2b.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We've been taking more unscreened phone calls. If you want to chime in on the topic, feel free to do so. You never know. We might look over and take your call, but they'll be unscreened, of course, because we're all in here and not able to go into the production room or the call screening room to answer your phone. So anyway, that's unscreened phone calls. We've been kind of getting things started for the day. Rick here, Bubba here. Adler will be here shortly to get things rolling. We have a charity charge check today, some food coming in. We got the Bible study live today, noon Central. Wheel of Meat could spin. A lot happening. All right, so we have a winner here is of the lottery, right? Or the
you talking about Virginia man Alonzo Coleman?
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, lottery.
But it's kind of a unique story here, isn't it?
Yeah, Alonzo, he's from Virginia. He won $250,000 after taxes.
After?
Yeah. And he played numbers that he saw in a dream. And that's kind of bizarre. But you know what, even more bizarre, you know what the numbers are?
What's that?
The winning numbers were 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
That's what his dream
He saw him in a dream, and he picked them, and he won $250,000.
Interesting.
I mean, that's a lot of odd things in that story.
Well, that's. Well, I tell you, that's some thinking right there.
Hey, he's grinning in his picture, holding that big old check over his head.
I bet he is. But he dreamed about it. Hey, this is what I need to do.
Yeah, he saw it in a dream.
Did he just? Is it one ticket? Did you just get one ticket? I guess with that number, and
I guess
that's how you play
He
it.
has so many questions. I want to know what he was doing in his dream. How did it? How did those numbers? How did those numbers come to him? And him think, man, I should play these in the lottery. Or to Greg's point, was he playing the lottery in his dream?
Yeah, and why would you pick those numbers?
That's good. But I tell you, that's really thinking though.
Or
was he dreaming crazy number?
Was he dreaming and like the first number that popped up was on his coffee mug? It was 13.
Yeah,
and then he went in. Then he went in, sit down, and watched the TV in his dream, and there was 14. And then he went outside with a dog, and there was a 15 on the dog. And then he went to check his mail, and the mailbox was 16. And was it like that, or was it like I played the lottery?
I'll tell you.
Look, dreams are weird.
I hope that's how it happened. It would be. It's a lot more boring if he just saw a lottery ticket with a number.
Yeah. Went to get in his car, and 16 was there.
If I have a dream of a bunch of numbers, I'm gonna write them down when I wake up the next day, and I'm gonna go play.
Do you think in his dream, however they came, if it was the scenario we're talking where he's seeing different numbers, do you think in his dream he was writing them all down? Like I gotta remember that. And then he got to he's like, oh, it's easy. It's 13 through 18.
Or is he making it up? He really didn't have a dream. There's always that. Wow. I don't mean to be that guy, but there's always. How's he can he prove it?
So you think he's lying about it?
I'm not saying he's lying, but there is. You've got to consider that. Today, what people do for attention is if winning $250,000 is not enough. Now, I'm not saying that happened, but you can't say it didn't, right?
I need more details about this story.
Yeah, and there's not as many as I would like.
No, there's really not. I'm sitting here looking at it. It's just
I
had a dream, and here's my number.
Guys, I'm not a very smart person, okay? So when I'm that person interviewing this guy that won, why wouldn't you ask that? To me, that's automatic.
Well, yeah, tell me how this dream went unfolded.
Tell me about your dream.
Yeah, how'd you get these numbers? Did somebody hand you a piece of paper with those numbers on it?
There you go.
As someone
I like the dog thing the best. Car ride by with one on the door.
Yeah.
Dog go by with one across his back.
Listening to the Rick and Bubba show and somebody screamed 18.
Yeah, just real quick.
Which we could do. Silly lottery question here because someone that just. I live in a state they don't have it, and I've never went in.
Drive to Georgia.
I've never gone in and purchased one or whatever. Can you have them scramble and pick just whatever random number, or do you always have to give them one?
No, you can go quick pick.
Quick pick
what it's
is
called.
Quick pick. You just check quick pick, and it'll randomly pull them.
How you feel about that?
Well, I've played a few times. I'll quick pick one in a minute.
Mm-hmm. But I know you being a conspiracy person. I mean, do you think, hey, a quick pick is rigged?
No,
they're giving me a number.
I think
no
this. Good. I think the odds show that it. I don't know how many quick picks. If it's not an advantage or disadvantage, I don't think. But in my mind, the odds of those, you just quick pick those numbers. So what's the odds of that group coming up again in a draw? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
As opposed to picking your own numbers.
Huh.
But evidently, I think the stats show that it doesn't. It's not.
How much is a lottery ticket now?
Varies, doesn't it?
It's like $5, and you get $5.
Well, everything's gone up in price.
I don't know.
Has that too,
idea.
or is that stayed?
I haven't bought one in years.
I tell you what's a bip to me when it comes to lottery tickets is when you go into a service station, and all I want is a bag of ice to put in the cooler so the kids can be in the tennis tournament and happy, the cold drinks. And they're sitting there. I'm having to wait in line because this Gooden's standing there buying a bunch of lottery tickets. That drives me nuts, and they take forever.
Yeah, they when the pot gets real big. And I've seen people sit there and throw down some serious money. And I'm going, oh, my goodness.
I know.
Really?
Wow, the odds aren't very good. I mean, if you want to throw a 20 out there, whatever, 10. But these people are paying hundreds.
I know.
Really?
Yes.
Hundreds.
And I'm like, you're not going to win, by the way.
Yeah.
But anyway. But this guy, he had a dream, so it worked out for him.
He had a dream, and it gave him 13 to 18, right? Is that what you said? 13, 14, 15,
That's
16, 17, 18.
Because, it puts them, as it pulls them, it puts them in the order, I think, numeric order, and that's where it came out.
So when you go up and go one, you go quick pick, and then it just spits it out, or you go, this is the number, or this is the number.
You fill in the numbers you want.
Okay.
It tells you how many. Or at the bottom, there's a little box that says quick pick.
Okay.
You just check quick pick, and it'll as you pay for it, they'll hand you the ticket.
It'll generate the number.
It picks it for you
okay.
right there on the spot.
And it's quick.
It's a quick pick.
Where y'all at on dreaming? Y'all like dreaming?
Do I like dreaming?
I love dreaming.
I
guess
don't
I've
know.
had
It just depends on what it is.
Depends on what I'm
know.
dreaming.
I have more good than bad. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like the whole process.
Well, that old weird thing we've discussed where I'm supposed to be somewhere and I can't get there.
Yeah.
Everywhere I'm going,
That's
dang
tough.
it, I can't get. I got to be here in a minute and I can't
Right.
get there. Or I'm at school and I got a test and I hadn't studied for it. I hadn't even came to class in months. And now I'm in there taking a test. I'm at my locker, don't know the combination. I have that weird dream on.
Yeah.
What I don't like about dreams, and I don't know why. Maybe this is just me, but when I wake up, I'm either relieved or mad that it wasn't real. Okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But I think to myself, man, I can't wait to share this with the guys. But then when I get here, I've completely forgot. It's like
crazy?
I need to at that moment write it all down.
Right.
I grab my phone and text myself
quickly
or
write it.
email
Have you ever
about
gone
because
through
I completely forget.
Yeah, and about the middle of the day, and you go, "Whoa, wait a minute!"
I know.
Yeah.
And details are there.
Strange.
Now,
I may have
woke,
dreamed lotto numbers and forgot.
I woke Reese up the other morning at 4. He thought he was dreaming.
Yeah,
I
I
said, "No,
bet.
this is real, son. You got to get up." He goes, "Oh, Dad, I thought I was dreaming." But no, I don't remember the last time I've had a memorable dream where it just stayed with me.
I think I dream every night.
Of course, I probably will have one now tonight.
Yeah.
Sure.
You
Hope
dream
it's a doozy.
every night?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's the melatonin gummies.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, there are good surprises and bad surprises. Finding $20, good surprise. Car breaking down, bad surprise. But when you have a protection plan through CarShield, those bad surprises are easier to handle. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. When you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or headaches. Just choose the mechanic you want to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. And here's a good surprise. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Lock in your price by getting covered today. And how about this? It'll never go up. CarShield helps make surprises of your car breaking down easier to handle. Get coverage like we did. Go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888 to save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba or 1-800-391-8888 to save 10%. Or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, "Hey, keep doing what you're doing." This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
As the sun comes out and small businesses are back in business, LinkedIn Jobs makes it easier to grow your team. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the people you want to interview faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. The best thing thing about summer? The food. There's nothing better than a summer meal, and luckily, HelloFresh is bringing our favorite summer flavors right to our door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these restaurant-worthy recipes elevates the dining experience at home while minimizing oven use because less time in the kitchen means more time at the pool. And the complimentary sides, snacks, and apps from the HelloFresh market round out the meal and always please a crowd. Their ever-changing menu with 55-plus weekly options keeps our taste buds on their toes, and pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof recipes allow us to relax and enjoy the summer. Plans are constantly changing, and HelloFresh can keep up. You can skip weeks when you need to or change the address to have an order sent right to your vacation spot, all from the app. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 free gifts at HelloFresh.com/Bubba.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love them. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're just hopping around some of the stories of the day, updating you on a number of different things. Bible study live today, noon Central. Don't forget about that. Also, Will of Meat could spin, and we have a charity charge check to present to the Hanger, last month's beneficiary for the charity charge. And Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings will be here for some food for the staff, and we'll announce Monday's charity charge at participating Buffalo Wild Wings as well. All right, so as we come back, quick question. Today is National French Fry Day.
Ooh, I like French fries.
And I want to know your best French fry. If you had to go, do you go to a fast food place just for the fries, or go I'm going to pick this one because I know I love their fries, or do you just go somewhere and just take whatever they have?
The weight is more on the burger to me is when I'm making a choice.
Okay.
And the fries are secondary, but McDonald's has the best fries.
Okay. You're still the walking dog, because I know that on the staff here that's kind of been the answer.
The others are acceptable, but theirs are the better ones.
Okay.
But I don't go there just because of that.
Mm-hmm. Don't know the last time I've been to McDonald's.
It's been a minute.
Yeah.
But they got great fries.
JC ran through this Big Mac.
Man, they got good
Big
fries.
Mac, phase where that's all he wanted was a Big Mac. I think that's the last time I went.
Yeah.
I can't remember. How about you, Helms?
I don't know. Fries don't come into my world much.
Well, I bet you've eaten fries.
Back in the day, I would say probably I like probably an Arby's fry.
That could be the curly one?
You like the curly ones?
The curly one?
And I also like the
I like the curlies.
I'm trying to think of the place. I don't think they're around anymore.
Curlies are good.
Gosh, it was the darker fry, and it had the seasoned salt on it.
Rallies.
Those type
That
fries.
was a good fry.
That's the kind of fries that I
know where you're
McDonald's. I mean, look, everybody walking dog fry. It's okay. I mean, it's good. It's
good
but
fry.
it is
Yeah,
good
it's
fry.
good fry.
I mean,
Very good fry.
They're on record for having good fries.
Let me tell you who's up their game on fries is Wendy's.
Really?
And they even advertise it more, and they've upped their game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
They called herself out, and they got it.
I know you had that Wendy's run for a while. Did you get or was it for the kids more? Because you would stop up here a lot.
Yeah, it's
they've stepped it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have not been in a fast food. I have not eaten out of a fast food restaurant outside of Chick-fil-A in 3 months.
I'm gonna tell you.
So it's hard for me to comment on what's going on right now in the fast
rally
food world.
Thing, you would like Popeye's fries. Same fry.
I know what you're talking about. I have seen them.
That's a good fry.
I don't know why I don't give the Popeyes, the Church's chicken, the KFC. I give them nothing.
Probably because,
and I don't know why.
Well, probably because they're not. Are there any in your area?
There's a Popeyes that's close by.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And you know what else? I don't give Captain D's much.
I don't either.
And
I don't either.
In college, I was there every day.
I don't eat there a lot.
Gosh, that's. I mean,
what about Bojangles? You like that?
I do like Bojangles.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty
They
good.
got a pretty good fry too.
Yeah, they do. But every now and then I'll pass the Captain D's and I'll look on over there and I'm like, why don't I give this much?
And we've discussed it. It's a repeat, but you said it's National Fry Day. I'll bring it up.
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A does a lot of things well, but the fries are not one of them. I don't like the waffle fry. I'll eat it, but it's not my pick.
Yeah.
But just saying. Since it's Friday.
Right, it is. And I just wanted to know what y'all's, growing up and the history of fries. What's your favorite fry?
Do you remember when McDonald's had the peeling still on them?
I do not.
It wasn't completely, but they had some of the peeling off of the potato still on the fry.
Interesting.
When I was younger.
So Jax has got a good fry.
No, I don't like crinkle cut.
You don't?
I'll eat them, but
A good
crinkle cut are
well-made crinkles.
Crinkles are my last choice.
Mine too.
A little thick.
Oh, behind waffle fries.
You're
I would
right.
actually go waffle
I
fry
think I'll take
before I
waffle.
would crinkle.
So
right.
let me ask you a question. So y'all go.
I'll eat crinkle.
Now, what are we calling McDonald's fry? What is that?
The standard.
Shoestring. All right, so you're going.
Standard, yeah.
You're going shoestring. Then you go curly.
I love the curlies.
I do too.
So you're going shoestring, curly, waffle, and then crinkled,
curly, and then the rallies in the Popeyes type.
Yeah. Do you consider? I consider those shoestring. They're just seasoned.
Yeah, true.
So, but I'm not the fry boss, so I don't really know.
Right. Yeah. Well, and
Now,
I don't really
let me
eat a
tell you
lot of
this.
fries either. But
I want
just
my fries crispy.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I don't like when you get it in they hadn't been cooked long enough. or
Yeah, we
something
don't like that. We don't like that. But I think we're all pretty
They've
close
gotten better
on the fries.
about it.
Yeah.
Everybody has, but I remember years ago you get your fries, so they were like wet and stuck together. I was like, well, I can't eat
Who
that.
wants that?
Crispy, gotta be.
Yeah, I mean, I
Do
think
you eat
we're
them out of the
pretty-
bag on the way home if you're taking food home?
Yeah, I sometimes
reach in there and grab you a
yeah.
few.
It's hard.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Are y'all a big fry dipper? Do y'all dip?
don't have
I mean,
to.
besides a ketchup
At
or whatever.
home-
Are y'all a sauce or? I know some people that like dip them in like ice cream or a frosty. Or
I'm on
something.
a burger. Nah, I don't do that. I'm on a barbecue sauce kick right now.
Are you?
But yeah, with dip and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But if I'm in the car, I refuse any condiments because it's a
Right.
mess.
Yeah.
Me and Lisa argue about that. I need some ketchup. I'm like, don't try to eat ketchup in the car. But she does. We got to set it out and do all this.
Mm-hmm. I'm real hungry.
I
right
just
now.
eat them. I eat them.
How's she do it?
I don't do all that. I just eat them right out just like they are.
Yeah.
Just like they said.
Huh. National Friday. 866 We Be Big unscreened phone calls. Let's jump out to 205. 205, what's up?
Good morning.
Hey, hey.
Guys. Heard y'all talking about fries. Really two things. I like the battered fries. There's a couple of places that'll batter them up before they fry them, like Long John Silver's.
Yeah, that's kind of like what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then the other thing, Tim McGraw has a new song out. I guess it's somewhat new. 7500 OBO.
Yeah.
And I've always
been a
wondered
while.
about the OBO.
Wow.
Is it, when it says our best offer, is it what's above $7,500 or whatever the highest price
Whatever.
they get, even if it ain't $7,500?
Probably that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
best
basically
offer,
this
yeah.
is
Or
what I
best
want.
offer.
This is
Yeah.
what I want or best offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't.
I'm gonna take less.
Yeah.
but
And I
I'll-
think
I
that's
want
been-
7,500, but you know what? If you're offering 72,
I might take it.
Let's go.
I might be entertained. And
Done.
that
Else is
song has
offering
been out for a minute.
65.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going with the 72.
Right.
Best offer.
Let's jump out to area code
Not
864.
sure why you thought about that in fries.
Right. Unscreened phone calls. What's up?
wanted to know how old he was, not to really understand what that meant.
Yeah.
Hello?
That ain't that hard.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Man, we're great. How are you?
All right.
I'm doing pretty good. Couple things. When Rick was talking to y'all, I think a commercial or two ago, telling us he's going to be pulling up his pants and adjusting not to do it right in front of the camera for him. And
I wish
Your
your
He's on
phone-
a speaker. You're
your
on a
phone
speaker.
Yeah,
is,
I wish your phone was better. I'm gonna have to blow you up.
He's on a
buddy.
speakerphone.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I think I got when Rick came in the the wide shot stays live during the breaks during the kickoff hour because Adler comes in for the main show. So we're wide one shot. And I think when Rick was coming in, he adjusted his pants and it was right in front of the camera.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what he was saying. I think that's what he was saying.
If that's what he was saying, that's impressive.
I started to order some fries because he sounded like the driver.
yeah. I'm eating my tongue. Let's go to 334. 334, what's up?
What's going on, y'all?
We're hanging out.
Hey, about you.
Yeah, well.
I heard y'all mention the Whataburger fries. To me, they are very close and comparable to the McDonald's fries and have a really good burger also.
You know, I'm going to weigh in on the Whataburger for just a second. Everybody keeps, hey, Greg, the Whataburger. Well, I finally ate one.
Okay.
The meat's paper thin. What's so great about it? It's paper thin meat.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to have a little thicker meat.
But to your point, like when Cuss Strickland was here, he said, hey, we don't have a Whataburger where we are, and I saw one. I'm going there right now.
But did I say it was horrible? No, it's good, I guess. It's just
There's nothing special is what you're saying.
But the meat's too thin. You know, like when you order a regular hamburger and it comes that thin meat, even their big size one's got the thin. You order a double and it's two thin dubs. Now, they did have a jalapeno burger. It was pretty good. But I'm just saying I think you ought to have a little more beef to it.
Right.
Just saying. Now they are open 24 hours.
And that does help.
Yeah.
That does help. Let's go to 256 weighing in. 256 on the kickoff hour. What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, Hamley, I just emailed you. It's my birthday, and I wanted to call the show.
Well done. You've done it.
Happy birthday.
You have done it, friend. How old are you?
49, and I only wanted to call just to mess with Greg, if that's okay.
Hey,
well, watch out now.
We'll give you at least 35 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah,
sure.
He bites back, so be careful.
Yeah.
No, guys. Hey, love the show. I've listened. Matter of fact, when I call, when it's Rick and Bubba, I always call and say pick me. That's how long I've been listening.
Oh, wow. Good night. It's been a minute, hasn't it, buddy?
Pig me, baby.
Wow.
Here's Jason's email.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Jason.
You're getting up.
Seeing your email now.
Yeah. 205 checking in. 205, what's up?
Yeah, good morning, fellas. Y'all doing all right?
Man, we're great.
Good deal. Hey, did y'all by any chance catch that interview with that congressman and that lady last night about if a man could get pregnant or not?
We have that on the docket today to watch and break down. It's really bizarre. The Berkeley law professor can't really you can't discuss if a man can get pregnant or if it's just a woman can get pregnant, because if you discuss that, it's you're transphobic.
Who would think that we actually have that discussion?
It's bizarre.
Because I'm going to go back to, again, I don't claim to be very smart, especially when it comes to health.
Mm-hmm.
But I do know one sign of being female is if you give birth.
Yeah,
female.
Right.
Yeah,
that's a telltale sign.
I think it's Senator Josh Hawley.
Now you can live whatever you want to be, I guess, but
to date,
males can't have.
We're in
children.
2022. Okay,
They can't.
We've been running at this thing for over 2,000 years now, and I've yet to see a man have a baby. I have yet to see a man have a baby.
Right.
Not one. Not one.
Well, just
over
for
2,000 years,
that,
not one.
Just for saying that, you're transphobic.
Well, whatever. That's that's dumb too.
And again,
if you're going to call me transphobic for speaking a fact, then you're just stupid.
A scientific fact.
You're not only you're an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, Professor
it's a
Bridges
scientific fact.
from Berkeley is a law professor there and was speaking in front of the panel, and Senator Josh Hawley, I believe, was accused of being transphobic for saying only women can get pregnant, and she claimed he was encouraging violence against trans people and a fury exchange on abortion rights, when really he wasn't at all. He was just asking a question.
Look, listen, I am
it's bizarre.
I am always want to give people the benefit of the doubt on things, and I always want to hear your opinion, and if facts get in the way of something I'm thinking, I'll bow to that.
Sure.
But in this case, if you truly believe that, you're an idiot.
Exactly.
Complete idiot.
Hey, we've established this, since the beginning of time.
Exactly.
So,
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big is the number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Totally turned on that.
Oh yeah.
How about America was given an opportunity to keep going in the direction that it was going
by his handpicked
and they
successor.
You talking about the most qualified candidate the country's ever known, according to Obama?
Right. Well, maybe not.
Bit of a step out there.
Yeah.
That was a little bit of hyperbole there.
Yeah. I don't know. Was that a bigger step out or all the pollsters?
All right, we come back. We'll look at Trump. Now, Trump's going to give a speech today, and there's a lot of accusations again with this Russian thing.
Did you see Meghan McCain, Senator McCain's daughter? She hosts a show. She ripped Meryl Streep on her comments saying that speech alone is why Trump won.
Yeah, and did you see that the guy, the English guy who's kind of going the other way? He ripped it, too.
Pierce.
Yeah, Pierce. What's his name? Morgan. Trump updates. We got a lot of that. By the way, just the programming note, we'll meet Wednesday, and also the men's Bible study from the Plaza will be live on RBTV today and will be archived and on SoundCloud. If you missed some of those, you can go to burgessministries.com and look on the media, and Helmsley's put all the ones that we've recorded. And so you'll see that on RBTV. It'll be an archive on your TV, and also, if you're not an Extreme Club member, it'll be on SoundCloud later today, so be looking for that. But we have Trump update. Here we go. Yes.
Proud of myself.
You can't always get what you want.
We're going to get a lot of these.
Really amazing. I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Donald Trump says he's got a press conference today, and it ought to be a dilly. There's
Isn't it always?
Yeah. So where do you even begin with Trump today? Do you begin with YouTube's going to redo their album? Do you go with John McCain kicked off a Kremlin memo? Or do you have the Kremlin denying the claim that it kept it blackmailed Trump with some images that were dicey that they had on him involving a bedroom there in Moscow? I mean, where do you go with all? Where do we begin with Trump?
Rick, I don't know. That's quite a list. The one that was curious to me was the U2 story. I didn't.
That is weird. Yeah.
So they have an album coming out, and they have decided to hold the album and redo a couple of songs because Trump won.
They said that they're gonna.
So they're big Trump fans.
Well, I don't know. I think what they're saying is that due to Trump's. I think they're saying, how sometimes something will come out and you'll go, oh, well, you talking about Trump or what happened to Trump. It could be that where they say, we don't want these songs. We wrote them before we knew it was going to happen. I don't want people thinking that we were saying something in the song we weren't really saying.
Oh, you think they may be stepping back, pulling back a little bit on it?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know whether I would think in the artsy side they wouldn't be big Trump, but I know that Bono can be. He was the one who defended George W. Bush for all he did in Africa when nobody else would.
Right.
He's kind of unpredictable on this stuff. He can sound.
I agree.
He can sound lib 1 minute. The stuff on you can find his videos of the process he's gone through with his Christianity has been very interesting. Some of the things he said, in recent times about his faith, were great. So he's kind of all over the road. So I don't know whether they're saying we're going to write some songs about how different the world is now, or we need to go back and look at some of the songs we've already written, and we don't want them to be misconstrued as saying something they're not saying.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe
there's another story on that.
They are going to hold it and say we're going to give ourselves a moment to think about the record and how it relates to what's going on in the world.
There you go.
He said. He said they've made their views on Trump known. He said. He pointed out the remarks about he told virtual Trump on the screen that he was fired, so they were not pro-Trump. And then he said, but this huge swing, he said now the group was gearing up for the tour for their 30th anniversary of Joshua Tree, which is an old thing. He said things have somewhat come full circle because they released that album during Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher era. And there were some political.
You mean the greatest decade that mankind had ever seen, Rick?
Yeah, and so he's saying, look, Trump won, so we want to go back and redo our message of the album and redo the songs or take some songs out, write new songs, so they're not going to release it.
Of course, Greg loves that.
How you on that, Greg?
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, dude? Give me something snappy. Give me something peppy. Just make me a good song. I don't care what you ain't got to be political.
Right.
Yeah, I hate to,
give me a good tune, Bono. Just give me a good tune.
I hope Bono is making progress. Like I said, there's
he's
signs.
all over the road.
There's signs. But I really am not looking to him to be the moral compass for me. So,
No.
give me a little toe tap or something, a little something I like
That's
to
what I'm
drive.
saying.
Give me a hook,
He kind of falls into that category. Like, I love the fact that was willing to
I
say.
need some breathing space.
Now, let me tell you what he was not pro. He hates this degrading of America. This apology to.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba. Fat will get you very far.
7 minutes. 7 minutes until top of the hour. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. This is where we do this for Ryan Greenwood, and that is I grab the
just go with
sponsor segment page here and just go with it.
Yeah, hadn't looked at it once.
Not once, and he loves that.
Yeah,
because he
who
loves
don't?
to see me struggle, which is kind of, I get it. Helix Sleep. This is one we know about, though.
Helix me.
This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. We've talked about this. How long have we talked about Helix Sleep?
A good while.
North Carolina company. If you want a great mattress and get a great night's sleep, let us suggest HelixSleep.com/Bubba. If you're in the market for a mattress, you need to go there before you do anything else because, Greg, it's not like just one style fits all. They actually have the soft, medium, and firm mattresses that will help you stay cool during the summer. And if you even need a Helix Plus mattress, you can have that too. But the way they find out is this all-American-made mattress. They have a online quiz survey takes about 2 minutes that you answer, and then determining how you answer those questions, they say, okay, this is what you need.
That's right. I slept on the Helix last night and slept well.
Okay.
So I speak from experience.
Yeah.
And, you do. They custom make it. You tell them how you like it. You sleep on your back, your side, stomach.
Yeah.
All that.
Matches your body type and all that.
Body type, the firmness of the mattress, and they send you one that fits what you need, and you got 100 days to decide whether you like it or not.
That's right. So visit Helix, that's HELIX, HelixSleep.com/Bubba, and you're going to save up to $350 when you do. Plus, get that 10-year warranty and 100-day free trial. Your new Helix will ship right to your front door. And it's amazing how it ships to the door. You open that box, and it just comes alive, doesn't it? You'll save $350 when you do. At HelixSleep.com/Bubba, get a truly amazing night's sleep like old Gregory. And you'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com if you choose to go that route. When I was talking to your brother yesterday and asked, I confirmed, and then I confirmed with you. Because even though he seemed confident, I said he didn't know how old his brother is. When he said you'll be 56, I said no, he's going to be 55. Yeah. And then I realized, wow, no, you are 56.
Yeah, thanks.
Because normally, I'm 53. I'll be 50. I think I am, or am I 54?
So you're trying to tell me about?
See, it's hard for me to keep up with y'all's ages if y'all can't.
That's a good
I know.
point. That's a good point.
Anyway, I felt bad a minute ago because I didn't know how old you were, and now we're questioning it, and he doesn't even know how old he is.
No, I think what
I'm
it is.
old. It's
I think for about 4 months or so, you're 3 years older than me, and then I jump into I'm 2 years old. You're 2 years.
So if
older
we'd
than
went to the same high school, you'd been that punk 3 years behind me. That
probably.
Calvin.
But you'd have hazed a little bit.
That's okay. Calvin thump his ear.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do y'all know how old I am?
Look at your red hair.
You'd try to get me to buy beer.
Hold on. You got a better chance. Do you know how old I am?
You were 41.
You're not even close, Greg.
You are
46.
Now, you have an advantage because I think I could be wrong. No, I'm wrong on that.
He just said something. Did you hear?
You're wrong.
46.
You're wrong there. You need to go towards the middle of what you're saying.
I knew I was in the ballpark.
44.
Bingo. Good.
I think it's
now he helped you, I think, but
I think I have an advantage because I order the cakes from Edgar, so I remember how old everybody is. Yeah. But I didn't for some reason. I had it wrong. I had you double nickel.
Oh, I'll take that. Maybe I am 55.
But that's what you are now.
Yeah, maybe I am.
Well, I hope not, because it's going to have something else in the birthday cake. By the way, I hope you like the theme.
You know, last year I announced my daughter's
I got
this past year, but the year before her birthday, and I got her age wrong.
Really?
Yeah, I announced it on the air, and I thought I was doing good, and I had her a year younger than she was. But this year, I think I got it right.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, when you have multiple kids,
It's
I mean,
tough, man.
It is. I heard a parent, and I'm not saying that those of you that only have one child don't have problems. Please don't get me. I mean, you have life, and life has problems, and you work through them. But to hear this person complain about how busy they were with their one child, I just looked at him and said, "You have no idea.
Yeah.
Wait till you have 3.
It's all relative.
Huh?
Talk
It's
down
all
to 'em.
relative. You running all over the place.
Yeah.
Full court press. You're just trying to survive.
And that's all they know, and that because I did.
That's
When I
right.
first had mine, I
Yeah,
thought, my
of
gosh,
course.
how much has my world changed?
Yeah.
And now I'm like, man, wow, okay.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing the other side of it now, where I've gone from the whole my head's on swivel and can't keep up to now Braden driving, Caroline's now driving a little bit, and then so I'm starting to see it go the other way again.
You will. Yeah, you're right.
So it's almost like a relief.
Yeah, you weathered
Braden,
the storm. Now you
and Carol. Oh, y'all are going to get. Oh, I don't have to take y'all.
No.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, how about that? I'll sit
right
here.
I just picked up an extra 45 minutes in my day.
That's
Let me
pretty
watch
crazy.
an episode.
I saw some friends of mine the other day took their kids, they're younger, to the water park. When's the last time y'all been to a water park?
I can't tell you
Gracious
when.
Speedy, it's been.
It was when
I used to love a good water park.
Yeah, we used to be.
I was big on water slides.
Terry, we used to be like members for like the summer at a water park, so the kids so they could go like every day. That was a big part of our life. Water
I love
parks.
good water slides.
They looked like they had so much fun, just splashing around, being kids. Kind of wanted to get out there.
I like the lazy river and I like the wave pool.
I like it all.
And I also want to know when the last time you've been to a park and been on a swing set and swung.
What?
Yeah, like on a
I
swing
have
set.
no idea.
Saw an adult doing that. the
10
other day.
years. 10 years on a Christmas.
Rick and Bubba.
That Obama went on, he has been on record many times saying, if it wasn't for America, I mean, so he's pro-America, always has been.
He is.
He was, like I said, a defender of George W. Bush and wanted everybody to know the credit he should have deserved for what he did in Africa when no one else did. And Obama had a shot,
including Obama,
to help Africa and didn't do anything. We can speak to that firsthand because of our relationship with John Thomas. But they thought that was going to be great for their ministry, and it turned out to be disastrous. So because he didn't want anything to do with it because it was faith based. So anyway, I don't know, but now there's this other side, this artsy side of all of these types that I hate to say it. There's nothing worse when you take yourself too serious.
Oh boy, do they ever?
So there's that side I don't like.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see. All right. So now let's get to the Kremlin. All right. There's allegations now, and I mentioned the Chuck Schumer thing last hour, of Chuck Schumer telling Trump, when you start making fun and dogging the intelligence world in our country, look out, because they can make life really, really tough.
Well, we
on
saw Snowden. We know how that works. So.
And now, magically, after he's been critical of our intelligence agencies about some of the things that were alleged about the election, now magically there's all sorts of accusations that he was literally in bed with the Russians, and the Russians were blackmailing him because he came over there doing some business and acted deviantly, and they had that information, those videos and those pictures, and so he's their puppet.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Kremlin is strongly denying this, saying we don't do those things against Trump or Hillary.
Right.
We don't do any of this, and this is totally unfounded. And then some of the allegations, and this I only heard this in passing, so forgive me for that. Somebody who's supposed to be at the heart of this on a certain date said, I can tell you this is false because I wasn't where they say I was on that date. I was at USC with my son. Now, is that someone in the intelligence agency or something? I don't know who that is. But somebody who's supposed to be part of the timeline is saying the timeline's not right. I wasn't in Russia during that time or whatever, or wherever he was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And now Trump is going to have a press conference today.
Yeah, his first press conference, and he is furious about this. And Kellyanne was with Seth Meyers last night, and he asked her about it. Take a listen.
I have to say, as an American citizen, regardless of your party or if you don't like politics at all, which are many Americans, we should be concerned that intelligence officials leak to the press and won't go and tell the president-elect or the president of the United States himself now, Mr. Obama, what the information is. They would rather go tell the press.
But the
and
report was the press report was
an
about
allegation.
them going to the president.
And it says that they never briefed him on it, that they appended two pages to the bottom of his intelligence report.
I believe it said they did brief him on it.
Yeah, well, there's the allegations. He's saying it's a witch hunt, as always.
Is she saying that, or
he is, and she's kind of been out there in the media trying to defend it since these allegations came to the media. But only one source is quoting it, and it's an anonymous source, and only one news outlet published it, and now everybody's jumping on.
A couple of things, too. Some of you are calling about this fake story we now know that Hollywood says they're going on strike till Trump resigns or the next presidential election. That's totally false. That is not true.
Oh, I was hoping they were. I wish that was true.
Are you serious?
Well, me too, but they're way too narcissistic for that.
Oh, yeah. And that means we might not have another Fast and Furious for a few years.
Yeah, well, you know what else?
Well, they have like to 12 now.
They're up there.
The 8's coming out.
Bubba, too good a gig now. Too good a gig. So that is not true. And we looked at the transcript from President Obama's speech, and God love our caller, we really couldn't find anything in the speech that was anywhere near what she was saying.
I saw brown one time, and it really wasn't what she was talking about, and I never saw the word browner.
Right.
Yeah, ma'am,
you can search, and I
you
didn't
may
see
be
that.
mistaken on
Yeah.
that.
So anyway,
I
think you referred to Bobby Brown.
If it's the
Craig.
case, please send it to me. I'd like to read it.
Yeah.
But I have searched browner and brown.
Right.
And
I did see something
found
about
brown one time.
Texas Justice and Judge Joe Brown.
That was in there.
But anyway, all right.
good.
So, but anyway, so yesterday, Sessions did a really good job. Of course, we know the narrative from the left. Sessions is from our state of Alabama, so he must be racist.
Right.
And he won't judge fairly because of his racist views. Why? Well, how come he's a racist? Where's the proof? Well, he's from Alabama, right? So anyway, and we had some ridiculous protesters yesterday. Ted Cruz made the point that they're conveniently leaving out when Jeff Sessions actually put to death a KKK member and went after his dad.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of left that part out, but
I think they had to auction off KKK land or the headquarters just to pay for their defense.
Yeah, so
pretty much shut all them down.
I'll tell you one thing: if Sessions is a racist, he's not a very good one.
No.
So anyway, let's go to
the other races are going to be mad about that call.
They're going to be very.
They're not getting their money's worth out of him.
You put a KKK guy to death in it and take his daddy's land. That's not a very good racist.
No,
it's not.
So anyway, but Dick Durbin, of course. Oh, of course, Bubba, he must. And
Dick Durbin.
And the Democrats invented the phrase, "When did you stop beating your wife?"
Yeah,
you know what
right.
I mean? They come up with these questions where they're accusing you, and it's not even a question. They're just they want to get something on record and accuse you of something.
Right.
And so Dick Durbin asked him the question about how he would, could he be unbiased and all that.
When it comes to immigration.
When it comes to immigration, and Sessions eats his lunch.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah, here's Dick Durbin first. Ah, crap. Hold on just a second.
barely hear him.
And go.
Joining the Senate in 1997, you'd voted against every immigration bill that included a path to citizenship for the undocumented.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
How
my
about it?
knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It's a brand new hour is about to begin. We start this hour with the national anthem. hope you'll be part of it today. The number to reach the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll chat with you throughout the program. You get updated today on your efforts on the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Another great organization gets a check today, thanks to you and the folks at Buffalo Wild Wings. And we'll tell you another opportunity that is presented for those of you that have participating BWWs coming up this Monday. So that all happens on the program today. We'll also could possibly spin the wheel of meat. We'll break down the stories of the day. We'll also, of course, look inside the lives of Team Rick and Bubba. That usually generates a thing or two. Yeah, yep. Let's bring him in here. We got to get everybody on the field. We got Speedy, we got the real Greg Burgess, we got Helmsy, we got Eddie Van Adler. But now we need the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice. Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! How about it, Bubba?
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party happening on the back porch that we call Rick and Bubba.
There it is.
Gentlemen, it don't get any better than this.
It really doesn't. You know, it's...
Welcome to the top of the food chain.
I tell you what, here we sit.
Who's got it better than us?
Who's got it better than us? As the guy said, chickens are dying every day, people. We got a bunch of it coming in here today. Yeah. Chicken.
Oh, man.
Boy, we consume the chicken, don't we, Gregor?
I love it.
Somebody's got a little birthday coming up.
Oh, here he goes.
Baby brother
Is that this weekend?
Oh, Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh,
How many will it be?
56.
Wow.
56.
You'd have to retire as an air traffic
That's
controller.
Yes, you would.
I wish I'd have
Good
been
news
one.
is, though, you can still be president.
Yep.
Oh, Rick. Yeah.
So
You'd
I
be
am
completely
close.
out of your gourd.
You'd be a young president. Golly. So we'll unpack stories today. We were just talking in the break, and it's like, you know how sometimes over the 24 hours that we're away, really by the time the show ends, the 20 hours that we're away. But anyway, the people will always find something, to say, hey, now, and look, we know what LeBron said. Can I tell you something?
That's the most bizarre
Hey, let me
comment.
tell you,
How about that?
Hey, let me tell you something, LJ. You are an incredible basketball player. You are an incredible athlete, and your gifts are fun to watch, and they're amazing. But you're an idiot. I mean,
that's the dumbest statement.
Let me say this: the statement you made was idiotic.
Yeah.
You're not an idiot because I don't know you that well. But I will say this: your statement was idiotic. And what I mean, you talk about not thought through. You know what it is, LJ? That's just emotion. I know there may be things about this country you're upset about. Hey, can I tell you something, LJ? There's things about this country I'm upset about.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But you have a right to redress this government, unlike in Russia, and you have a right to vote for the people that you think will give you the America that you prefer. But your statement.
And if you lose, you just have to tolerate it.
But your statement.
Oh, yeah.
I love you calling him LJ.
Yeah, now he's backtracked on that and tried to clarify
Well,
what
he needs
Trying
to
to crawfish a little.
He said that he was not knocking our beautiful country.
Yes, he was.
Well,
He
and we
said
need
he
to-
was simply saying how she's probably feeling in the cage that she's been in over 100 days in Russia.
But that doesn't even make sense. If I'm in a cage in Russia, I hate Russia, not America.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Of course, they don't think that Biden's doing enough to get her out.
That's
but,
fine.
But do you
why don't she stay there?
Do you understand we're funding a war against the Russians right now? They're probably not looking to do us any favors. And you broke Russian law while in Russia.
Right. Well,
so
and
you're going to
LJ,
have to deal with that. Should we try to get her out? Absolutely. And what we're talking about, the Brittany Griner, is that how you say her last name? Deal where she's incarcerated in Russia. She's pleaded guilty. to drug charges. And LeBron basically said, if I was her when I got out, I don't know if I'd want to come back to America. Now, this coming from a man who has recently been declared a billionaire for playing a game.
Yeah.
And has adoring fans, wants for nothing, can buy or sell anything he wants, and he's not appreciative of the environment that he's in.
Came right out of high school.
That's
no other country affords him that opportunity.
You know, I
period.
guess he's certainly welcome to that opinion. I just don't think it's a very wise one.
Well, if he can point to me the country, you know, I know there's some other countries that play professional basketball.
Yeah.
I know some people who have had sons play there, and I got to tell you, it's not a bad living if you compared to maybe you just like to play basketball and travel the world. But there's not a place on the planet that pays people to play basketball like this country.
Exactly.
Not even close.
Right. That's why all these other people from other countries come to the United States to play in the NBA.
Well, it's the best.
That's
you can
why.
Be. It's the top. It's the best because, again, of our country's ability, the free market, to make it the best basketball country in the world.
The very system this country created
to make him a billionaire, and he's complaining about.
That's right.
It's just I don't know. It's bizarre to me.
If he were Brittany Griner, this is the quote, he would question even if he wanted to come back to America anymore. That's just LeBron. Why don't you just get on there and say, I don't know why our current administration, in my opinion, I think our current administration should help Brittany more than they're helping her. You can say that. That's perfectly fine. That's the beauty of being an American. But don't say that other thing. You know what that is? That's just you letting your emotions. That's just being dramatic. You're trying to be dramatic for effect, and everybody got mad about it, and now you're crawfishing.
Yep.
That's just a poor.
Speak like a man when you're a man. Don't speak like a child.
Right. Shh. You know what you should say? Shh. Zip zip. I mean, zip it. That statement is it's ludicrous.
Listen, if I was LeBron James and I was making the money he was making and the way he's got to do it and the lifestyle he leads, I would be on my hands and knees kissing the very ground that I'm standing on.
Yeah, no other country could afford you that.
Absolutely.
And and I'll give Johnny Depp some credit. At least he left. You know, if you don't like being here and you think that you could do better somewhere else, and I'm sure Johnny's looking at the tax bracket where he is now and going, well, I don't know about that. But I don't know how to break this to y'all because we've looked. We've gotten to the point we were looking to see, if this country continues to go down the tubes, where is the life raft? We've looked around. It's not pretty out there.
Yeah, the lifeboat.
Yeah, I mean, it's not on old USA's worst day. It still brings a lot to the table compared, to what's available. All right, we'll come back. We'll jump right in some other stuff, too. Bubba, I saw a little World Games last night.
Yeah.
World Games.
Saw that.
Interesting. Learned a lot last night. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you want...
You described the DREAM Act, which I introduced 15 years ago to spare children who are undocumented through no fault of their own as, quote, a reckless proposal for mass amnesty. You opposed the bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill, which passed the Senate 4 years ago. You've objected to immigrants volunteering to serve in our armed forces, saying, quote, in terms of who's going most likely to be a spy, somebody from Cullman, Alabama, or somebody from Kenya. When I asked what you would do to address the almost 800,000 dreamers like Oscar Vasquez who would be subject to deportation if President Obama's executive order was repealed, you said, quote, I believe in following the law. There is too much focus on people who are here illegally and not enough on the law. Senator Sessions, there's not a spot of evidence in your public career to suggest that as Attorney General, you would use the authority of that office to resolve the challenges of our broken immigration system in a fair and humane manner. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you are wrong, Senator Durbin. I'm going to follow the laws passed by Congress. As a matter of policy, we disagreed on some of those issues. I do believe that if you can continually go through a cycle of amnesty, that you undermine the respect for the law and encourage more illegal immigration into America. I believe the American people spoke clearly in this election. I believe they agreed with my basic view, and I think it's a good view, a decent view, a solid legal view for the United States of America, that we create a lawful system of immigration that allows people to apply to this country, and if they're accepted, they get in. If they're not accepted, they don't get in, and I believe that's right and just, and the American people are right to ask for it. We have not delivered that for them.
Well, there's your big old glass of shut up juice.
How about
Dick
that,
Durbin?
Dick Durbin? A little bit. He says, "I tell you what I'm going to do," and it's got a weird concept. I'm going to do what this actually calls for, and actually follow the laws that are passed by. I don't pass law, and whatever law they pass, I'm going to enforce. Unlike the current administration, and I think the American people have spoken. They like legal immigration over open borders. And you're not following the laws we have now.
This is exactly why liberals don't like Jeff Sessions. The liberals want to be able to rule based on what they feel. This is what I feel. Dick Durbin has never been on the border. He has never lived in Mexico and come over the border. He doesn't know what's going on. He just, we got to. The point is, why they hate Jeff Sessions is he will follow the law. Now, here's the thing. If you don't like the law, you're in the Senate, change it. Right. He'll follow the law that you pass.
Right.
But the liberals don't want to do that because they can't get their laws passed the way they want to. So they pass the law, they forget it, and then they want you to act in a way they want you to act. Yep. See, I don't follow that line of thinking. Dick Durbin thinks he's on some high moral position here on this, and he's not.
Really,
he's not.
He's disagreeing with the law we currently have.
Yeah, he is saying break the law,
right?
Because I think it's better.
Well,
how can you go against these kids?
Yeah,
change the law. Change the law.
Well, you made the point,
Little
right
Dickie
there.
Durbin.
You know why Little Dickie Durbin thinks that Jeff Sessions is dangerous to his worldview. You know why? Because Dick Durbin knows that the liberals don't pay attention to the law of the land and what the Constitution says. That when they get the opportunity, they do try to go in there and push their personal agenda as opposed to follow the laws and the parameters that the Constitution has set up and the people in Congress have set up. They don't do that, so they just assume you won't either. And they're about to find out with us going out and getting a Trump-type person. Now, if they love executive orders. Well, here's a guy that'll come in and use those same executive orders. Now Donald Trump will do what they're afraid of. But here's the thing.
And isn't that why we said you shouldn't have these executive orders run amok? We have a system of government. The executive order is kind of a gray area. It was meant to give people parade days and all that stuff, and they've turned it into a way to legislate. Well, the problem is who's got that pen next, and we said that all along.
Yep.
Everything that he did with that shortcut can be undone with that shortcut.
And will be.
And that's not our system of government.
The wonderful will of me. Wonderful will. The wonderful will of me. 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Warning to the to Team Rick and Bubba. You know, the concern that we had, there's a new way to get to the bathroom now because they're going to be building out and shutting us off from an entrance that we had when we first got here. Remember our concern about locking yourself out and no way to get in, lock myself out today.
Did you?
Yeah, because, you can't tell whether the door is locked or unlocked, because it's weird. It's set up like bolt action, but yet it's not bolt action. So just check that.
You got to check the handle before you
check you got to check that handle before you shut it.
Sure do.
If they had built it out already, it was finished, and I didn't have the option to walk through the construction site, didn't have my phone.
You'd have had to walk around.
Yeah.
You'd had to walk around the building.
Yeah, I would have had to come off.
You'd had to knock on the window.
I would have had to knock on the window.
Somebody help!
So it almost.
And they would have been in here going, "Who's that idiot knocking on the window?"
Well, I don't.
Where's Red?
I don't know a better example.
These are the days of America.
Unbelievable.
You know, our education system has run aground in a lot of ways, and you're going to see a discussion, Rick, that it's going to leave you scratching your head to a level that you think this is not real. It's a Saturday Night Live skit, and it's Senator Josh Hawley, and he is discussing an issue with a Berkeley, California law professor. And you just need to watch it. I don't want to set it up too much. Just watch it.
So this is all the bizarro world we're living in, involving gender and all that.
Yeah. Just give this a listen. See how this flies.
Okay.
Hawley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Before I want to visit with you, Ms. Meskey, but before I do, I just want to clear one thing up. Professor Bridges, you said several times, you've used a phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You've referred to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women, have the capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have the capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We can recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right then is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing that.
Wow, you're saying that I'm opening up people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancies?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important.
Because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you if you're talking about women having pregnancies?
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I don't think women can get
So you are denying that trans people exist?
And that leads to violence? Is this how you run your classroom? Are students allowed to question you?
Absolutely.
Or are they also treated like this, where
No,
they're told that they're opening up people to violence?
We have a good
by
time in my class. You should join.
I bet.
You might learn a lot.
Wow, I would learn a lot. I've learned a lot just in this exchange.
Absolutely.
Extraordinary.
Yep.
I don't even. Can I give all of you a heads up though? Just again from the front lines, this is their move. And it's gonna move. Just watch. And they've tried it already. It's just they just keep trying it. If you believe that God's design or even science's design of male and female, you will be deemed as hateful. You'll be deemed as causing people to harm themselves because you question about the reality and the logic of it. It's not just that you have a different opinion. You are dangerous because you cause people in that community to hurt themselves. Been there, been accused of it myself. Okay, and this is because what they're trying to do is they realize if you get into a real discussion, they really have nowhere to go.
Right.
So what they have to do, because what he's saying is you're here to talk to us about women's rights while trying to make sure we understand there's no such thing as men and women. So how can you be looking after women's rights when we can't get you to define what a woman?
She's trying to have it both ways in one debate.
Exactly.
And again, this whole thing, I think it all goes back to just basically trying to destroy what the Bible says that they're men and women, and that's where the whole attack
and that's
is.
where it's going to end. And what they're going to say is the reason why we can't move on is those people in these places of worship are reading a book that they said came from some god, and that's a bunch of hate speech, and they must be stopped. And every tyrannical regime in the history of the world went after the church. Now, in the past, it was because they know the church will never really deem them as the ultimate power.
Right.
The church will never say the government is the ultimate power. They'll say, we'll be respectful, but our allegiance is to the King of Kings, and they hate that if you're trying to be a dictator. But in this case, it'll be because they won't let us live the way we want to live without questioning it, and that's hateful. And they won't go along with it because they have some conviction about it, which is keeping us from living our lives without question, so they must be stopped. Now, I want you to look at this in this second one, too. I couldn't believe this from Elizabeth Warren.
Oh.
Listen to what she calls crisis pregnancy centers. And if you're not familiar with what they do at crisis pregnancy centers, I know a number of ministries that do this. We'll enlighten you. But listen to what Elizabeth Warren, it's along the same lines.
Before we move on, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure you can.
As bizarre as what that lady was saying to a lot of us who are listening and watching this, and you think Berkeley, California, sure, that same mentality is in our education system everywhere, right here in our state, right here in our city, in Mississippi, Tennessee, all across what you would consider the heartland, the South, the Bible Belt. If you hasn't had to deal with it, understands that it is. This is very common now. That's who's teaching your kids, not only at college, but at high school.
One generation ago, it was 1 in 10 people said that they fit somewhere in the LGBTQ community. This generation, it's 1 in 4. The generation before 1 in 10 was 1 in 20. It has gone from 1 in 20 to 1 in 10 to current generation, the young people that are in school now, 1 in 4. And the reason why is what Bubba's saying, because there's an indoctrination of this mindset going on. And if you don't know what your kids are being taught, and you don't know the groups that exist at your government school, you better look into it. You better know what's going on, because this has become mod and trendy.
That's why the number's up.
Yeah,
and it's worked its way into the corporate world, because these corporations have to train people to get their, score up, whatever that number was we were talking about.
The propaganda continues next. We'll tell you that.
Rick and Bubba.
Come on, give it a try.
The wheel of meat is lit up and ready to go. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. I've often wondered about Switzerland and the Swiss. I got to tell you, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to get a check in the positive aisle from them today. I don't know if you've seen this headline. Left-wing Dutch vegan who moved to Switzerland is denied a Swiss passport because she's too annoying.
That's good.
Nancy Holton was born in the Netherlands but moved to Switzerland as a child. Says she's a fluent speaker of Swiss German and her children are Swiss nationals. She applied for a Swiss passport herself, but was refused by the locals, not once but twice, and here's why. The locals said they were fed up with her challenging Swiss traditions. Boy, you would really get in trouble in this country if you said, look, we're not going to allow people to go against our American traditions. Because she constantly campaigned against the use of cowbells, which she tried to rid from the town, which also angered people in Starkville, Mississippi.
Yeah, well, gosh, no wonder.
She described herself as a freelance journalist, model, and drama student. She also campaigned against a number of other Swiss traditions. The residents' committee argued that if she does not accept, listen to this now, does not accept Swiss traditions and the Swiss way of life, she should not be able to be one of us.
Now, what you mean to tell me they have fences and borders and
Cowbells.
walls on those borders, and they won't let you in unless you are going to make the Swiss culture better?
They said, we're not going to give you
about that
nationality to come here and dog us.
Well,
that's not going to happen. Why does she hate cowbells? Because she's a vegan?
I guess.
She doesn't like cows being
Belled.
bells
or
on cows.
or a big Ole Miss fan.
She said that her campaign against cowbells, and she's an animal rights activist. That's it. And she is, of course, what I told you, a vegan. And you know what they're saying to her? I got to tell you, Nancy, you get on our nerves, and we're not going to let you be a Swiss citizen. I'm sorry.
You're not allowed.
How about annoying
How about
people?
this? You're not allowed.
Annoying people shouldn't be let in. Maybe she'll go back and think, why am I so annoying? Maybe I need to change a little bit.
She said the sound of cowbells make her sad because they're put on cows and they're made to walk from pasture to pasture, and these cowbells are too heavy for them to have to endure. Does she understand the power of a cow?
The power
A cowbell is too heavy.
No way I'd let her in. Just on that alone. She can certainly never go to start.
She's nuts.
Yeah. She also says
she's a nuts.
She's a nuts.
They do this for their alpine cattle, and there's even a time during the year the Swiss people come through town with their cows with the bells on it, and she thinks it's just too heavy and burns their neck.
It's like Mule Day in Winfield.
The same thing, yeah. And the Swiss have said, look, I don't know how to tell you this. You're trying to become one of us. We're not trying to become one of you.
Yeah, right. I can tell you, she ain't nothing but a handle, and I would keep her out.
Well,
it's nothing but troubles.
I'm going to have to go.
Annoying as heck.
How about this? Yeah. I'm giving one check over in the positive column for Swiss on this.
Yeah.
Not only is their hot chocolate fantastic, I'm now going to say I kind of like, but here's what I like because these.
Now we're going to beat them in the Davis Cup, but other than that,
but see, Switzerland is one of those places the left will attempt to point to as we should be more like them. But I'm going to tell you,
or as they call themselves, the Swiss.
But how about this? Switzerland says we don't let people in that get on our nerves.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, if it wasn't this, she'd be annoying with something else.
But can you imagine?
You're doing your country a favor.
Can you imagine what would happen in our country if we openly said, I got to tell you, I say no to this immigration right here. They want to come here and change us. They don't like our traditions. You don't come here and dog this country, then how about this? You don't get to be one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
that'd go
can
good.
you imagine saying our immigration policy is for people like it was at one time, by the way, unapologetically.
Yeah, right.
Even the immigrants agreed.
You got to bring something to the table.
Right. Well, and you're coming here and you're considering it an honor to speak English and an honor to now become an American citizen. This is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Well, back in long ago, hard to recreate what has yet to be created. One of our favorite things, and that's HelloFresh.com/Bubba. We just got some new HelloFresh stuff. They keep moving the menu too for you. Can you ever get to the point where you go, okay, I like these things. I want to try some new stuff. Now I have this more than a lot of my friends and family. I'll have a burnout factor on something. I'll be like, okay, like right now, and I hate to break this because I know it hurts my wife's feelings. I got to have a break on salmon. Okay, I've salmoned all I can salmon.
You feel like a bear running in the woods.
Yeah, I'm not a grizzly bear. I love salmon.
I do too. I love it.
But it's almost like I know that you like me, Bubba, but you can get too much of me and need a break from me.
Rick, that's why we all take a break after lunch every day.
Right. You doesn't mean you don't like me. You just need a break from me.
Need a break.
Yeah, and I like salmon. I just need a break from it.
Yeah.
That's all.
I love broccoli, but I can't deal with it every day.
Right. So HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and I am a foodie. I love to go try new things. And if you're having a great summer, why don't we make it a little even more stress-free? Get these chef-crafted, foolproof recipes delivered right to the door, featuring, and this is the point I was making, the season's ripest fruits and veggies. The best thing about summer is the food. Nothing better than a summer meal. And the folks at HelloFresh.com/Bubba bringing all our favorite summer flavors right to the door in limited edition Taste of Summer recipes and market selections. Now, these are restaurant-worthy. They elevate the dining experience at home, but also minimizing oven use. They're easy to prepare, less time in the kitchen, more time lounging by the pool or at the lake or whatever you want to do. So why don't you go now and set yours up? It's totally customizable. You know what you can even do with HelloFresh.com/Bubba? Somebody say, does anybody know?
Anybody.
Say, all right, Helms, you go to Cape San Blas. Okay.
Now you got my attention.
Okay, what do y'all do? A little house on the beach or something?
Oh yeah, usually on the bay.
Tell HelloFresh.com where you're going.
Oh, I like this.
And you can still get stuff to your vacation spot.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, or if you say, look, I don't need any this week, I just don't want anything, that you can do that too. Yeah. So whatever you're doing, HelloFresh will adapt. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Now, right now, when you use that and go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba and use our code Bubba, guess what? 16 meals for free plus 3 free gifts. So use the promo code Bubba when you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba, and we'll save you some money. And that's also linked at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so we continue with our Your America update, but this is important because all we need, you can have a different point of view than us. That's that's the great thing about this country. But it does need to be an educated view, meaning I'm looking at what's going on.
Are you saying everybody has the right to be wrong?
That's right. That's all I'm saying, Bubba. Thank you for clarifying that in a Greg way.
Yeah.
So let me say this. What Elizabeth Warren is about to say about crisis pregnancy centers, okay? Now, this is the thing that bothers me.
You mean the great leader of the Indian nation?
Right. This is what bothers me about Pocahontas and those that share her worldview. Why are we not living in a world where, now hear me out, nobody start emailing me saying, Rick, when did you go back to pro-choice? Okay, because I'm former pro-choice who, of course, through biblical truth and science became pro-life, okay? I evolved on that because I was uneducated about it when I was pro-choice, meaning once I realized that the choices people were making, I became more educated on them. I came to the conclusion and the conviction that life is the right choice, okay? You hear me on choice?
Yes.
So what we've always wondered is why now I'm not talking about individuals who are just trying to live out their life. I'm talking about the Elizabeth Warrens of the world who politicized this stuff, which, by the way, is the reason why it all got weird when it all started getting politicized.
You mean like science?
Why does Elizabeth Warren not want a young woman or any woman who is pregnant of any age that is struggling with whether they want to take on this child or not? Mm-hmm. Why does she not want that woman to make her choice with all the information? I've never understood that, other than the fact that for me to understand it, I have to think there's something devious going on here, and I don't like that feeling.
If you're trying to hide some of the facts, I think that's the question. Why, Senator Warren, are you asking people to hide facts about a very important decision they got to make?
Why would you put that trauma on a woman? Later she says, well, I didn't know all this. Let me tell you what a crisis pregnancy center does before Elizabeth Warren decides she's going to demonize them, okay? Which is, this is a strategy as old as time, okay? Is they do not force you to keep the child. What they do is they sit down with you and say, here's all the options you have. Now, I know firsthand multiple ministries that do this. I know the people who do it. Just was with one in Shelbyville, Tennessee, back in mid-June. And I was talking to the pastor, and his wife runs a crisis pregnancy center. And he says when these women come in, he said, and they see everything that's available, sonograms, we talk to them about adoption options and all this. We show them all the options they have. That over 70% of the women decide to keep the child, either put it up for adoption or they then say the church also offers. By the way, those of you out there, some of you woke pastors, some of you progressives in the church, acting like the church has not been helping women, that's just garbage. You're throwing that stuff out on social media. Well, I tell you what, since we got this ruling, it's time for us to step up and take some responsibility. The church has been doing this for as long as it existed, putting together all sorts of options for women that decide they want to keep their children. It's just not true to say the church has not been doing that.
Do we need to do more? Absolutely.
Yeah, if you want to,
it hasn't been absent.
Yeah, if you want to say we need to step it up now more so, and more churches need to get involved, that's true. But please don't make some blanket statement like the church has not been paying attention to this issue, because in many cases they have. Okay, I know people, this has been their life's work to say, if you want to have your child, we'll help you. Okay, so anyway, and this is not true to say that work that are part of the church. Well, here comes Elizabeth Warren that wants to make you believe, if you don't know, that a crisis pregnancy center is there to manipulate women. Not to educate them, not to say, listen, if you're out there right now and you're going to make a decision that on it, this decision might turn out to be a really, 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 really traumatic, big time decision, And women who've been through this, it's a traumatic thing. Okay, it's not. I know that when you see some of these idiots out there screaming, and I saw this one the other day, couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a demon in the flesh, screaming, "We love to kill babies," because they were. See now they're starting to kind of lose their mind. At least one time it was a solemn thing. Look, this is a bad thing, but we still want this choice to be made available to us. It's a somber thing. The whole somber and seriousness of it is starting to go away, and comments like this don't help. To where a group of people that get together and say, we're here to help you. You still can make your choice that's available to you, but we want it to be an educated choice. We'll give you all the information you need and all the options you need. And we're going to demonize those people and make Margaret Sanger a hero? See, you got to understand, if you're trying to decide what group you want to be part of, you've got a group that elevates Margaret Sanger to a hero and now demonizes a crisis pregnancy center. And so you need to know that. That's important for you to know that when you're starting to decide what your worldview may be and who you want to share a worldview with. So here's Elizabeth Warren and her comments on crisis pregnancy centers.
In Massachusetts right now, those crisis pregnancy centers that are there to fool people who are looking for pregnancy termination help outnumber true abortion clinics by 3 to 1. We need to shut them down here in Massachusetts, and we need to shut them down all around the country.
Shut them down.
You should not be able to torture a pregnant person.
Torture
like that.
Y'all hear this hyperbole? Y'all? That's insane what she just said, and she had the insane eyes to go with it.
Yeah. Well, it just goes with
That's
a long
insanity.
list of insane
God
things.
forbid there be more crisis centers available than abortion clinics.
Realtor eyes there.
Do you know why there's more crisis centers?
I wouldn't even do that to realtors.
Right.
I know Roseanne said that, but God bless them. That's even further out.
Do you know one of the ways that it was all but done away with in our state was when someone in our state government brilliantly got legislation passed that if you were going to have a clinic, you must have a sonogram at that clinic so the woman can make an educated choice. Wasn't saying that you were going to be shut down. You just had to have that as part of the process of the woman making the choice. Instead of putting a sonogram in the abortion clinics, they just shut down. Now, what does that tell you? I mean, what are we trying to do here? Are we hoping that people get an abortion? I mean, do we think that's something that we want to get our numbers up?
Yeah.
I don't even understand that. Even if you're pro-choice, please hear me. I mean, I just don't understand. That's not the way we should see this issue, even if you disagree with where the pro-life view comes from. If you disagree with us, that's fine. But I thought we would find common ground on the women would make a choice with all the information. I just don't know how do we disagree on that? That doesn't even make sense to me unless it makes it sound devious and wicked and evil. Did you hear the thing she said about a crisis pregnancy center? Torturing pregnant people?
Torture.
Fooling them? So I'm fooling you by giving you information you didn't have? And you may decide, look, I see the information, I'm still, I appreciate that, but I am making this choice and I know what choice I'm making. Okay.
There you go.
I just...
Got to shut them down, Rick.
Look at them eyes. Them eyes tell you everything.
You got to shut them down
know.
everywhere.
Everywhere.
See, that's illogical. That's evil, is what that is. I'll tell you who's torturing pregnant people. That's you, Elizabeth Warren. Because, there's women everywhere that said, if I'd have known what I know now, I wouldn't have done it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What you were after. Not you're going to come here and then you want America to become you.
Right.
Or any country. It doesn't have to be America. I mean, that to me, that's a very rude mentality.
Yeah, I think it is too.
You make me new. Yeah, baby. You make me new.
that Walker band. They don't exist anymore, but their stuff's still out there. So if you like that, you can go and grab it. Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I'm dandy. How are you?
Well, you know what? Candy's dandy, but it won't rot you too. But anyway,
Well, that's part of the quote.
well, sort of that.
There's some days you get here, and I always feel very blessed to be here. And there's days you're sleepy. We've had that earlier this week. And there's days that you're not sleepy, but you can't seem to get out of low gear. It's like you're trying to shift gears, and I don't know. I can't get out of the block this morning.
Well, doggone it. You know what it's
I'm going to have Greg slap me around.
You know what it probably is?
You want me to?
You know what it probably is? Your low blood pressure.
Yeah, it ain't that.
Got it down too low.
Yeah, that's one thing you never hear uttered out of here. We do have a lot to do going forward, and we'll definitely try to hit all the stories that are happening today. And it's funny because I guess I need to take a note of this when I'm going over the headlines of the stories that are out there today. And then there's some you pull out and put on the side for your own personal viewing.
Yeah.
Steve Harvey faces backlash for mocking Asian men.
I was just reading that. I was just reading that.
Let me put that one right over here for me.
Yep.
Well, look, the times we're living in, good gracious. I mean, crazy. I think we're going to.
Well, it's going to kill humor. You're not going to be able to have any humor at all.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say, I mean, we're going to get to a point where if your job involves comedy, are you going to even have a job? I mean, are comedians going to walk out on the stage and just like stand there and try to make funny faces? But then we'll say what? They're making fun of people with funny faces.
Right. Yeah. They're going to go, you know what? That's funny. It looks like this.
Right.
And then you got another problem. Well, when Trump was elected president, it was an interesting campaign for the last 2 years, to say the least. But we know and we knew that it's going to be different. If yesterday was any indication of the way that the presidential press conferences are going to go.
Oh, my gosh.
We're in. I mean, do y'all realize we've got it made for 4 years? Got it made.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, this show, you remember, we thought from what we do for a living, and these are two different reasons. Is you remember the Clinton years, we thought, well, doing what we do for a living is just easy. Well, I mean, there was always something he was going to do.
Rick square that, put a little 2 on the end of it.
Yeah. But this time, I think the quotes, because he literally would say anything. I saw him talking about.
I saw that live yesterday back in my office right after the show, and the press conference reminded what just came to mind was monkeys at the zoo throwing dung.
Yeah,
is what.
Yeah. I didn't
the whole deal.
I didn't see any of it, but I've the stuff y'all sent me. We'll definitely play some of the excerpts today. I mean, we got to.
Well, it's some of it is gold.
Yeah. So
the poor CNN reporter getting. Well, it didn't happen no matter what.
Right, sure. They don't know what to do. I mean, it's and it's so entertaining.
I love the big pile of paperwork. I don't know if you saw it in the video. We had a table with folders and boxes, and President-elect Trump said, "I had to sign all this. This is the stuff I've been signing to divest out of my companies and give it to the sons and." I know they're not going to mention anything to their dad. I really don't know how you get around all that. I mean,
you did see where one of the sons had to close down his foundation. I mean, completely shut it down. Where he was helping St. Jude's, I think.
They said he'd raised a lot of money for that.
Because of the whole Clinton Foundation thing, and he was like, look, well, I mean, there's nothing going on here, but just
now the other issue that was raised, I thought this was funny. Well, we'll talk about it. It has to do with the hotel that he just opened in D.C. We'll come back because it needs a little more air to it. But it was very funny. Very funny. Had a little lawyer get up and do a little talking yesterday. Yeah, I mean, it was good stuff. But the screaming press corps was my favorite.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us. Wednesday Bible study back today. Genesis 26 as we continue to walk through the book of Genesis. That'll happen at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel as far as the live option. Most of you take the archived option. It'll be archived soon after that, and you can watch it on the YouTube channel at your leisure. or listen to it on our podcast channel on those audio archives. So, Bubba, I know that you said, yesterday we were having a lot of fun on the show with the Webb photos, but did you say
James Webb?
Yeah,
telescope.
Not Roy Webb, not Joe Webb,
right? Not Catherine Webb.
Greg, not Mark Webb,
Spud Webb,
Spud Webb. So
we know a lot of Webbs.
We do a tremendous amount of Webbs.
Not Webb concrete.
No. So you're saying there's more pictures, and did you?
Wait, let me guess.
Here he goes. Did you?
A bunch of shiny lights and stuff.
Well, some of it.
How about the Lee sisters? Are they involved?
No,
Ugly and homely.
No, none of that. They did release like 5 more shots yesterday, and we won't go through the full spiel of what the Webb telescope is and what it means on the big picture of things. But just a couple. This is a zoomed in picture of the edge of one of the nebulas. I can't remember which
Who
one it
painted
is.
that?
That looks
and
like
the nebula being dust, gas out there in the universe, the leftover pieces of stars that have exploded, and the building blocks of new stars and planets. So this is this is the material that the universe is formed out of. We literally are made of dust, and from a cosmic level, it's really good, even though it was commanded to be done.
Would you love? I'm just thinking to
Look at that
myself,
nebula there.
Wouldn't you love to have a prints of this to put up?
Oh well, is
that possible? Are we going to sell some of those?
That'll be coming. Adler was telling me he's got 100 meg download of one of them, and it's it's just breathtaking. This is going to be fun. Because they're going to roll these things out quite often. Look at these. This is Steve. Is it called Stephen's Quartet or Quintet? It's several galaxies, Rick, that are in a cluster, which we talked a little bit about yesterday. You see their proximity to each other. Each one of these 100 million light years across. The vastness is just boggles the mind. There's a star sitting up there by itself. See, just look at all the galaxies. It's just amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. The galaxy don't stop till the break of dawn.
That's right.
There's another one.
And we were talking. Tell me if this was on or off air, because I can't remember. We discussed so much yesterday. How long it takes the images to get back to us?
Well, some of them, according to the people who are doing this, if you buy in that light is a constant over the entire time.
You don't have to do that every time.
I just want to give you the
But you don't have to
disclaimer.
do that every time.
Some of that light took 13 billion years to get here.
Right,
So,
but they're numbers.
Right. Nobody's traveled.
But
we're making the assumption that light travels at a constant speed and always has and always will, and that's fine. That's a theory.
Right.
But the Webby telescope,
Einstein had it.
It left when?
You mean when was it launched?
Yes.
About a year ago, year and a half ago, something
and
like that.
how far out has it gotten?
It is in its position. It's orbiting the Earth at 1 million miles out, about 4 times the distance of the moon.
Okay, and when it snaps the photos, it sends them back. How long does that take?
Oh, it only takes 5 or 6 seconds for the radio waves to get from the telescope back to Earth, and they're sending it in a stream like a file, like you would send a picture,
right?
Basically over the internet at an RF frequency up in the gigahertz range, and it's sent back to Earth very, very quickly.
Ask him.
You have faster bandwidth at the higher frequencies because you have more room, obviously, and everybody knows that.
Yeah,
Right.
Am I right, guys?
Right, guys. That's gonna cost you a button.
It really is.
I have to admit, I'm more into this than I've let on.
No, I was just about to say thank you for opening the door, because here's what I was going to say. Now, not overall, I've noticed, not overall in space exploration, but this Webb telescope. Am I saying that right? Telescope.
You're close.
All right. It is Adler is to you on this what Greg is to you on eating. He likes to run with it. He's into it.
He sees it for the incredible discovery that it is. You can see the Milky Way galaxy that we're in at night if you look at the right place and you're in a dark area. It looks like a real thick area of stars. Of course, we're looking across the spiral. Not on top or below, but across it. That's why we see it.
You don't have to talk down to me. I understand this. I can understand this.
But again, I think if you put it in perspective of the time that man has been on this earth, We've always looked up. We've always wondered about the moon. We've wondered about the stars. We've been to the moon. We've kicked around some dust up there. We're about to hit another star, and I'm using that in quotations, Mars. We're going to get there eventually. But to now be able to see these things with a clarity and have a better understanding of what they're doing and, you know, the stage that stars go through and how they, you know, they basically, when one destroys itself, that gives the building blocks for the next one to build. It's an amazing process.
I will tell you this.
Kind of like a tree falling in the woods. You know, it dies and falls, but that's the fertilizer to have new trees. So it's an amazing process.
I did find myself sitting out back a little bit last night looking up.
Well, yeah.
It does cause you to look up more and think. And, you know, we have so much light around town, it's hard to see those kind of things.
We had a nice full moon last night.
Oh,
it was a doozy.
I know.
Yeah. I got a good look at it.
Look, I'm not proud of it.
Creation screaming, guys.
I'm not
screaming.
I'm not proud of it, but here's my phone background. If that gives you guys an idea.
Oh my goodness!
I got some galaxies in my phone background. I'm not proud of that, but I'm caught up in the hype. I got caught up in the James Webb hype.
Ruby's been replaced with galaxies.
You are as excited about these new pictures as Greg is about Buffalo Wild Wings being here.
Yes.
Well, you know what I think is going to be.
I'm going to put it on my background.
What's really going to be interesting? They're taking these pictures of the galaxies and the edge of the universe, or the known universe, and all that's good. But when they turn this thing to some things closer, and they're able to really get a picture like we've never had before, like some of the moons of Saturn and stuff, it's going to blow people away, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of ready for that. I want to see some of that.
Yeah, we got one moon that we know has an ocean on it. We think it's methane. You remember we sent a probe in there and took a picture. It looked like the Gulf of Mexico, but it's probably methane. We don't know for sure.
Yeah. You see that button that you haven't buttoned yet? Go ahead and button that up.
Yeah, that's a waste now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, when I arrived at work today, you know, one of the things that we're talking about now is, you know, our children that have become young adults. They're now going out on their own, and so Bubba and I both are being immersed in the moving process, trying to help with that. Hey, that's a blast. But let me tell you right now, if you're needing to move, desiring to move, selling your home, buying a new home. That's one of those things that you can just lay awake at night staring at the ceiling going, oh my goodness. And then people start telling you stuff like, now how much you gonna pay for that house? Oh, I don't know about that. Is that all they're gonna offer you for your house? I think you got more than that. And you're sitting there going, I don't know what's real and not real with this. Stop it. Go right now to realestateagentsitrust.com. You need a professional, and you don't need some part-timer, you know, 4 or 5 business cards. What you need is somebody that has been vetted out, somebody who's been in the business for an incredibly long time, has tremendous references, and knows what they're doing. And when they show up on the scene, you know that they know what they're doing, okay, and they help you work through the process. Every market where this show is heard or seen, we believe that we can point you to an agent as part of realestateagentsitrust.com. Our team has vetted out agents all over this country, and when you go to that website, we need a little bit of information from you so we know what agent to put you with, and then we'll team you up with agents that have a long history of being the best in their field, okay? Does that sound good? So let's do that. realestateagentsitrust.com, realestateagentsitrust.com. Our team will contact you, make the introduction to our preferred agent in your town.
Trump refusing to talk to CNN, just refusing to.
15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show. Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. Well, as Bubba said, it looks like the next 4 years, what we do for a living is going to be fish in a barrel. Donald Trump update today.
Proud of myself.
Press conference yesterday.
Always get what you want.
Incredible. Really amazing. Don't be stupid.
But if you try something, well, you might find.
Deal or no deal?
You get what you need.
I don't wear a toupee. It's my hair.
Donald Trump press conference yesterday. Allegations that the Russians, of course, that's still out there about him, helped him to get elected. Blah blah blah. Here he comes. His opening statements, and it didn't take long for him to get right into it. There we go.
I want to thank a lot of the news organizations here today because they looked at that nonsense that was released by maybe the intelligence agencies. Who knows? But maybe the intelligence agencies, which would be a tremendous blot on their record if they in fact did that, a tremendous blot. Because a thing like that should have never been written, it should never have been had, and it should certainly never have been released. But I want to thank a lot of the news organizations, for some of whom have not treated me very well over the years, a couple in particular, and they came out so strongly against that fake news and the fact that it was written about by primarily one group and one television station. So I just want to compliment many of the people in the room. I have great respect for the news and great respect for freedom of the press and all of that, but I will tell you there were some news organizations, with all that was just said, that were so professional, so incredibly professional, that I've just gone up a notch as to what I think of you, okay?
All right,
I love this is that thing mentality where he lets you know he's keeping score.
He's grading. He's grading everybody.
Yeah, that's 3 foot more added to the wall kind of stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, Mexico, I like your comments today. 1 foot off the wall.
1 foot.
You know, so I want you to know I've taken you up a notch.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
then he had this to say. Take a listen.
As far as BuzzFeed, which is a failing pile of garbage, writing it, I think they're going to suffer the consequences. They already are. And as far as CNN going out of their way to build it up.
Since you're attacking us, can you give us a question?
Go
since
ahead.
No, Mr. President-elect.
Go ahead.
Mr. President-elect,
Go ahead.
since you are attacking
No,
our news
not you.
organization,
Not
can
you.
you give us a chance?
Your organization
You
is
are attacking
terrible.
our news organization.
Your organization
Can you give
is
us a
terrible.
chance
Let's
to ask
go.
a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Sir,
Quiet. Quiet.
Mr. President-elect,
Go ahead.
can you state
She's asking
categorically,
a question.
Mr.
Don't be rude.
President-elect, can you give us a question?
Don't be
You're
rude.
attacking us. Can you give us a question?
Don't be rude.
Can you
No,
give
I'm
us
not
a
going to give you a
question?
question. I'm not going to give you a
Can
question.
can you state categorically?
You are fake news.
Sir.
You are fake news.
This guy,
That's the
boy, we're
president.
coming
That's
out of
about
it.
to be the president.
It's so good. See, again, I no matter how it turns out, I'm looking
Oh, sure.
forward to
Yeah,
this
sure.
stuff.
Absolutely.
What? You're fake news.
Look, I don't know how it's going to go with him as president, but I can tell you one thing that I'm getting more and more sure about. It's going to be great for us.
Oh,
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
We may have to add an hour to the show, right?
We
Cover it all.
Look,
It
it may be outstanding for America. It may be a fail, but it is going to be great for us.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, we win. We're winning on this one.
So in his and Speedy may have some more sound bites on this, but basically a lot of it had to do with the divestiture of the Trump company,
Right.
so there will be no conflicts of interest.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show from the No Name Studio. Thanks for being with us. All right, so as we make our way back, we have a lot still to cover on the program today. But I'll tell you one thing, a face that makes us all smile, Bubsy. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings. It's time for another Charity Charge updated. Turn them loose.
Listen to them run by.
Listen to them running by. Tim, welcome back to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Thanks, fellas. I'm good. I'm good.
You know, I enjoy seeing Tim, probably second only to Santa Claus.
Right. What would you do if Tim were to show up and he had wings in one hand and he had Webb pictures in the other? that he
might get a big hug
that he had downloaded and brought to you.
He may just get a manly love your man hug.
So Tim, how is the world of Buffalo Wild Wings doing now? I want you to know when we do a charity charge, and this list is ever growing. We point you to the participating locations. These are all in our home state of Alabama: Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, and the two new ones, my hometown of Oxford, Alabama, which is up and running, and then just only been open a few weeks, Chelsea.
You know, Greg said he made it by the Oxford store. He don't know how we changed a bookstore to a restaurant yet.
I know. He said he was a little disappointed when he looked up to see the Jersey shadow box. It wasn't there yet. And but I understand you said it'll be there very soon.
It is. And it looks good. It looks good. They had a couple of issues with some framing, but we'll get it fixed.
Well, it's hard to frame 75. I mean,
a mere frame
can't even slow him down.
Right? No, I mean, there's nothing you can do.
Tries to break out of there.
I mean, you know what we're going to do about 75? So anyway, now that's fun. Thanks for doing that. And yeah, I saw it. You know, I saw the little adjustment you are making, but it looks good, and I can't tell you how much that means to us to have some fun with that. So tell us, so business is good. We moving wings?
Yeah, we're moving wings.
We're moving wings.
They're still proud of them, but we're moving them.
I know. What's going on with the price of
It's
chicken?
come down. You know,
Good.
I'm really impressed with where it's moved to. It's nowhere close to where it has been for the last 6 or 8 years, but it'll get there.
Well, the
It's
fact that
trending right.
you have to move it, I think that's the key, because everybody that's moving it's paying a lot more.
You know, a lot of people got into the wing market and
yeah.
it sort of oversaturated it, but a lot of people aren't making it in the wing market now with those prices, so we're just hanging on.
Well, yeah. Well, you guys are established, and
Correct.
And you got a game plan, and let's face it, with the pandemic and all y'all have had to come through, we can work through chicken prices.
Yeah, we can make it.
You know,
we can make it.
May we never go back to that. I know Fauci's trying to scare everybody again today, but somebody asked me about that. You know, that honestly probably a lot like you that are saying the way I make a living can't take that again.
No.
And I told them, I said, look, I think I kind of know, not every American, because there's some of you I don't recognize anymore, but I still think the overwhelming majority of Americans will say to the Faucis, we didn't know as much in 2020 as we know now, and you're not going to do that to us.
No.
He's pulling the Kraken move. He's coming up out of the water.
Hey, how about this?
He's back.
We're not going back. We understand this is something we all may have to live with the rest of our lives, and we can live with it. And we can continue to function, and we're not going back.
That's right.
Not going to do it.
Exactly right.
All right. So let's say hello now. Amanda is here.
Hey,
with,
Amanda.
with the hanger. Amanda, how do we pronounce your last name?
Manzanilla.
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 Amanda Manzanilla with the hanger. And you're going to be the latest recipient of the Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. When I first heard about what you guys do, I have friends who are foster parents.
Yeah.
And you know, it is a call that from Scripture that we can't look around. You know, either you're doing it by being a foster parent, or you're helping those that are answering the call to be foster parents. We're all in it in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. And you know, some of the things you don't even think about is if you get the call that says, "Hey, we have a child that needs somewhere to stay." You guys are up.
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it could be 2 o'clock in the morning. And I was talking with some friends of mine that are foster parents when they knew about you and they use your services. And they said, all of a sudden, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, you got a baby on the way, or a toddler or whatever, and you got to go find supplies. And and what you guys do is say, we have the supplies. Come see us. We'll get you ready.
Yep.
So tell the audience a little bit about what that looks like, what you guys do, and what they're helping today.
Yeah, definitely. So the hanger we are a nonprofit under the Shelby County Foster Parents Association. We're located in Columbiana, so right between the courthouse and DHR for Shelby County anyways. And our foster parents and social workers have access to us 24/7. Like you said, the phone call may come at 2 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And the purpose of our building is that the basics of everything you would need to get a child from anywhere from newborn to 21, that's how old our kids age out here in Alabama, settled for at least the first few days to give the foster parent or relative foster parent a chance to get that child in their home, get them settled, and to be able to focus on the child and their needs so that the need for those tangible things, whether it's diapers or shaving cream or clothing or shoes, depending on the age of the child, the tangible things don't become the barrier to the foster parent being able to meet the immediate emotional needs of the child.
Which is crucial when that
Yeah.
child is being moved around like
It's
this.
huge. Yeah.
Yeah, it has a great impact. So, Tim, do you want to give her the good news?
It's good news.
It is great news.
Once again, with these 2 new restaurants opening that you guys support that are closest to your places, we were able to raise $5,200.
Hey,
That's a lot of money.
5,000.
That'll work.
Yeah, and I know that it is because I have people that I go to church with that are very involved in what you do. And they're telling me the margins that you guys work on. And you're really the kind of ministries and charities that we're trying to focus on where $5,200 is a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Yeah.
That'll keep us open for a solid 3 months covering all
That's crazy.
How about that?
That's huge.
I mean,
and I noticed I read some stuff on them too that you guys really deal a lot with clothing, clothing donations, and because that's one of the biggest things. I mean, you got a child that you're not expecting coming in.
Oh yeah.
I mean, clothing.
Yeah,
Got to have food and clothing. I can't handle both.
Yeah, I talked to the friends of mine that are foster parents. They said it's so cool to be able to go to the hangar, walk in, and go, I need that, I need that, I need that, and you guys definitely provide a great service, and to something that unfortunately seems to be a huge need, and that need unfortunately seems to be growing versus not. And but the good news is there's enough of us that ought to be able to meet that need, and folks like you are providing things that maybe you don't even think about. I mean, you're down on the ground with the basic stuff.
Yeah. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Amen. Yeah. So $5,200 to the hangar. Now, I don't know, Tim, if you're familiar with who's going to be benefiting from Monday's charity charge at these same participating locations. It's Good News Support Ministries, and this is one that when we were doing the short-term mission trips to Nicaragua and working with Pastor Aragon there, we now are working in Peru as well. We realized that we were coming over doing these mission trips, and we were set up funding what was going on in Nicaragua at the time only. But when the pandemic hit, that's it. There's no going into Nicaragua. There's no going to Peru. And all of these, this lifeline of Americans and Europeans coming over from first world countries and helping and funding and getting on the ground, that was over. And so, Pastor Aragon was like, hey, I know y'all can't come, but, the needs that y'all come over and help with are still here. And so Good News Ministries came back and said, look, we got to come up with some way to be able to continue to send finances. And we're talking about Christian schools that are being built in third world countries. We're talking about children that this is where all their needs are met is by the local church, and education and job training. And so that's going on in Nicaragua and Peru. And so Good News Ministries provides that funding, and we continue to funnel money to get on the ground with these churches and ministers that are in Nicaragua and Peru, and they're indigenous pastors serving their own people. So all those things you've heard me talk about on the air still have to be done, whether we can go there or not. And, of course, these are very unstable places, especially Nicaragua, not so much Peru as far as the government. You never know when the government's going to rise up and say, well, at one time y'all got this, but not anymore. I need more money for myself, so I'm cutting y'all off. I mean, you just never know. And then, or he's going to send his people into the street and start arresting people. So anyway.
Dictators tend to do that.
Yeah.
Rick.
So Good News Support Ministries will benefit coming up on Monday. So that'll be cool.
Bring it on.
Yeah, good deal.
I'm really enjoying this. Speedy and I were just talking. And time flies when you're doing stuff like this. And I mean, we're over 2 years from the time we took that little bitty short break for COVID. But now we're back at it with more restaurants donating us more money than we ever have. So.
Well, I just got to tell you, Tim, it's one of those things that, it is a country where we're allowed to be entrepreneurs and and it's hard. I know y'all work on tough margins. Restaurant business, I don't know.
It's incredible.
I don't know if there's anything tougher. But the fact that you guys are peeling some off the top and using the platform that God allowed you to have to invest in things like what we're hearing today with the hangar, with Good News Ministries coming up on Monday, and then the I mean, the list now, like you say, that the people that have been helped over the time.
Pretty impressive
It really
run,
is.
isn't
So not only thank you, Tim, but thanks to you, the audience, that go out and do that. And we'll do it again on Monday.
That's right, and that's the biggest thing is you come in and eat. Why would you want? I mean, that's all you do.
Yeah, 10% of food sales. Yeah.
I do get to share my talent.
You're right. Amanda, we'll go get a picture with you here in a minute. Look over there. There's your big check.
Now, don't try to put that in the tube at the bank.
No,
it don't work. You'll have to carry it in.
$5,200 to the hangar. Go out and participate Monday at the participating Buffalo Wild Wings for another charity charge. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, if we're
And Trump shared that he had just turned down a $2 billion deal to develop some stuff in Dubai. And but I thought one of the ones was interesting to me to just go as far as you could and removing yourself from a conflict of interest. And this had been brought up. What if foreign dignitaries stay in the new Trump hotel in D.C., which is now the hot place to stay? By
yeah, one of our buddies stayed there not too long ago and sent us pictures from it.
And
It was the best service he ever had.
And Trump said that any foreign dignitaries tied to any foreign governments that stay there, they will take their bill and donate that money to the Treasury Department. So there's no profit out of it.
And his 14 overseas international businesses as well.
Yeah, they're involved in so much in so many places. Trying to completely be independent is going to be difficult, but it looks like they are going the extra mile to do that. Now, how that'll all play out, who knows? But it looks like they're at least trying.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I've watched a lot of the confirmation hearings. We're already big fans of Jeff Sessions. Have known him for many years and think he would be an outstanding person in any job he's in. But I tell you, the Tillerson guy yesterday, I was impressed. I watched him, Secretary of State. He's a smooth operator. They didn't shake him at all yesterday.
Well, I don't know why he put Hurricane Sandy on that one woman's house.
Yeah, how dare you?
Hurricane Sandy.
As a matter of fact,
I lost everything.
Hey, he might be a presidential candidate years to come. You better watch him.
Well, again, because what you're saying could happen is, if this Trump thing goes well, I'm talking about for America. I know it's going to go well for us, but if it goes well for America, then you may see America saying, these private business guys, we've always wondered what it would be like. It is better. And then you're going to have, Tillerson sitting there. Is it Tillerson? Is that an R? Is it ER?
Yeah, you're right.
Tillerson sitting there ready to go, and it could be another one.
Yeah.
It was interesting. Now, the whole, and for those of you that missed this, the whole BuzzFeed story, let me just wrap this up real quick. A former Israeli Secret Service person gave a report to John McCain, who is no friend of Donald Trump.
MI6.
Yeah, MI6.
Yeah. You said Israeli? It's British.
He's a former British Secret Service agent. Gave this to John McCain, and John McCain turned it over to the FBI. Now, there was questions, was he doing that to try to submarine Trump? Or I think that's just the policy. If any of our senators or congressmen come across anything, they're supposed to report it to the FBI immediately. So he did, and it basically was saying that they had that the Russians had video of Trump when he stayed in a Russian hotel in Moscow several years ago, and all this stuff was going on. He says there's nothing to it. He says he knows they're trying to trap him, so he's extra careful anyway. And BuzzFeed went with a story. Most news agencies didn't. CNN did quote the BuzzFeed story. That's why he was in the riff with the CNN guy. So,
and would not allow them a question.
No, he's punishing them.
I mean,
and other presidents do that too. They just don't do it the way that they will revoke their press credentials for a period of time, and so they can't get in. And Trump just says no question from you and keeps going.
It really was like watching the soup Nazi.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It was.
No soup for you.
I thought it was kind of interesting, and this is only 18 seconds, Rick. This is how he ended his press conference.
These papers are all just a piece of the many, many companies that are being put into trust to be run by my 2 sons, and I hope at the end of 8 years I'll come back and I'll say, oh, you did a good job. Otherwise, if they do a bad job, I'll say, you're fired. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
That's funny.
The world is but a stage. Isn't it?
This is real. It's really happening.
That's the president.
You know, it's kind of like you know how
I love it.
You know how sportscasters get tired of coaches that just give the same coach speak each week, and then when somebody comes out and really says what they're thinking, it makes headlines. Well, that's what we've got now in the political world.
That's why we love Mike Leach so much.
Yep.
Well, to your
He'll
first
say
example,
anything.
the first example, our dad was so bad, like the first example, that the sports writers he got from the time they would write his quotes, and then he would say, "Yeah, that's exactly what I would have said," because they were so predictable. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey! It is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. So, Bubba, last night, it's been on the calendar since I first heard the World Games coming to our home city. So 2 of my sons played lacrosse. One really got into it and went on to play all the way through high school, even considered playing at least club level or at a small school. In college, decided not to do that, but does coach some now. It was weird to see some of his players at last night's World Games event calling him coach in front of me. That was weird.
That is weird.
But anyway, we set out last night, me and the prettiest girl in the whole wide world, Sherry Burgess. We were ready to head out to, there we are. We're in the stadium watching.
Was it hot?
This was hotter than I wanted. It was for Alabama this time of year. Alabama gave me all it could. It said, "Look, this is all. This is the best we can do." It's been hotter.
Could be worse.
It's
Could be
been
better.
hotter. But you know that the thing about that humidity, though, you just wear it like a jacket. You can't get it off of you.
Boy.
But anyway, so here's what was happening last night for those of you that you know that are not in the know on the World Games. Last night, medal rounds. That means at 7:00 Central Time, the 2 teams played for the bronze, and then the game after that, the USA and Canada played for the gold. Now, here's what I didn't realize, and apparently young Broderick didn't realize this either. You know, the World Games is a different deal.
Yeah, they changed the game a little
It's
bit.
like when you see the
Change it up.
term gymnastics.
Right.
It's not the gymnastics you see in the Olympics.
Right.
It's some kind of spinning stuff and all this. So when
Rhythmic.
I saw lacrosse, I thought, well, lacrosse is not in the Olympics, so I'll just go see straight up lacrosse.
Right.
I was wrong. And I noticed it pretty quick. Now I want to give props, and again, if we run out of time, I'll come back to give it its due. But I know we're a little over in this break. But I will say to those that are running this, you're doing an outstanding job. I mean, the way they had the stadium set up.
No, that's not an easy compliment to get, by the way.
No, I don't hand those out.
No. Well,
Usually it's the opposite.
PA announcer, you are outstanding, by the way. The way you wrote through those Japanese names, like it was nothing. I mean, you owned it. You had worked on it. You had done your homework. You did an outstanding job.
That was hard.
Speedy, and this was said by young Broderick and by Sherry. They said the hype man was Speedy level.
Oh,
That's what they said.
Hype guy.
wow.
Yeah,
I like it.
Hype guy was outstanding.
Okay.
He's up in the crowd with his mic. Hey, let's go! I mean, in the breaks
Is
and
he
all,
really?
and all that. He would have. By the way, he wouldn't let you sit down if you shouldn't be. And so I thought the presentation of everything it exceeded my expectations.
Well,
that's great.
Well, because in all fairness, look, I'm just going to pull the curtain back here. Let's not pretend like I understand where lacrosse is in the big picture. Okay. It's a fringe game. It's not the big three. You know, it has a cult following, but it's not really something.
Oh, but it's done pretty good.
Yeah.
Rick.
So what I thought is it was possible that I might show up, and there be not a really big crowd. Well, I was wrong on that one. So, by the way,
Good.
I understand the softball, all that. The attendance right now of this stuff,
Yeah.
is
really well.
So I wasn't familiar. And this is going to be obvious. I wasn't familiar with UAB's soccer facility.
Nice.
Right.
Because I don't go see
Not
soccer.
sure where it's even at.
Yeah, I was not familiar with it. Now I will say the only negative I have, is, and this is an ongoing problem, parking.
Yeah.
Folks at UAB, you can't take away all parking and say no event parking. You got to give us some.
Yeah.
And like there were lots that I understand if the lot's being used that you don't want people parking there. I got that. But when everything is shut down and the day's over and you've got empty lots out here with plenty of parking near the stadium, why are you not letting us use them? No event parking. So it's like every lot I would go to that had spots, it would say no event parking. And you know me.
Tell them you're not there for an event. You just need to park.
Well, let me tell you something. You know how I am, and Sherry, as a matter of fact,
It's where a Jeep comes in real handy.
Yeah, well, this
Jump up on the median.
this is where Sherry has gotten on this kind of stuff because she's learned me. She's been married to me for a long time,
Right.
Just like Bubba has. They've learned me. She no longer lets me drive to events. She said if we're going on a campus or we're going into a stadium, I want to drive.
Oh, wow.
You get too frustrated. You get to the point that we can't even have fun because you're so upset with the situation. She goes, it stresses you, and I just like for you to ride, and I will find us a place, and we'll figure it out. Next time I want you to really get involved is when we're seated.
She's a rule follower in the car?
A little strange. She's
a rule breaker with a camera,
it's
but a
weird.
rule follower in the car.
Interesting.
I would have parked us about, no exaggeration, probably 15 minutes before she parked us.
If you could have just drove a camera, you'd have been good.
So was the softball field parking blocked off and all that?
I couldn't figure out where to park. It was, and then we just had one sign that said public parking this way. We needed about 4 to get us to where it was. I never found it. All it said was public parking, and we ran. There's no public parking
somewhere in this direction.
And then we ended up having to park on a curb, blocks away.
How close did you get to Tex and Gene?
I just didn't feel it, but I'll tell you how it went when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, as we come back, so what else on Trump? Are we done with Trump? I mean, we talked about how he's got to divest in all these companies, and wow, it's a lot. And also, they're saying that the Trump administration to reportedly include office of the first family. What does this mean? It says during the Trump administration, the office of the first lady is going to be changed to the office of the first family. And this may signal the emergence of a dual administration role for the 2 most important women in Trump's life, the daughter Ivanka, and soon to be, of course, First Lady Melania.
Yeah, well, I think
Melania.
I think he said that I can't say the daughter's name.
Yeah,
her and her husband have divested of many of their things too, because he is going to be an advisor to the president.
Right.
So he's going to be there anyway. She might as well too, and I guess she's going to take some role now in that also.
So it's going to be called the office of the first family.
Yeah,
not the office of the first lady.
Correct.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, we'll make some changes. We were talking a little bit about some of the, I'm using quotes here, the Republicans, the rhinos, that people have sent to Congress that have not done what the small central government, low taxes people would want. And also, they didn't. A lot of them don't think they stood up against Obamacare like they should have, and other issues. And so it's funny to watch now with new blood coming in and all that. I like seeing these guys too getting their feet held to the fire. Boy, you see them right now. They're all, hey, we got to get rid of Obamacare. You know why? Because the American people, the majority, are demanding it. And if you're going to sit by and let this kind of stuff and be passive just because you kind of like being in Congress and you kind of like the gig up there in D.C., I don't care if you have an R by your name or not, you're marked too. And I like that this part of America is finally standing up saying we're going to fire anybody that just goes up there and piddles around. We want there to be real change in the taxes, real change in this ridiculous notion of government-run health care. We want real change when it comes to how our military is funded and us being ready to win wars. We want our foreign policies changed. And those who are not willing to do that are going to be removed. Yeah,
and should
Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, well, the health care issue is important to Americans, and something has to be done. What we have in place here now is not going to work. And
it's not working.
And at some point, we're going to have to realize you can't get something for nothing. We're not going to be able to make everything perfect for everybody. Just can't do it.
Nothing from nothing leaves nothing.
That's right.
You got to have something.
That's right. If you want to be with me,
right. And some
love
of
that song.
And some of this, and I know, just watch me now. Some of this, not all, but some of this just lies at the feet of the individual.
Well, I know, but nobody wants to hear that.
Rick, well, you heard me say. You heard
me
me say. Watch me now.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
because we're in a hey, I want it free party now here in the country. Just like the group who was pushing, Bernie, they want free college. Well, the problem is the teachers won't work for free. They won't build the buildings for free. The power company won't give them the electricity for free. So textbooks are not free. So you run into this problem. Somebody's got to pay for something.
Right.
And the crazy people who don't, and that still gets me. I ranted about this. The ones that want free college and don't mind if taxes go up on everybody to pay for it, which you can't do, by the way. The numbers don't work. But they don't realize once they get out in the workforce, then they're going to pay higher taxes to pay for somebody else's college, so they're still paying for college.
Right.
It's not free. It's just a shell game.
You can pay for your own or pay for somebody else's. You're going to pay for college.
I know we're not good at math, and we may even spend too much time on it, but you got to be able to see this one. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, people.
Right. And so we I want there to be almost like that.
So how do we do it? And Rick, we can take this elsewhere. We can say, well, we want health care free because it's important. Well, college is important. Well, what about food? Why isn't food free? It's pretty important. What about water? Why isn't water free? Gosh, you live where we do. You pay out the yang for water. So
the yang.
Yeah. Well, that's all I could come up with quickly.
Yeah. Right.
So, all of those are important, right? What we want is everything that we need to be free so we don't have to do anything. It's not that way, guys. I hate to go back JFK. Not what the country can do for you, but what you can do for the country has long been lost. Long been lost. When we have 3- and 4th generation welfare families that have no hope of getting kids jobs because they've never seen anybody go to work. Guys, it can't just continue on. There has to be that reckoning day. And we've all seen that where the teacher comes in and pitches a fit.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. So took in a little world game action last night. Lacrosse. The medal rounds, and we wanted to go to more of it, but due to Brody's schedule and my schedule and Sherry's schedule, this was really the only time we could go. But it was great. So we got to see the Final Four. And the Final Four was Great Britain. Game 1, Great Britain takes on Japan.
The Brits.
And the second game was USA versus Canada.
That was for the goal.
That was, and the good news. So anyway, back to this. So the parking thing, it was minor. We worked it out. My only critique there would be you got to have. I understand why you're not letting us park closer, and you're shutting off all these lots for security. Got it. You got to have better signage and instruction on where we should park. One sign pointing public parking back toward the city. We got to have more signs than that. Because we had no idea where to go to park.
Well, luckily you weren't driving.
Yeah, I wasn't driving because Sherry doesn't allow me to drive on those things anymore. And then when we got out of the car, because of the process, because we did have a couple of disagreements on places I thought we should have parked, and I did become vocal about it at one point.
I was wondering about that.
So when I got out, I did get one talking to, where she says, "Now the attitude we have right now, it needs to improve on the walk to the stadium, and because you're frustrated, and I can tell." I said, "I'm really not. I'm not elevated. I'm not raising my voice, anything like that." She goes, "So let's get in a USA attitude as we move. Let's get excited. Let's enjoy this time that our son's been looking forward to." And I said, "I'm all in." I said, "I'm done with the park."
How long a walk did you have to think about it?
Oh my goodness.
No reason to walk around the neighborhood.
I'll
huh?
tell you this: if your rear
Say
end if your rear end sweating bothers you, you shouldn't take this walk.
did you say USA attitude?
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, Adler told us in the break that he has ruined many of events for him and whoever he was with.
It's difficult
due to the parking process.
It's difficult,
and then that walk not being so friendly on the way.
See if y'all agree with me on this, and we would have simply had to come across the street. They shut us down at one area, which was the part that breaks people like me down is when I see plenty of parking that I can't use.
Yeah, that bothers
That
me.
really breaks me down. That's hard to look at.
Right.
Okay. And
It's
so
almost like they need to put a fence up.
Just don't let me see it
with some windscreen so you can't see
Yeah.
it.
Just don't let me see it.
Yeah.
You think I could be parked?
When I'm parking blocks away and I'm walking past empty spots right by the stadium, that's tough on us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe pull a fire truck in there, right in the middle
Something
of
real-
it.
make-
To go, this is a fire truck.
You make
area.
it make it no
ambulance
way.
and fire truck area.
Make it no way for me to be there.
Right.
Okay. But we found a municipal area where you have municipal vehicles. And this is and there was no sign saying no event parking here.
About blue tags, Rick?
Well, hear me out. There were all kinds of empty spots with names on them, like for certain service vehicles. And I said, we will not park there. But I see two that don't have any names. There's not a sign in front of them. It doesn't have anybody's name, nor does it have any sort of service function. These two, I think, are available for visitors of the municipality. And I said, I think we can park here. And she said, I'm not, Rick, and she's right about this. Rick, you do understand we can't chance a towing. I'll take a ticket because, I said, I'm going to take a ticket. Parking ticket doesn't bother me. She said, but I can't take a towing. A towing.
That's a
She
whole-
said change the
She said a towing will change your whole experience.
Can I suggest something?
Uber's made it
about
easier.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. I'll Uber from my house next time.
You know those locks that they put on the wheels, in some of the big cities or whatever? Why couldn't you park there and put that lock on your tire?
That's good.
And then they can't tow it.
If I'm gonna order some of those. That's
and
a
then
great
when
idea.
you come back, you unlock the tire just like you unlock the door.
Let me write that down.
I mean, I'm just throwing up.
That's got
ideas
me.
here,
That's
Rick.
got me written all over.
It really does.
All right. So anyway, but I was fine.
But you had a good time. Let's focus on having a good time.
That's better than a handicap sticker and getting out and limping.
Right. Yeah. I love our beautiful city. I like walking through various construction projects, trying to get to the game.
Oh yeah, you love progress.
Yeah, I love all that.
Does it help any? I was told here in a text message that it's the heightened security concerns around the venue itself as to why some of these lots are vacant.
It's okay. I don't have.
You just need better signage.
Just need better
about it.
signage.
Okay.
If we can't park there for that reason, fine.
Okay.
Show us where we go.
But there's got to be somewhere to park
Turn
because
here
if
for
you
parking.
if you want people to come to an event, they have to get there because transporters have not been invented yet.
By the way, did discover this. If you want to know where people are parking, don't ask Canadians.
Oh yeah.
Zero help.
Really?
Hey, buddy, where y'all walking from? Where y'all parking? Back that way. Good, mate, or whatever. Then I go, yeah,
They go, hey,
what do they
that's
say?
Australian.
Australian.
Hey,
That's Australian.
whatever it was.
What is it? The
They-
McKenzie brothers? How they used to talk?
Well, it's a full venue, Rick. So apparently everybody found a place.
How about this? Note to self, Rick: don't ask people from another country. They don't know. All right, so
Rick, I wish you'd ask a few of them if you knew the McKenzie brothers.
You're right. Well, I had a few shouts when they won. I think you're going to enjoy. But anyway,
Let the syrup flow.
so I got past. Listen, I got past the
Thought
parking.
y'all give me more. Let the syrup, instead of champagne, syrup.
a little bit of a Mickey Dean there because I have something like that coming.
Sorry.
But anyway, so but it was not the exact phrase though. But anyway, so I enjoyed the walk. Sherry and I got to talk about things that were projects on our minds because we had a good walk and we interacted and now I'm arriving now and it's real crowded because now we're going through metal detectors and all that. And I'm a little surprised, but pleasantly surprised at the turnout. Of course, it hits me. This is going to require a little more effort from me. This is going to require more effort.
You wish you would have left earlier.
Yeah, tried to. Well, there was a discussion about that, and sure. Of course, and tell you what you don't want to do.
Never happen.
If you're already at a point that you've been told that you need a new attitude before you get to the game, one thing you don't want to do is when you arrive and there is a big crowd to say things. Now, this is why I was talking about leaving early.
Oh, okay.
Rick, did you get told you needed a new attitude yesterday? Because I did too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we both got that yesterday.
And I think what Sherry was saying is, I know you're trying not to have this attitude. It looks like it's just happening anyway.
Right.
It's
there's just so much I can do.
Right.
And then it gets loose.
But I got a new attitude on the way over there.
It's like trying to hold a cat that doesn't want to be held.
Let me tell you, my attitude picked up about the baseball field. By the time I got to the baseball field, I was fine.
So how long was the walk? Like seriously?
I would say that we walked. It probably time.
Give it to me in time or blocks.
Okay, in time we walked. I would say probably 12 minutes.
Oh, good gracious!
12 minutes. The distance.
But just said good gracious.
Good gracious. Yeah, and
it was so real.
Yeah, yeah.
12 minutes in that heat.
Yeah. Good gracious.
Bubba would have just gone home. It was the way you said it, Bubba.
I would have been, where are they streaming this thing at?
Right.
You could
have got him. So anyway, it's fine.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, which is another one of my. This is another one of my favorites. Okay, let me keep you with
mileage wise. How far?
Well, we probably walked. Let's see. Now keep in mind, I had to walk from. I was 4 streets back, so I had to walk 4 blocks to get to the main drag. And then I had to do it probably another 3 blocks to the actual stadium.
Mm-hmm. Are you walking pretty rapid pace or no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I pick up a pace.
So it's probably
a bit of a limp.
Was it close to a mile? Probably a little less than a mile.
Yeah, probably a little less.
A little less than a mile. That sounds about right when you say 12 minutes.
I'm thinking about 4 to 5 football fields.
It was further than I wanted to walk, but that's all right.
Yeah,
because it's World Games.
Yeah.
And then another one of my favorites.
The world.
Now we're in a mob of people, which is another one of my favorites. And we're not all together. I'm trying to get my son and his girlfriend where we are.
Oh no!
Tickets are not reserved; they're general admission. Okay, so that creates a problem because now you know you're saving seats, and the seats are sought after. Okay,
right.
Now if they're not sought after, that's not a big deal. Yeah. Everybody really needs a seat. A lot of folks there. Okay.
Yeah.
So keep in mind in lacrosse, remember the crowd all sits on one side. So what would normally be looks like some bleachers on the other side are not in use.
Right. Because they're too far back.
They're too far away because of the way they had to make the field.
Got it.
So when we come back, I'll tell you exactly how it went. So look, it's fine. I'm there. I've got a brand new attitude. Now Brody calls me. This didn't help. I would hey man, where do you park around here?
Oh,
yeah, I know, buddy. I've been through that. I said, there's no hope. I said, you're gonna have to find parking wherever you can. I'm sorry. I mean, where did y'all park? I said, I really don't know. I can't even describe it to you. I said, we're on a curb somewhere. I said, I think I can find it again.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but I don't know what to tell you, buddy. You're gonna have to. Here's what I would do. There's a performing arts center.
Mm-hmm.
I said I would put it in, go to it, and look around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because back up in there somewhere.
Right.
And so where's the part? Son, I've already told you. We'll see you at the game. I don't know what to tell you. You find a place to park. I don't know what to say to you.
Go to the student center.
Hey, I need more signs. Yeah, I know, but I've been through all this, so I don't want to go through it again. So I'm here. Your mom
changed my attitude.
Hey, I said I've got a USA attitude, and I said we're going in. I said I'm going in. We'll sit. I'll let you know where we're seated, and then we'll save you and Cameron seats by us. Okay, and so just let's USA, and I said and let's. I said I've got you wouldn't believe what good attitude I have. And I said, so.
I heard you were screaming that our inflation's higher than yours.
Great check,
We come back. Of all the places in this packed stadium, of course, I sit right behind Canadians.
Of course you do.
We'll,
Canada.
We'll be back. World Games update continues after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Is we're changing the way we're doing it. Coaches come in and do that. Sometimes bosses do. It requires a major course adjustment.
Right, and this may not work, but I think this is something that enough of Americans, not all, the metropolitan areas showed that they wanted to keep going the way we were going, but that's not how our country was set up. So metropolitan areas couldn't run the country.
Right.
But we're going. They're in the college. The majority of the country, meaning the states, have decided that we want to try something new and something radically new, and it may not work. It may be worse. I don't know that it could ever be worse, but it may not. We may not move forward. But then people can say, well, at least we tried that. You know how sometimes you go, well, let's try this, because I have it over always in my we might want to try it pile. Let's try it so I can at least say, I'm glad we did, or wow, I won't do that again. But at least I'll know. I didn't like having it over here and wondering about it.
Yeah.
You know, let's put it into action. Let's see how it goes. Let's move this thing forward. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, it's not as bad as what it would have been if we had Hillary.
Got another election coming up in 4 years.
So this is what Black.
This is Black Star
BBS,
Riders.
Rick.
No, this is different.
Oh, this is BSD.
No, it's BSR.
This is Black Star Rider.
Yeah, their new album, Heavy Fire.
And Damon Johnson, this is his current band?
Yes. They released two
and this is Thin Lizzy, but now there's something else.
Yes.
But still surviving members of Thin Lizzy in
Yes.
this? Oh, my gosh. This is...
I know Bill Thurlow's loving this.
Does he like this band?
Well, he loves this style of music, yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have
little toe tapper.
Little toe tapper. We got. All right, I want to be sure I got it right. All right.
Let's
First
start
of
your
all,
own playlist,
there is the standard, and the standard is the Black Crows. That's the standard.
Okay.
Black Crows, and then there's Blackstone Cherry.
Right.
Then there's Black Smoke.
Blackberry Smoke.
Blackberry Smoke, and then Black what?
Star Riders.
Black Star Riders.
I'm gonna start.
What about
a black playlist?
I can't get
what about
Smoke.
Black Smoke Cherry?
There you go.
Sure. I don't know who they are.
What about Black Smoke Riders? All right, so we have Black Crows, we have Blackstone Cherry, we have Blackberry Smoke, and Black something Riders.
Black Star Riders.
Black Star Riders.
Bleh.
Yeah. Wow.
A lot of stuff.
Seriously, we'll just make your own playlist. I mean, I don't know what you want to label it.
And let me tell you where they throw you to is that some of these, when they do covers, will cover the same song.
Yeah,
Like
that doesn't help.
Like, you got to be real careful with
yeah.
all that. So I don't know what to do with them. All right, so next we get into this. Of course, now we got Greg's meter out, and fake news is so prominent now. This is what this story claims, and we're going to watch it. This story claims that a News 9 reporter. Let's see where News 9 is located.
I think that's Down Under.
Does it
I
say?
don't know,
Is
that's
this,
my
is,
Down
is this,
Under
is this
voice.
in Australia?
It is. That was a terrible Australian.
The claim in the story is, and we're about to watch whether this is pretend, it didn't really happen. Amber Sherlock has a meltdown on the air because she realizes, and you tell it's not from here, it's from the Daily Mail because they're spelling realizing with an S, not a Z, that one of the other person has on a white outfit. All three of them come on the air, and they're women wearing basically the same color. And now the outfits are different, but if you're just looking at it, it looks like everybody's sitting there looking the same. And she gets angry about it and demands that one of them put on a jacket on the air, and that they talked about it 2 hours before airtime, and this person's come out here with a white shirt on just like she has on.
Right. So, I mean, the screen is split into 3 panels, and so you see all of them. So if you're listening on radio, it still comes across. Now, about 3/4 of the way through it, the screen goes black, and she's being told she has to change. But here's what they claim is the meltdown. Greg's not going to believe it.
I need Julie to put a jacket on because we're all in white. I asked her before we came on. Julie, you need to put a jacket on.
Flat out, I haven't had time. Does someone?
Come on, I told you 2 hours ago. We know in
Amber,
chat room.
this is not. So I'm sorry, I've been flat out.
Well,
honestly.
I'll call wardrobe and we'll get something.
No, if you give me a second, if we can ask, I'm not sure who your lineup is today. If there's just a jacket floating around out there, ask Danica.
Unless you want to run down and see if there's a jacket.
No, you're right. No,
Wardrobe's
you're
open.
right because you told me it's fine, Sandy, but there can't be 3 of us.
No.
And I've made this clear 2.5 hours ago.
Amber, if it's an issue, I can get on out of here.
It is an issue. Go and grab a jacket.
Hey, at 9 minutes to the top, have you seen the flash sale that's going on at mypillow.com/Bubba? Boy, they're moving product right now, guys. This is the time to do it. How about this? They've got the My Pillows, the premium My Pillows, as low as $19.98. So it's never been priced there. If you want to pick up some extras or you never had one, now's the time to do it. Buy one, get one free, 6-piece towel sets. Their towels are fantastic. They're bed sheets that are incredibly comfortable. Buy one, get one free there. The men's and women's My Sleepwear, 70% off. They're all-season slippers right now, and the new sandals are only $49.98. You're saving $90 right now on men's and women's styles and sizes, so check them out. Place your order right now at mypillow.com/Bubba. Go to our URL. That's where all the savings are. mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I'm at the game. Went to the World Games last night. Went to see lacrosse. So as soon as I sit down, Bubba, I coach a little lacrosse.
Yeah, I've heard that.
I coach
a little something
so,
about that. Right?
So I'm waiting on young Broderick to get there, and he knows all the ins and outs. I don't know. So I sit down, and I was that person. You ever had people behind you talking, and they don't know what's going on, and you have the answers, and you're not sure when you turn around to tell them?
Right. Yeah.
I sit down. I said, well, the field looks small. This is not a regulation field. Sherry's like, no, I think it just looks that way too. I said, baby, this is a soccer field.
You were a coach, Rick, you know.
And I said, we're not even using the whole field. I said, this is a tiny little field. And she's like, no, I don't. And also the guy's had enough in front of me. And he turns to me and goes, by the way, in World Games lacrosse, they play 6-on-6. So then I come back. Now, y'all not going to know what this means, but I said, this is box lacrosse?
Oh.
That's just a form
I really don't know what you're talking about.
And he goes, no, it's not box. I said, well, what is it? And really what I discovered, it's really its own version of lacrosse for Olympic-style tournaments.
Okay.
It's 6-on-6, so there's no long sticks. So that's the defenders. That
How many are normally out there?
10. So it's 6-on-6. So all you really have is a bunch of, and I don't want to get too technical, but I think y'all will understand what I mean. It's like you go into a basketball game and all the centers are not playing. And all you have is a bunch of guards out there playing against each other.
I got it.
So it's almost
a lot of speed.
It's almost like middies on middies. And so what I realize is, well, this is going to be a fast pace. And he goes, oh yeah, it's very fast paced. And then I realized what this really means is no defense. Okay,
Right.
Hey, listen, let me tell you something. If you play goalie,
It's arena ball.
Hey, if you decide to play goalie in 6-on-6, you're out of your mind because they're firing on you the entire game. It's just one shot after another. And so anyway, I realized that the first game is for the bronze medal, and the story inside this tournament is, wow, Japan's beating people that they normally don't beat. The Japanese team's really getting better.
Konnichiwa.
So they upset some people. I think a lot of people thought the Final Four would be Australia, Great Britain, Canada, USA. Nobody's surprised that Canada and the USA are in the finals, and I think that may hurt it getting to an Olympic sport, and I'll tell you why. I think the Olympics want it to be a sport where every nation has a chance. Right now, the gap between the USA and Canada down to the next best team is a big gap. And so they say basically that if you go around to the World Championships, it's Canada beats USA, USA beats Canada, Canada beats USA, USA beats Canada. On traditional lacrosse.
Right.
Now, I found out pretty quick on 6-on-6, the Canadians way ahead of the world.
Huh.
I mean, and I wasn't ready for that because, in all honesty, Americans, we got kind of an attitude that we expect to win. So I'm thinking, I'm sitting there going, man, I can't wait to see our team get the gold. That's going to be cool. And then Brody finally, of course, when he arrives, he starts visiting with everybody, trying to get to us, and he sees his team is there. When the team sees Coach, he goes over and sits down with them. Of course, this is driving Sherry crazy. And I'm like, baby, he'll just get here when he does. So when he sits down, that's the first time that Brody began to prepare me for defeat.
Oh, really? He just called it.
He sits down and he goes, yeah. I said, William, he goes, Canada, best team.
Oh, no.
I said, they're the best team? And he goes, oh, yeah.
Oh, Canada.
And I said, are we going to get it handed to us? He goes, no, I mean, I think we got a chance, but I mean, I don't feel good about it. They really are waxing everybody in this. And I'm like, and that felt weird. And then I noticed in front of me, I immediately see the maple leaf. I'm like, oh, got Canadians in front of me. So then, of course, comes what the instruction. There'll be no jawing with the Canadians. Just
from who, the announcer?
Well, no, from Sherry.
From Sherry.
Yeah, and so you see them. This is right in front of me.
No joy.
What if the announcer would have said that?
Rick, there will be no joy.
Did you talk to him though? Welcome them to town and all that?
No, because we're about to play.
Oh,
yeah.
Did you ask him how they like that heat?
Yeah, I said,
Welcome to this event.
Did you tell
Real
him,
quick,
did
Rick,
you tell him
do
you
not
get to own
jaw
guns
the
and they
Canadian.
don't?
Hey, Jerry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's medal round. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Rick Burgess. Rick Burgess. No, the World Games is about the world all loving each other, and I'm not just an American. I'm an Alabama guy.
Oh yeah,
And
Competitive spirit.
Did you ask him if their prime minister was really the commie's son?
Castro.
Yeah,
Castro's son?
I wanted to do all that.
You just got it.
But you know why I didn't trash talk about that? Because Biden's our president.
That's a good point, right? Rick, let's don't start talking about who's in charge.
I didn't do an El Presidente trash talk.
That's a good point.
So anyway, the highlight of the night, and was the Japanese team, because unfortunately we don't do well in the medal round. The Japanese team came out and upset Great Britain, and nobody saw that coming, and it went to overtime. And here's what I love about overtime.
So they didn't lose face?
No. Overtime is sudden death. First one to score wins.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, and so the Japanese team. Now I did feel uncomfortable with it. See if this makes y'all uncomfortable. The Americans begin to pull for the Japanese overwhelmingly over Great Britain. Is that some kind of seeded thing still inside of us?
Probably just because they were the underdog.
I think that's
we love
underdogs.
Yeah, I think.
And
that's
plus, look, let's face it, we're going to need Japan with this China thing.
Right. Well, in 6-on-6
We need them
lacrosse,
to turn it up a little bit.
on 6-on-6 lacrosse, it's nothing but shooting. 30-second shot clock. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean that's like a basketball.
Yeah, college lacrosse has just now put a shot clock in. I think it's 60. So 30-second shot clock. You got to shoot. There's no long sticks. Traditional lacrosse, if I shoot and miss and my guy's nearest it, I get another shot. In this, if you miss and the goalie doesn't stop it, it's the other team's ball. And if I go a man up, in traditional lacrosse, if I score, it's back even. Now he stays in there the whole time, and you can score as many times as you want. Ooh. So it's a lot of run and gun, a lot of action. So the Japanese beat Great Britain and win the bronze, and that whole celebration of watching them, it was a big deal for them.
Yeah,
and you see them right there; they can't believe
it. Look at that.
And then the Canadians came
like a
came
panda
out,
eating sawbriars.
and then the Canadians came out on this 6-on-6 lacrosse, and according to Brody, I didn't know this. We're still kind of in the traditional lacrosse world. We haven't really adapted to 6-on-6 lacrosse. The Canadians have. Mm-hmm. Have you ever watched your team get beat and it's over so fast? I mean, you were never in it.
Yeah, Rick, I pull for several teams.
Right,
I have that experience a lot.
The Canadians beat us so bad, and we were never in it. So got beat.
Rick and Bubba.
Jenny, someone able to grab me a jacket, please? If it's an issue,
I wasn't saying it for no reason. The wardrobe girls will be furious downstairs.
I'm wearing blue for one, Amber. I don't want to be having this.
It doesn't look like it. Jenny, get someone in, a producer. I told her there's 2.5. There's one hanging up outside the control room. Just get it on. There's a black one hanging up. There's a black one hanging up on the back of my one.
If there's an issue, I can just head on out and get back to work because I'm flat chat. I genuinely forgot.
So they go dark. All right.
I rose.
Apparently she's changing now.
Made this. I told you.
If it's an issue, I'll just jump on out. Honestly.
Fine, jump on out.
Cat
if that's what you'd like to do.
Oh, cat fight.
Come on, wearing a jacket is not. I asked you 2.5 hours ago. It's not the hardest request.
Amber.
We have a young man
This is not the only thing I'm doing today.
Yeah, there's one hanging on the rack. I know there's two. I know it's not your issue, but I did ask Julie 2.5 hours ago.
She's made it clear.
She's really made that clear.
Yeah.
By the way,
there we go.
Is that mic's working for everyone?
Look, now she has a black jacket.
Now she has a black jacket on. And Amber's happy now.
Imagine having to go home to Amber.
Time now to head into the chat room, and joining me today is.
So then let's go back to.
Yeah.
So that was on the air. That wasn't just somebody releasing it that was working.
Here it is.
Could you imagine Sunday morning going to church with that chick?
Right. Look
in
now.
Melbourne and Nine's Julie Snook in Sydney. A big welcome to both of you. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
And so what? The only thing I don't know, Greg. What do you think? Do you think it was real?
The interaction of the women seems real. My question is,
Was that live or was that just the satellite feed, the pre-shot?
Right.
where they were setting up?
It had to be.
To me, it seems like that the people working there wanted them to release this. This was an argument going on before they went to air.
That's what it looked like.
You know,
but
like-
the satellite
right.
was up. It could have been seen.
This is
now, we
right
have a
there.
young man who just has been in Australia for a year here in our audience.
Really?
Today. Do you recognize any of those? Is that some channel there that's big?
I did not watch any news while I was
Okay. Yeah.
Well, I don't blame you.
I've just noticed that when instead of saying busy or slammed, they say flat out.
I've been flat out.
I've been flat out, meaning I hadn't had time.
All right, so this is like when we heard the Chris Berman thing when he was dogging everybody and somebody put that out.
O'Reilly had an incident.
O'Reilly had an incident. Casey Kasem has one that's legendary.
Yes,
and
Bill
Tell
Clinton
the
had
rest of
one.
the story.
Yes,
Goodness
Berman.
gracious.
But so I think these women arguing about their wardrobe, that part's real. It seemed real,
Yeah.
felt real to
Yes,
me.
yes.
I just don't think that was happening on the air.
Yeah.
But somebody's let us see what was happening before they
Or
went.
the
live.
uplink was up
here-
and somebody saw it and made a copy of it.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, now it says here that the two have released a statement, and Amber says she probably was overreacting, and live TV can be pretty stressful. So I don't know if it was live or not. It looked like it was. It was
The
just
argument
free.
seemed real. I just don't know if it was.
Right.
We're watching the uplink, like you said, or somebody sent it out. I'll tell you one thing. She'd covered this 2.5 hours before they ever went on air.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'd already talked about this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're in a kind of a downtime as far as Rick and Bubba University is concerned. That is our intern program, Rick and Bubba University, and of course this show has classes every day trying to help you earn your degree in common sense, which has sadly now become a superpower. So we have.
I don't remember this big a gap though before.
Yeah,
Maybe it was there. I just don't remember.
if you remember, Greg explained that. He said normally the gap is avoided because some of the students are so close to the studio, they'll go ahead and start. The next group of students coming in, with this being an exception of who we're about to talk to now, they live in other parts away from the show, the other states, so they can't be here until they're actually in class.
Right.
Yeah. Normally, we don't have that situation. But
And some of the holdovers from last semester usually live close, and they'll say, well, they're all out of state.
Well,
too.
we're growing, but we're too far. We got interns too far away now.
Our Greg's too mean. None of them like him.
Well, I mean,
I don't want it.
Well, let's face it. I mean, I've lived with him for 50 years. I don't like him. You know what I mean? He's just a very difficult person. But I love him. I love my baby brother.
Yeah, whatever.
All right. So as we start this hour, this one is going to be fun for everybody because she comes right out of our hometown.
That's right.
Of Oxford, Alabama, and her father graduated with me and went to school with Greg. And we know him very well. And
Known him since we were 5 years old.
Since we were
T-ball.
since we're 5-year-old T-ball, or as we called it, Cap League.
Cap League.
And so this is Stuart Gale Chase. Now her dad, Scott Chase, but we all knew him as Putt Chase.
Mm-hmm.
That was his nickname.
Now, how did he get that name?
We're not sure.
Do you know? Has your dad ever said, "Here's how this happened"?
He told me that it was from Wayne Yates' sister when he was like 2.
When he what now?
Wayne Yates' sister when he was like
Wayne
2 years
Yates'
old.
Remember they lived
sister.
across the street from?
Yeah, I remember that.
He was like 2 years old.
So a neighbor's sister said, called him Putt when he was just a little bitty.
Because he was just a little putt.
A little putt, just a little putt.
I guess
It
so.
stuck.
Boy, did it stuck.
I've heard
Stick.
of that name before for people, but you don't hear it a lot.
No. And so now to make this even a little more dicey and a little more fun for everybody, her dad, in my opinion, is the person who played the biggest role in the food fight of 1979.
He was definitely a player in it.
Yeah.
He was a player.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't y'all say he was the first guy that got hit?
I think he was the first victim. But
And then you said he started it. He can't start it and be the first guy hit.
well, understand.
Very few people throw coleslaw on themselves.
No, we had.
It was an interesting situation.
It was. Yeah, we can't go into it. It was.
Yeah, we can. What happened was
y'all
this.
started
We
this
had a
while you
whole
can.
trial about it on our show back in the first few years of the show, and I was exonerated for being responsible. But what happened by a jury of my peers, with the evidence and witnesses and all that.
Showing that the jury system is not perfect.
Right, and that was that one year I think I developed the nickname OJ. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. It is Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. All here. Welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
So, Bubba, staying with the international competition. So, congratulations to Japan winning the bronze. Congratulations to the Canadians. I saw them win on 6-on-6 lacrosse men's division. The ladies are still playing. Great experience. Everybody who put on the ceremonies last night in the games, it was really, really well done. I was proud of Birmingham on the way that it was done. And I did say a couple things when the Canadians were, when they realized that you could see they were going to uncomfortably celebrate because there were so many Americans. And finally, I just looked down and said, "Look, we love y'all's bacon.
Right.
Go right ahead."
Oh, you finally did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, is that the only engagement you had with the Canadians? You didn't talk.
I screamed out
politics with them, or
I screamed
how
out
their travel was to Birmingham.
How's their health care?
No, and at one time I said we're all Americans. North America, get it. But anyway, by the way, you can't see in that picture. Sherry wore a shirt, and across it just said America. Have you ever seen those?
No,
yeah. And so she has a couple of shirts that she'll bring out every now and then that nobody's expecting.
Yeah,
and that's
there it is right there.
Look, America.
I just thought the A was covered up.
No,
Rick, one thing I noticed that the Canadians had, or at least from one picture showed it, was they had a flag.
Oh yeah.
Did that
getting in your way?
Did it block your vision
I knew.
any?
See, y'all forcing that out of me. I don't look. I did say because when they introduced their team, they stood up as they should have, and they had their big flag, and I did make a comment that this can't be the whole game.
Was it?
We'll give you this.
Was that directed at them or throw by?
No,
so that loud enough that they could hear.
I just said, hey, this can't be the whole game.
Okay.
And they turned around because Canadians are nice, and they said, oh no, we're not going to do this the whole game. And then I said, "But
so you already started early,
right?" Well, I just
so you were looking
Got
at
a
Sherry
border
and talking
skirmish.
loud enough for them to
That's
hear.
it.
correct.
And that's not going to happen the whole game.
Yeah, it can't have this whole game.
Yeah.
I said,
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, because then I can't. If I stand up, the people behind me can't see.
Yeah,
right.
That kind of
The
stuff.
flag's not going to be in my way.
Yeah, but anyway, and
that's the first thing I saw.
Yeah, and they were really, really good at this form of lacrosse, the best in the world. Keep in mind, you know how in the Olympics, like the NBA players all go play for their countries. Even though they're from other countries.
Right.
You have that in lacrosse too, bro. This is all Brody educated me. He says these really good Canadians out here, the pro leagues, they play over here on like some of the pro teams. But now they're playing for their country. But he said two of the best in the world out here playing right now. And wow, were they good. And we couldn't do that with them. But anyway, so
we did get silver, right?
Yeah, we got silver. But I said this too. There's another thing since y'all getting out of me. Our team didn't look all that fired up, and they were like, I said, yeah, it's a little tough for us. We're not used to losing. I said, we don't celebrate number two.
Yeah.
Just not our way.
Took
You said loud enough for them to hear too?
Sherry's like, they won the silver medal. I said, yeah, but for Americans, that's subpar. I mean, we don't like to lose. We lost the game bad. But I understand our team, according to Brody, is really, really young, and their team is very, very veteran. And it showed.
So we'll be back.
We were trying to play traditional lacrosse while they were playing 6-on-6. Traditional lacrosse is set up, running offense, cutters. You ain't got that kind of time in 6-on-6. It's run and gun, baby.
So all our lacrosse players were college guys.
Yeah, they were just out of college.
Yeah.
Whatever. So that's all right. I mean,
Speaking of international competition, Rick, the Tour de France.
I did ask for syrup for one thing you asked me. That's why I did ask that. I said, love your syrup, love your bacon.
But that flag's not going to be in my way all night.
Well, just not all night.
Rick, but I'm done with the flag.
Right. By the way, I was also told for Sherry that I will stay for the medal ceremony.
Yes.
Oh, really?
And you hated
You
that.
couldn't vapor?
Not for a silver.
Yeah,
sounds like. Anyway,
when you saw it was silver, I'm surprised you didn't pack them up.
If we win the gold, I stay.
But you did leave or didn't leave?
No, I didn't leave. I stayed.
Sherry made you stay.
She said. But smart because she knows me. Back to me. I got that early on.
Yeah.
She said and I like that. I like to know what I'm up against.
Yeah.
She said
expectations are key.
She said just know I want to stay through the medal ceremony, and so does Brody. Yeah. So and that was good. I heard that at Indian Springs.
Yeah.
I was like,
yeah, and you need your expectations. You're already there, so you got it done.
You could have said, well, Brody can drop you off the house when y'all get
back. No, I was all about the medal ceremony. It was great. Well
and done. Halfway around the world, Rick, the Tour de France is in full blown excellence. And Rick, the thing with the Tour de France,
the Tour de France.
If it ain't some spectator sticking their head out or a sign causing a crash,
Or Lance Armstrong doping.
you got a bunch of protesters. So the Tour de France was interrupted by a group of protesters blocking the road. Have you seen
gotta
this?
be kidding
Have
me.
you seen that?
You got to be kidding
Climate
me.
activists, Rick.
All right, now who are the which ones? Bicycles are very
Showing
green.
53. They will have to wait for that time because of the protest. They will get the
What is
gaps back on the restart.
They've thrown out some smoke bombs. All right, somebody help me a little bit, okay?
I remember this happening in the 80s with
Oh,
the
look, they're laying
idiots.
idiots. Run over them.
And he rode through them, punched them all, and kept going. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't care what your protest is. I'm a professional cyclist, and I'm."
I'm out of
You know
hell.
what? I agree with that very colorful
Guys,
announcer.
that's the greenest sport, one of the greenest
Thank
sports
you.
there is.
My hand is up.
What did
Greg,
they do
the Chief's got his hand up. I was just from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I have to say this: how are they mad at bicycles?
Bicycles are what
Rick,
they want us
hey,
to go to,
there's
right?
There's vehicles that their team's driving with other bikes on the top, and their coaches are in them. Plus, they got motorcycles with the cameras.
But still, as a sport, what we're saying is it has to be one of the greenest sports because they don't use gas.
Compare this to NASCAR.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be
I
like?
think it's more about the publicity than it is.
Wouldn't that be if I was an animal activist?
I'd run over that one right there.
You would ask me why are you protesting the broccoli eating contest?
Yes.
I shouldn't be here.
Shouldn't be there.
Shouldn't I be over there with
Oh, he
Kobayashi? and
almost
them?
ran over that whole
I'd have
bunch.
run right through them. Well, they got to learn, Greg.
I love the announcer saying that.
yeah.
Can we hear that again,
Punching
Adler? I
up.
love him saying that. Listen to what he says he ought to do.
And didn't he say somebody had already done it in the past?
Yeah,
That made that
he's
comment.
retelling a story, I think.
With the global, these are climate activists.
All right, so yeah, here's what our story
Yeah,
says.
let's
It
go
says the
protest
activists,
bicycles.
one of them were wearing a T-shirt saying we have 989 days left. Set on the road at the 22-mile mark. It was it halted for 10 minutes after half a dozen of the activists tried to stop the riders. Police and other organizers pulled them away. By the way, there's a couple of photos of them being dragged off into the
I
bushes.
love that.
This is kind of a remote area. Did they drive a car to get there to protest?
That's a good point.
And if we've got less than 1,000 days, I'm not going to use any of that time sitting in the middle of the road.
Amen.
We ain't got many
What an
days left.
idiot.
It says since the government doesn't.
753.
It says since the government doesn't care about the climate crisis, we need to take over the Tour de France to refocus attention on what matters, and it's our survival.
Okay, Maura. Let's hear the announcer what he would do to the protest.
Currently showing 753. They will have to wait for that time because of the protest. They will get the gaps back on the restart. I remember this happening in the 80s with the great French cyclist Bernard Hinault. And he rode through them, punched them all, and kept going. He said, "I'm sorry, I don't care what your protest is. I'm a professional cyclist, and I'm."
All right, so let's bring
Right
this
there,
back into.
friends. Another reason to love the '80s,
There
right
you go.
there.
Yeah.
All right, see what we did to protesters? We punched them and rode right through them.
Yeah, Bubba, this
I'm a
happened.
professional cyclist.
This same organization disrupted the French Open tennis match. It says it was a men's semifinal match. They came out and jumped on the court, tied herself to the net.
Yeah.
This is the story we talked about. Her T-shirt said, "We have 1,028 days left."
They're on a
Okay,
countdown.
so let's say that this countdown thing. So everything, what are we supposed to stop doing tomorrow that's going to save us in that amount of days?
If you only got that many days left, which is
You ain't
know
gonna turn the
round-
ship.
round figures 3 years, take a vacation.
Yeah,
it's too late.
Party
So-
up
Yeah.
because
It's
you know what? This is this
To
the
quote
same,
Prince, "Party up."
party up. Is this the same bunch that attacked the hot dog eating contest? I hope not.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut said
Right.
Well, Joey Chestnut showed you how to get rid
he
of it.
did.
Guys, how do you come
And
up? How do you
then
come up
choke
with this
down
number?
70 dogs.
How do you come up with this number 989?
That's-
days?
it's
I mean, what are we talking about?
All
All
right.
right.
Like Bubba, if that's all we got left, there's no way to turn this ship around. Just enjoy yourself.
It's over.
How about why don't we go in and we give all these wacky leftists a country and let them have it if they'll leave us alone? How about that? And let them do what they want to do.
Okay, I
Just
like
protest, don't go to work, and demand a bunch of handouts.
When we come back, the Kraken has risen out of the abyss. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But what I'm saying is this: there was a food fight theory that had started in the school that this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the group of guys I ran with, they referred to them, the teachers, the principals, as the group.
Mm-hmm.
And they, like, every morning you would hear the speaker rattle, and all of us or some of us would be called to the office for something.
Right.
And this happened again, and he said, we know this is coming. We know that y'all seem to be responsible for everything else that seems to happen around here. So if you know who's doing this, you get in there and you stop it. This better not happen, or we're going to hold y'all accountable for it. So, we didn't know what was going to happen. In those days, corporal punishment was public, and it was proud, and it was severe. So they took 2 assistant principals and the head principal, and they had them in the lunchroom with paddles in their hand, ready to launch on anybody that threw food. Okay? So what happened was some people got up and faked that they were going to throw food.
Because we had broken up in like 2 teams.
2 teams. And the lunchroom ladies that day, in all fairness, served baked potatoes. Yeah. Okay, and they had them in stacks, and we're just laughing as people were grabbing them.
Putt's team was not the team that did the fake throw.
No, they
were
not.
the ones because they were taking that team out, remember?
Yeah, so the fake throwers, now the principals are so ready to make an example of somebody, they go after the fake throwers, but every one of them leave the room with them after giving them a lick, and then we're escorting them out to take them to the next. Well, they all got caught up in it.
So you're saying they got paddled for fake throwing?
Yeah, because they're trying to be cute.
Absolutely.
And then everybody, in a brilliant move, though.
They
fake throw. Everybody, they calm down. They're laughing. They say, y'all, come on, that's enough. They're taking them out. Then somebody who wasn't, we don't know who it was.
I think
it was none of the main players hit putt with a baked potato. And when they did, the place erupted.
Guys, I've never seen anything like it. Listen, I've never seen anything like it.
It erupted.
It makes Animal House look like a warm-up act.
Which tells you there were so many people that were wanting to participate.
They were ready.
They were looking at the main ones. That's really not who did it. It was the people that they didn't expect.
In my opinion, it was Scotty Kraft.
It may have been.
But anyway, so
he might be listening.
Who hit putt?
Also known as the yard dog.
Yes. So, but what happened was, guys, listen. I want y'all hear me. The rain down of food, and here's what got us all in trouble. Then students realized there's so much mayhem they can't get us all, and they began to fire on the teachers.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my God. Hey, when you see a teacher wiping baked beans out of her glasses.
They must have stopped that. Anyway.
And you see one of the assistant coaches standing up, think he's going to stop it, and all he did was he got pummeled like he was shot by a fully automatic weapon.
So you're saying a lot of people had to throw food?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Everybody was cocked and loaded, but didn't know it.
I've never seen so much food come raining down on people.
And once that one potato was unleashed.
How long did it last,
It was
do you
like
think?
a blitzkrieg.
I think the only way it finally came
It
under.
didn't last long at all. Everybody was out of food quick.
Yeah, that was it. They just ran out of food. No one stopped it. Anyone who tried to stop it just ended up with food all over.
All right, so it settles, and now what? There's quiet in the room.
What happens
then
then is the principal comes up, and because he left the lunchroom and looks back and hears this going crazy.
So he's the only clean one.
He probably got caught up too.
He orders that everybody of our group be brought forward, and we are paddled in front of the whole lunchroom, in front of everybody. I mean, they didn't wait to find out. They said, we're going to paddle you just for who you are. Okay? We know you're involved in some way.
So you're getting paddled with food all over you?
Well, I dove under a table, and I had a terry cloth shirt on, of course, and I took a piece because it was also Mickey Travis's birthday, and I took a piece of chocolate cake to the hip. That's the only thing I had on me. And because I went under the table knowing I want to be able to say I didn't throw anything because I know I'm about to be in trouble. Now, Greg, I saw him throw with my own eyes. As I'm going under the table, he's just grabbing every pouch of his tray and throwing whatever's in and out. And I saw that.
And then I slip out.
And listen, I saw that with my own eyes.
Yeah, I threw.
So they took us before the whole lunchroom, and they paddled every one of us. They sent everybody back to their rooms. Like, really, they had to gather themselves. Then they told us to clean up the lunchroom, to which we then dumped all the water out and began to play hockey with the mops and milk cartons. Yeah. When he saw that, the next thing we saw was the lunchroom doors opening and standing, shadowed by the sun, only his silhouette, my father. And they
caught him up from the bottom of the hill.
They brought him up from the bottom of the hill, the athletic department. He was standing there in them tight coach's shorts.
Yeah.
And he basically said he was going to kill every single one of us. Yeah. and then he took control of the day, not the moment, the day. 21 minutes now past the hour, Rick and Bubba. 28 years, still here. Rolling, trying to get to the end of year 28 and Celebrate 29. All right, so Wednesday Bible study back today. Look for it live on the YouTube channel, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. Genesis 26 today as we walk through the book of Genesis. It'll be archived soon after to the YouTube channel and our podcast archives as well. All right, so, and Willamite's still in play. Hasn't spun yet this week, so it will before the week is over. So, Bubba, he has risen from the ashes.
Oh, he's back.
The Kraken, release the Kraken.
Fresh off a Omicron case. Hadn't had to say that in a while.
The High Priest of Health, Dr. Anthony Fauci, is back, and he's ready to talk to us again. He was chatting with Neil Cavuto. It's anecdotal. And so he's you see the fall approaching, and it's almost like we got to take little Anthony. Somebody get Tony Fauci, and let's run him out there again. He is back. Do we just want to play the clip?
Yeah, just play it. He's going to tell you all about it. He's on with Neil Cavuto off of I guess it's Fox News yesterday.
Yeah. So here we go.
We are certainly not over it, and I think that people have an understandable desire to put this in the rearview mirror and say we're through with it, but that's just not the reality, Neil. And when I say that, I don't mean to scare people or to get people feel they have to dramatically alter their lives or do anything with mandating a thing like that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about making use of the available interventions that we have. Let me give you an example. 67% of the people in this country are vaccinated. We rank very low among developed and developing nations in the proportion that are vaccinated. Of those who are vaccinated, only about half of them have gotten their first boost. Again, we've got to do better than that. We're giving the virus the opportunity to continue to spread in our community. And if we do simple things, which are not disruptive in any major way, vaccination, boosting, testing. For example, if you're going to go to a function, you want to get tested to make sure you're negative, so that if you are infected and you have minimal symptoms, you don't spread it. If you have a vulnerable person in your household, someone who's on chemotherapy or immune compromised, you might want to test regularly to make sure you don't inadvertently bring the virus home to a susceptible person. Those are relatively easy things to do, Neil, and yet we're not doing enough of it. And that's what I'm trying to get the message out. We don't want to disrupt your life. We don't want to force you to do anything, but do some common sense things that have been proven to be effective.
All right, Rick, can I just follow up with what the great Fauci of Health has shared here?
You're right.
Currently in the United States, 65% of the COVID cases are the BA.5 variant of Omicron. Okay, Omicron. How do we say that? Omicron. It's Omicron.
Omicron.
BA5, 65%. This is from, and once again, Rick, we know a very right-wing conservative group, CNN Health.
Right, yeah.
Omicron subvariants BA4, BA5 appear to escape antibody responses among both people who previously had COVID-19 infections and those who have been fully vaccinated and boosted, according to new data from researchers at a medical center at Harvard Medical School.
Right. And now, he went on in this same interview, Fauci did, to say that the vaccine, he admits, doesn't protect overly well those that are vaccinated, but what it does do is it protects you quite well against severe diseases leading to hospitalization and death. So he basically admitted having the vaccine doesn't protect you from catching it, but in his opinion, he says it protects you against severe disease if you catch it.
If you've not been following the news,
that's what he said.
And many of you have tuned out and have not. The drug manufacturers who have brought you these vaccines are now working on COVID vaccine 2.0 that they expect to have out in the near future that is based on Omicron and will be, according to them, effective against the BA4, BA5 variant. But, will it help? Maybe, if you've had it. Good for you. Is it worth the risk to take it now at this point? I don't know. But our whole immune system fades anyway. What the vaccine does is cause your body to give an immune response, same as having it, and that fades over time. Sure, we're going to be susceptible to this again when it comes back around to some degree.
Here's a quick clip that Speedy was talking about.
One of the things that's clear from the data, that even though vaccines, because of the high degree of transmissibility of this virus, don't protect overly well, as it were, against infection.
No, they don't. And I understand they're saying that, but back to what we were said before, how I would counter his point, and this is good news, by the way. If you're someone that is uncomfortable with vaccines, meaning you may just be someone who's totally against them, or someone who just is saying I'm not against vaccines, but I want them to be done safely, and I want to be cautious about when they're given to me, what I'm taking, all that. We have these antivirals now that are also performing quite well.
Now, there was two. One has been taken off the market, but we still have one.
Yeah, why did they take the other one off?
They said it was having some potential drug interactions that they were not expecting. But there is one that is effective.
But they're experimental, just like the vaccine. Experimental.
I can't say the name of it.
And the fact that we have these subvariants do not seem to be as severe as the one we started with, as far as death is concerned and hospitalizations. So a person who says, I'm not comfortable with the vaccine, but if I get it, I'll take an antiviral. I mean, isn't it all the same thing? I mean, as long as you are, because it seems like there's nothing out there that can keep you from being infected. We don't have anything. So if you get infected, it's now more, really, I think our focus, as we've said forever, is can we keep you out of the hospital and keep you from having a severe deal? And the answer is yes. So I don't even know what this is all about now. Yeah. And I don't like this term he keeps saying, it's not over yet. Hey, Fauci, it's never going to be over.
Right.
This is another virus that we're going to have in our list of viruses probably for as long as we live on this planet. So we all have moved on, and what we call it now, high priest of health, is getting sick. Hey, so-and-so's not working today. Yeah, he's got COVID. Oh, okay. And then they come back to work when they feel better. Just like so-and-so's not here today because they have the flu. So-and-so's not here today because they have a stomach virus. So-and-so's not here today because they've got a sinus infection and they don't feel good. It's not ever going away, and it seems like we've moved into the mode now that it's just another sickness that we all work through and continue to live our lives. I don't know why he feels the need to come out and let's hear from him again. There's really
we gotta hear from the Kraken.
Yeah, right. And when he says we're not doing these things, everybody I know is living their life with these basic common sense things that I see. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
We stayed with him and cleaned up the lunchroom, cleaned up the whole campus, made us go pick up trash everywhere, back to the bottom of the hill where he paddled us again. Okay? Then when I got home, I was whipped again.
He's never been one to bring work home. That day
he brought it home.
He brought it home.
That day he brought it home.
Still mad.
So I took two paddlings and one just basic good old homespun spanking with belts and all that. I took all that in one day. Okay.
Now, how many times did you say, I didn't do anything, I didn't throw anything?
My mother, and I don't even know this is parent legal, she said, we may not be able to prove you're associated with this. We're whipping you today for all the things you have done. You know what I mean?
This is just to get even.
This is just trying to even up out of count, you know? And I remember one time, we were downstairs, and one of our buddies started kind of looking at, messing with his folder under his chair. He said he's never forgotten that. My dad, oh my gosh, you quit tampering with that notebook and look at me while I'm talking. So it was a real bad scene. Yeah. So the intern we're about to come back and name, her dad was in the middle of all that.
Oh, yeah. He was a big player.
The food fight in 1979.
Greg,
was the first person to be hit by food.
In 2017, I'll ask again, did you see your brother throw anything?
You know what? I was too busy throwing. I wasn't looking at him. But I don't think he did. I think he dove.
I didn't throw anything.
I was letting it fly. I knew not
How many
to throw
how many
potatoes.
how many throws did you get in?
I think I got about 4 good. Woo, woo.
All potatoes.
The last one, no, it was the potatoes in a milk carton doing this.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show naming our first new intern of 2017. Stuart Gail Chase is here. And her dad went to high school with yours truly, Rick and Greg Burgess, and graduated with me in 1983 and was part of the food fight of 1979, which has been a prominent topic on the show for years, for those of you that are new. And she said she knows the story firsthand. And stains from the amount of food that was thrown remained in that lunchroom years after we were gone, and the way that everyone ate lunch was forever changed.
Yeah.
Wow.
So still, that's hey, that's legacy right
yeah,
there.
you had to start going with your teacher after that.
That was legacy. And I told Bubba, because everybody's trying to figure out why did the group of people be punished no matter what happened. This is kind of the military strategy we take sometimes, is we're going to punish the people and try to get them to police themselves and go after the bad guys. So what they were saying is, we're going to punish you guys to the point that maybe y'all will call everybody involved. But since the entire junior high was involved, it's impossible to have called everybody. So I think it was 9th grade, 7th and 8th grade.
Yeah, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, so we're at the 8th and 9th grade. So anyway, so she's here. So her dad's nickname was Put, so that's got to be part of it. We've had, instead of Foo Fighter, they said, how about Food Fighter?
Yeah.
Because she's tied to the food fight of 1979.
But Rick, I think anybody whose dad's nickname was Putt, and then she is the daughter, it's Putt Putt.
I like Putt
That's
Putt.
hard to beat.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
know?
I'm considering.
I know you've heard that before.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
plenty.
I'm considering doing these. So let that be written. So let it be law. But because it is.
Well, let's just hear what everybody thinks.
Yeah, 866 we be big. I know some of you are sending them in by emails, and I'm looking at some of those. And
now I am getting email, Rick, too, that says if the teachers that are there are still alive and well, people would love to bring them in and discuss the food fight.
Yeah,
It's been so long.
from their
Them
perspective.
teachers probably can't remember.
yeah,
No, no.
guys,
Even though y'all can remember every detail.
look, you
I'll
don't.
say, if you had to wipe baked beans off your glasses, you probably
That's a good
remember
point.
it.
Saw that
That's
firsthand.
probably kind of ingrained
That's
in your
funny.
thoughts.
Well, when you-
I love- that's my favorite of all of them.
Listen. The part you like,
Baked
Bubba,
beans.
is when everybody got sent back to their room, and you're sitting there with a very angry teacher with food in her hair.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, and very, very angry, and waiting for everyone to pay the price.
It was way worse than I ever imagined it would be.
It was the most unbelievable food fight I've ever known of. All right, so here's some others, and I've seen some on TV. It was that thing they show in Animal House. It was much worse. Than that. Let's see, intern name. How about intern thrown potato, Holly Rowe? Ivan Putski.
The wrestler.
This is pretty good
He was
here.
a wrestler.
Tommy and Madison, what do you think?
Hey, it's just for you, Greg. Putt light.
That is good.
Putt putt for the fun of it. Putt putt for the
Fun of it.
Did you ever get a nickname other than
Lots.
really?
Oh, yeah.
What are some you had?
Stoogey, Stu, Stooge,
Oh, because your name's Stuart Gill.
Stuart Little. Don't even think about it. That's not even funny. No,
Stuart
no,
Little.
no, no, no.
You are tiny. So and you you'll be at Auburn? Is that where you're going to be?
I'm a senior at Auburn.
In communications. Okay. Let's go to Lamar. Lamar, what are you bringing to the table? What do you think?
Chasing putts.
Chasing
putts.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Here we go. All 10 lines are available. You move now, you get in, and we chat. 866 We Be Big, fire up, come on in. We'd love to talk to you, and while you're dialing up, and the real Greg Burgess is getting you lined up, ready to go. Minions, don't bog down by wanting to talk to Greg. Just say, hey, tell us what you want to talk about, and let's get you on hold so we can get you here on the air. I do want to point you to something that I'm loving right now, and that's fieldofgreens.com. I've already had my first shake today, and you get one scoop, put it in your favorite drink, mix it up, have a drink, and love it. It is a wonderful organic superfood. I can really, really tell how it's affected energy in a positive way, and love it, and my digestive system as well. We're told by the CDC we need 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but we're not going to do that. That's very hard to do. But with Field of Greens, it's powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus a science-backed, kind of a combination of herbs and prebiotics. I got really educated on prebiotics, but I'm loving it. It's 100% made here in America, and you can get yours by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use our promo code Bubba. That'll save you 15% off the first order, then 10% off any future order. That is fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. Simple. 1 scoop in your favorite drink. Do that twice a day. That's it, and it tastes good. It doesn't taste bad. You'll like the way it tastes. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com. You can find that right there under the sponsors button and put that superfood to work for you. Let's start with Garrett out of Birmingham, Alabama. He'll get it started, and then we'll roll from there. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Garrett, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go right ahead.
Am I live?
You're on the show, buddy. Go ahead.
We're hot. All right. I got a cousin who said he's got a friend that went to the urgent care. Y'all ain't gonna believe this. He said he went to the urgent care to get tested for COVID, and he stood in line for an hour and a half and decided to leave. And they called back 2 hours later and said he had COVID. He didn't even get a test done. You ever heard something like that?
We heard some of that back during the hype, and I think some of it was made up, and some of it was exaggerated, and maybe some of it was somewhat true.
I thought he was going to do a topaz joke at the end.
Yeah, I did too. But we've heard those kind of stories a good bit.
I don't know right now if anybody's standing in line for an hour to get a test.
That sounds like a story back from.
Sounds a little bizarre to me.
It doesn't sound current. It sound, back when the first.
I would like to ask this question: does he know anyone that has like a little midget living in the roof of their house?
That's funny. It does sound like that. It did.
Bubba had.
Yep.
I didn't write the story.
Let's go to Rick in Florida. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I was just wondering if you had seen the Jim Brewer, Joe Rogan interview. You couldn't play any of it on the air probably, but it was very interesting, his story of when he got COVID and how the doctor wouldn't give him any medication. And almost had a buddy die because they forgot to give him his heart medication while he was in the hospital. Very interesting interview. I highly recommend watching it.
Any interview with Jim Brewer in it, I bet, is entertaining. We've had him on the show several times, and funny guy.
No, I haven't heard. It seems like I've maybe seen an excerpt from it or something. That does ring a bell a little bit.
I bet him and Rogan together, something else.
John in Birmingham listening on ZZK. John, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm John Wilkins of the Daily UK. I have a question for Professor Bill Bubba Bussey.
Yes.
Professor Bussey, with the new technology and development of the James Webb Space Telescope and the discovery of this new galaxy, is it possible that we have discovered the true origin of billionaires Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk?
Are you saying they're aliens?
Work on that English accent, but at times it was okay. Good, let's go to Damon in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Damon, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just wondering if y'all had seen the clip, the woman getting hit by this young kid in California. She was running down the alleyway, and she got hit with her child in a stroller. And the district attorney ended up giving him, like, some small sentence and saying that the sheriff department was okay with it. And also, there was another one where there's this 27-year-old kid that already...
I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but we're seeing this over and over with some of these woke DAs.
Yeah.
And I use the term DA
just
loosely. It appears that the criminals are now the ones who we're supposed to have compassion for, and the victims we should be mad at for being victims.
And on that note, Bubba,
which is bizarre.
Can I say this on this note too? Do y'all see? I know some of you live in the fantasy world and say if we'll just remove the overreach, the presence of all this evil law enforcement, that people will just live their lives out and hey, the man's holding us down from being who we are, and all this kind of stuff. Have you noticed that if you remove law enforcement or you start to go into this laissez-faire approach to let people be people because we're all inherently good, that all that is causing is for evil to be on the rise?
Rick, not kinda.
Yeah. I mean, people just randomly beating people up, punching.
Historic levels.
So what we just saw
Doesn't work. Proof again.
It looks like a car runs over a woman with a baby in a stroller.
You can't keep
Crazy.
Yeah, and do you see what it's just elevating is all it's doing, because I hate to break it to everybody, if there is no authority and there is no law and order, we don't actually move into a better state.
Right.
We move into a worse state.
Right.
Yeah, Rick, it's just like the store clerk that was protecting himself, that the guy jumped behind the counter and he killed the guy, you know. The girlfriend of the guy stabbed the store worker 3 times with a knife.
I saw that.
And the DA says she's not going to be charged because she was just trying to protect her boo. And I quote. I'm quoting that. So you
But
just
her
get,
boo
you
attacked the store owner.
So you just get to stab somebody when your boo is the one that jumped behind the counter.
Mm-mm. Well, what the guy should have done is just stabbed her too.
And the clerk, the DA's charging the clerk. Yeah. And it's like, what are you supposed to do?
They're trying
man?
to get that dropped, but it's ridiculous. I mean, he is attacked. He defends himself, and again, he now is the evil one, not the one who instigated this.
Right.
It's call right, wrong, and wrong right.
Oh yeah, sure.
As predicted.
New York checking in. Jim standing by. Jim, 30 seconds. Go.
Good morning, fellas. I know you're probably big fans of James Conn, or Jimmy as we called him up here. There's a couple little stories I think you and your fans might be interested in, if I could just go over those stuff we knew from the neighborhood. First of all, the Conn family was kosher butchers up here. Now, that's because Jewish people have to eat meat prepared a certain way. I'm not really familiar with it. And these were very, very strong, tough guys. And Jimmy got a scholarship, you may know, to Michigan State to play football right out of high school. Anyway, back in the late 1930s, when there were these, shall we say, neo-Nazi groups around New York City, the Conn brothers, Jimmy's uncles, used to go to their meetings. And the thing is, these neo-Nazis they're very proud, they wore their black boots, kind of similar to what Hitler wore. And the Conn brothers would go into these meetings and they start a fight, and they take the boots home, and these were like their trophies. And they would keep them in their kosher butcher. So the point is, Jimmy, God bless him, he came from tough dudes. I just wanted to share that story because I presume a lot of you folks are Jimmy Conn fans, as I was up here.
Yeah. You wondered, that's not, so you're saying that's not just acting. He actually did come from a tough bunch of folks. Yeah, I always liked James Conn in anything he was in. Thanks, Jim. That's for that anecdote. Let's go to Bradley, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Bradley, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I've been seeing lately they've been using the radio stations against us and saying just because you don't agree on music, you can agree on getting a vaccine. And I mean, I went the whole time without getting a vaccine. I just don't see the point in using political and TV stations and news stations against us to try and force us.
Well, but that's how, I mean, you do realize advertising is always trying to get you to move,
sway you
and to action. So when people buy ads to promote their vaccines, they're going to try to convince you that you should have their vaccine. That's not really an abnormal thing.
Not surprising. Yeah, that's what they would do.
Yeah, but as long as it's not mandated and you have no choice, you can hear these ads and say, I've done my research, I don't think I need it. Or you can hear them and say, you know what, maybe I need to do that. But it needs to be your own choice. Let's go to Sandra in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey.
I think one of the biggest problems with society now is people are not held accountable and have consequences for their actions. I mean, you can practically get away with murder.
Yeah, that's that's kind of what we were talking about. If you're a law and order person and you think that's a better way to live, you probably want to see if you can't change the dynamic of our government right now, and at the local level, the state level, and the federal level. Let's go to Michael in Auburn. Michael, go ahead. 30 seconds. How you doing?
Hey, Biggins.
I was just calling to see if you guys had seen the new Terminal List with Chris Pratt. Really good. It's got none of that woke agenda stuff in it, and it's kind of refreshing just to watch a TV show with no underlying agendas, and it's just good entertainment.
Heard the boys on the kickoff hour talk about that. Haven't seen it. Seems like you guys like it, right?
I'm not finished with it yet, but so far now, first episode, get ready, because it'll some rough, like bring a tear to a glass eye, rough stuff.
Okay, you like it, Speedy? Greg, didn't he like it?
Yeah.
He seemed to
we
like
were
it.
all in agreement. This is good.
It's like Mikey, trying something. He'll try anything. He liked it, yeah.
Mikey liked it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That one. Food Fighter I like, but Putt Putt to me so far is the best.
You like that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Putt Putt strong.
Food fighting stooge.
Here they go.
This is where we start.
Yeah.
talking about it.
I'm gonna have fun with it.
These-
That was mine, Greg.
These are the ones that are all. This is all Bubba's
combos.
camp.
I like combos.
Did we ever? We did finally do a Sun Chief, so we finally put that.
Yeah,
together, didn't we?
yeah. And I let it go.
Yeah.
Sugar Bear, that left. Yeah, I get hung up on one, and once it's once that quota's met, I'm ready to
What
move on.
got you going on Sugar Bear?
Oh, that was a long time.
I know, but I can't remember what it was tied to.
I don't know.
I played a little ball.
I played a little ball, putter beans instead of butter beans because of the baked beans and all that.
That'd be
little putt. I see that on the board.
Yeah.
If we're going to do that, then it's putt putt, don't you think? Anything that's going to say I follow my dad's nickname's got to be putt putt.
Most definitely.
Don't you think?
Yes.
So we have this. How about putt from Owens Crossroads?
That's good.
Tater toss.
I like that.
Oh.
Tater toss instead of tater tots.
not bad.
I'm writing them down.
What about Putt Putt / Hey Thanks Dad?
Let's see here. Baked potato. Yeah. All right. So
What school do you go to? I'm sorry, did I miss that?
Yeah,
Auburn.
Auburn.
Oh, here's one for the Star Wars people.
They always throw one in there.
They always do. Ashley, representing the Star Wars part of the audience, go ahead.
I'm actually not a fan, but I like the name Young Putt Padawan.
What was it?
Young Putt Padawan. I think
don't
that's
even
got
know
something to do with
that.
Star Wars, does it?
Yeah, Padawan's
Yeah, it
like an
does.
understudy.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Padawan.
Young Putt Padawan.
That's pretty
funny.
good.
That's
I don't
pretty
know what
good.
it means, and it's pretty good.
I mean, now we're starting to get where we might vote a little bit.
I know.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Do you like tater toss? Okay. Didn't do much for you.
You know, I didn't have a resume because I forgot to get her paperwork. But
Yeah.
she played. You know how we get background. You played softball, right?
Southern Union.
Oh, okay.
Throw that in the mix.
Okay. So
Any
yeah,
hobbies?
Putt the magic intern.
Sports.
Sports. You like
The
sports?
great
I do.
Pudzinski. We can't say that
No,
one.
that would be.
Oh boy, that's not a good one.
Putt dang putt.
Oh, I like this putt for dough.
Putt for that.
Dry for show, putt for dough.
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm writing that down.
Okay, you like that one? We putt, short putt, for like in golf. I'll call her four, F-O-R-E.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean,
it's really not.
do
a
you see
golf
anything
thing.
that you would like anybody to vote better than putt putt?
The Young Putt Padawan is pretty funny.
That
I
is
have to admit.
funny.
That's a good. That's pretty funny. Young Putt.
Are we saying that right? Is it Padawan or Patwan?
I think it's Padawan.
Is it?
something.
Oh,
No,
I like
I-
Padawan better.
I do too.
Is it
Well,
Patwan?
You make it whatever you want it to be.
Okay, here's one.
Oh,
Never
stop
mind.
Greg, you say it. Greg. How about putter cup instead of buttercup? Putt tater toss for Bubba.
Oh boy.
I like putter beans. Even though the putt, I agree with you. If it's gonna be anything putt, it's gotta be putt.
I mean, all these I've enjoyed hearing them, but I mean, do we?
What are you
other,
doing?
other than and now, if it was Padawan, I was in. Now that it's Patwan, I don't think I like it.
Yeah.
It didn't seem as much fun.
Young
Putberry smoke.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks a lot.
Putberry smoke. That's so good. Pretty good. The Rick and Bubba Show. All right, it's, as we make our way back, I think we may be getting to the point we're going to get to a vote here because we've had some pretty good ones come in. So, Putt is in for Stuart Gale Chase. Two Putt Secure, I like too. Instead of Tupac, Two Putt Secure. You like that one? Is that yours?
But
was good. All right, so I like that one. Putt the Magic Potato. I don't know why that hit me, but
I still like Young Putt Padawan.
Yeah, and we now officially know from the Star Wars people it is 3 syllables, right? For some reason, I wasn't excited about it if it was 2 syllables, but I like it. Padawan. Young Putt Padawan?
Yes.
Is that it? I like that. That's pretty good. Do you think there's enough Star Wars lobbyists out there that could go to the top?
Meow, I'm Putt.
See, I like anything of that.
We've already done a meow.
Yeah. We have. It reminded me
meow, I'm Putt.
It reminded me of
meow, I'm Putt.
I vote for that.
No,
Here's another one. Puppy Monkey Putt.
I like big putts and I cannot lie.
Rick!
No, that one came in, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Putt, pass. Putt, Bama, putt.
Yeah.
War
Eagle.
Potato.
Moms and everything. I felt like they needed to get on.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, walking through the stories of the day. All right, so we're going to try to get pack a good bit into this segment just to kind of get us updated on some things we still need to discover. But we did get an anonymous call, so this may kick into next hour after we hear what this person has to say. So we'll just get to these next things as we can because I've been told that we have an anonymous caller on 2 that is about to make quite the comment. Is that correct?
That's right.
Should I take this?
Yes, you should take it.
Anonymous, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. Love y'all.
Thank
Listen
you.
to y'all
Thank you.
very frequently.
Thank you.
I have a relative that works on a base here in this great state of Alabama, and they are saying that the rumor is, with the midterm elections coming up in November, that October 1, everything will be shut down, and we will be working from home again.
Now, you're saying this is a rumor. What do you mean by rumor?
Well, he's a contracted employee. He is not in the military, so he gets what they're being told already, and that's what they're being told.
Now, shut down for what?
Well, the next strain of the COVID, whatever one it's going to be by the October 1.
So what you're doing is they're already letting out, well, the vaccine can't stop it. Antibodies can't stop it. And you're saying that they're going to build this thing up so that on October 1 they'll say, well, look, we're going to have to shut down again and do mail-in voting all that.
Of course, you're right. Yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying is that the motive?
That's the motive, yes.
Now,
Because the Democrats are scared they're going to lose all these elections.
Do you believe that that's true?
Well, you know, our government is screwing everybody right now. That's hardworking people that's trying to make this country better. And just like y'all were just talking about in the last segment, you know, how the criminals are made out to be the heroes and the victims are the losers.
So, but back to the original point, though, this person, the military would know about this for what reason?
Well, they're just getting prepared.
Okay.
I guess, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know.
Well, I think the military's job is to always be prepared, but I just, you know, I'm just a little leery of that one.
Feels a little conspiracy.
I believe I put 100 on that one.
I am going to put that on the calendar.
Well, but we'll put it on the calendar, and when.
Let's just put it on the calendar and see what comes.
Would you bet $100 on it?
Wow.
You know, with the government that's running our country right now, yeah, I probably would bet $100 on it.
Well, I may take you up on that, Anonymous. It'll be hard to find you on October 2nd, but
because you're anonymous.
Well, one, you're anonymous, or two, we've been shut down.
Yeah. Thanks for the call.
Guys, I'd be honest. You know.
Sure, I got you. Do I think?
Speedy, write down October 2nd. Bubba, look for anonymous lady.
That's a birthday present for Rick.
Do I believe that the Democratic Party wants us to vote in a similar way that we did in 2020? Yes.
Yes.
Roger that.
How they will go about it? Can they pull off what this rumor you're hearing? I just don't think the American people Hall & Oates, I think, sang it best. I can't go for that.
Right.
No can do. I honestly believe if the government tried to do something like this again in red states or at the federal level, the people would go absolutely bonkers.
Yeah, I agree.
They're just not going to do it again.
Not doing it.
And there really doesn't. And honestly, and I know you're saying it doesn't matter what the truth is, and you're right about that, Anonymous. So I'm going to give that point and say that is true. It's valid. But there is no reason to shut everything down again because of what we said last segment. Yes, it's still here, but it's just another sickness that any of us could get.
1% death rate. 1% by the latest of all age groups.
Right.
The flu has a higher one. It just does not justify the response.
It doesn't.
And we didn't
especially
know.
Now.
We didn't know at the beginning last time. I got that. But now we're further down the road. We have treatments. We know more about what we're dealing with. I just don't see that happening. I think that, there's people always going to try to hype a story to get clicks or whatever. But I just ain't buying it this time.
Contagious, yes. Deadly. Not like it once was, and even at that time, it was a small percentage. Even though guys, I know y'all get tired.
I will tell you something, not a rumor. We have information out today. Inflation at a new high, 9.1%, worse than the economic folks were predicting, and the highest in 40 years.
9%. Now, what did the press secretary tell us?
Transitory.
Did you go there? That we're experiencing an economy like never before.
It is if you count if you're a fan of inflation. Bank of America analysts are saying severe recession is now necessary to slow this up. Mm-hmm. Of course, the cure for high prices, we've talked before, is high prices. And sure, you're seeing a little bit of that in the gas market right now. It's slowed up just a little bit because people are not buying as much.
Right. Yeah, it's...
Here are a couple of breakdowns year to date from June last year to June this year. Meat and poultry up 10.4%, cereal up 15.1%, gasoline up 59.9%, airfares up 34.1%, used cars up 7.1%, fruit and veggies up 8.1%. That is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So there you go. And we'll come back and inflation again. You say the highest we've had in 40 years.
Yep.
So that's happening now.
Setting.
And when we come back, if you stay with us today, the president made a couple of comments. One of them about people and their desire for him to run again in 2024, even within his own party.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
If you don't think we're in a state of denial, folks, you need to see this clip right from the mouth of our president.
He also repeats this story that no one can substantiate about this mystery 10-year-old in Ohio in an attempt to try to use shock and awe on the Roe v. Wade being overturned. And it's looking like the story's not even true.
Rick and Bubba.
Queen Putt?
Yeah.
Like King Tut? That came from the back.
Okay, well, that's good.
Did you see the one I forwarded?
I would like King Putt, I think, better than Queen Putt.
Meow, I'm Putt.
Why would you do that again? We've already done one of those. We've done a meow.
It's been a while.
You want to go back to... All right, let's narrow it down.
I got Putt, young Putt Padawan, 2 Putt Shakur, Putt the Magic Dragon.
Can't we have one of those two?
And
we have a puff?
I would like to have Meow, I'm Putt.
And there's Putt Tato.
Putt Bama Putt.
I'll struggle saying that.
Putt for Doe, Putt Bama Putt, Darth Tater.
Did you get that one?
Putt like
the one you just sent me, Greg. My goodness.
Putter beans.
And I didn't make it up, but
Greg Burgess. There's something wrong with you.
Meow, I'm Putt.
That's my favorite one.
Bubba, we're not doing another meow. We did another meow.
Hey, Rick, I got one for you.
We had.
Let me throw this one past you.
No,
Pizza Putt. No.
instead of Pizza Hut.
All right, so let's just get the list. We need
I putty.
Tangent bells.
All right, here
real
we go.
close.
Here we go. Let's stop. All right, so
He just got it too.
all right, so let me throw this one. All right, we're gonna do putt putt, young putt Padawan.
I
right?
want to say it's bad against
Please don't, Greg. Greg, for once in your life, show discernment.
Okay.
All right, so all right, putt putt, young putt Padawan. What were the others we like?
Two putt
Shakur.
Putt the Magic Dragon.
Nah, we've had haven't we had a Puff the Magic Dragon before?
That's fine.
I think so.
I'm
Or
out.
was that guy we went to high school with? You remember that guy?
Now we did. Yeah.
It was way older than us.
Puff and his Magic Dragon. He was the leader of the
I was
gang.
a little scared of them.
It was too.
They smoked.
Yeah. I was scared of them. They smoked.
So that's only 3, Rick. Right. So
Well,
far.
is any others?
I
you
got
like?
a fourth one.
Any others you like?
I like
I got
putt-putt.
Meow, I'm putt putt. That didn't
Bubba.
that was it. And the
Oh, good gracious. Let's
So
see
many
here.
names.
so we're going to do 3. Those 3. That's it.
Well, I don't know.
There's one more.
I don't know if.
You like the putter beans? You like that at all? Not really.
I mean, that's next in
Potato.
line.
Did you like potato?
Yeah, it'd be tough, but it'd be tough to say
Yeah.
too.
Do you like potato?
Yeah.
All right. So let's vote.
What is it? 2 putt Shakur?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that too. All right. So that's it. Now we're just gonna vote.
Yeah.
And we're only voting. We're only. We
That's what came through an email. It has nothing to do with you, so don't think that.
No, it's not that.
Don't think that putt putt.
Yeah,
See, I love
right,
saying that.
Right. Yeah.
Jab of the putt.
My favorite. We'll just grind somebody. Hey, now we're not. You're all right. You're good.
Yeah.
Jab of the putt. He did.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Didn't we do it?
Put up or shut up?
I keep thinking
Rick,
we've
you
named
think we
everybody.
Well, Rick, we've had how many interns have we?
Oh,
had?
it's got to be 4.
Well, we've got one name I need to add to it.
All right. So here we go. Here comes our vote.
Oh wow! So we're just going 3, or you want?
Yeah. I mean, the others we don't have any passion for.
So putt putt, young putt, Padawan, and 2 putt Shakur.
That's it. It's those 3.
2 putts.
You love that one, don't you?
I really do.
All right. So is it?
Can't say it, but I like
Yeah,
it.
we're going for that. All right. So right now that means we're not taking any more, which means
good
I'm
luck
on
with that.
I
So
know.
what is the list?
The list is 2 putt Shakur, putt putt. Thank you, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Putt putt.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Holly putt putt row.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Putt putt.
For some reason, I'm not bothered by the Holly Rowe stuff. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Go ahead.
Weird how that works.
I know certain things bother me.
You do.
Okay, not bothered by that. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Go ahead.
2 putt Shakur.
Thank you, buddy, for saying it where we all can understand it perfectly. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please. Go ahead.
Young putt Padawan.
Okay. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Putt putt.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Meow, come on.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
2 putt Shakur.
Okay. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Potato.
What
was that?
Oh, he said
Potato. It's not in there. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Putt putt.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Who gives a putt?
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
That's good.
2 putt.
All right, where we at?
2 putts got 10. Putt putt's got 5, and young putts got 4.
Oh, it's a walk away.
So, 2 putts.
Well, the staff could change it with our votes.
Could they?
Yeah.
If we all went the other way?
Yeah, we got 6 of them.
Let's get Putt's vote.
All right.
No, you don't get to.
You don't get to vote, sorry.
Oh, no,
All
not me.
right, Adler, what's your vote?
2 putt Shakur.
Okay.
That'll do it.
That put it out of range.
do it.
That put it out of-
And that'll do it.
And that'll do it. So 2 putt Shakur, the new Rick and Bubba intern, now starting her classes at Rick and Bubba University to earn her degree in common sense. 2 putt, welcome to the program.
Happy to be here.
Happy to be there.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us all across the country. You can reach us at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get to some more of your phone calls coming up this hour. We've got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here, all across Rick and Bubba markets. Tomorrow night, big night, Man Church on the road. Helmsy's over in Columbus, Mississippi at Man Church, First Baptist Church, home of 96.1. I'll be in Jasper at North Park Baptist Church for their next Man Church, all tomorrow night. And then Andrew Varvutis over in Neshoba County, Mississippi in Philadelphia at the Baptist Center there. He'll be speaking to those men. All that's happening tomorrow night. Find the details at themanchurch.com under events. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. We appreciate you being here at the Rick and Bubba Show.
Bubba, it's important.
Really big show.
Really big. It's a really big show. So Democrats that were asked that do they want Joe Biden to run again in 2024, a poll found that 64% of Democrats, this is not talking about Americans, just Democrats, would prefer another candidate.
And you have to immediately ask yourself, what were the other 39% thinking? Who are those people?
Look, I'm not a doctor, but I play one here on the radio. This man has no chance of being able to run in 2024. Right. No. That is not going to happen.
Aside of your political belief, your party affiliation, I think that's a fair assumption.
And if I'm a Democrat, I'm thinking, thank goodness. But anyway, so he's asked about this, and he'll get fired up. Hey. He got a little testy.
He'll take a poke.
Well, he's had a get together at the White House, and a reporter asked him this, and listen to what he says and his passion about saying it.
Oh boy, Mr. President, what's your message to Democrats who don't want you to run again?
They want me to run.
2/3 say they
Read
don't.
the polls. Read the polls, Jack. You guys are all the same. That poll showed that 92% of Democrats, if I ran, would vote for me.
92. A majority of Democrats say they don't want you to run again in 2024.
92% said if I did, they'd vote for me.
Two different polls, Joe. He's talking about two different polls, everybody.
Jack.
92%. Hey, Joe. Hey, 92% of Democrats would probably vote for you if the opponent was a Republican.
That's right.
But that's not the question, Jack.
They want you as their candidate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He came at
Jack.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, the question that Jack's asking is about if they weren't stuck with you.
Right.
If they had a choice, could they get rid of you? And 64% said, yeah, I wish we need another candidate.
Right.
Well, of course, whoever the Democrat is, my goodness, they would vote for Lucifer. if he's running against and indirectly they do.
But Jack, think about that.
Jack,
too. Think about that too. 92% would go, we want Biden again.
I know.
Against a Republican, they would.
He will be running against a Republican.
Which basically
means
92% of the Democrats are going to vote Democrat.
Yeah.
That's right, Joe.
And I think
that's not a real
we've talked about that before. It really doesn't matter who the candidates are when you look at 100% of the voting public, 48% of, and that would probably translate to about 92% of the Democrats are going to vote Democrat no matter what.
Yeah, that's right.
And about 45 are going to vote Republican. So there's about 5% in there that the Republicans have to totally bring over to their side to win any election.
But to Helmsy's point, we were not asking you whether Democrats are going to vote for the Democratic candidate.
Right.
We're asking you, would they prefer you not be the candidate?
I don't know, Jack.
And 64%, Jack, said they wouldn't.
Read
Jack.
the survey, Jack.
Hey, Jack. And didn't he make some baby cry?
Yes, he did.
He's scary. Yeah,
he's creepy.
Yeah.
Hey, Jack, this is Joe.
Yeah.
Quit crying, Jack.
Read the post there, Jack.
Let me breathe on your neck. How you like my hat?
They love each other, Joey. By the way, did you see Babylon B when he met the soccer player that's got the pink hair? And they said that Joe Biden was disappointed that it didn't smell like strawberries.
Did you see it? It was one of these same events. At one of these same events out on the White House lawn, there was a family that was getting their baby's picture made with President Biden, and the baby is crying, screaming.
Good.
And I thought that baby is America, right?
It is. It's a representation of the whole country.
I mean, that baby is going
I know.
nuts.
You say, why are you crying, Jack?
That baby.
Calm down, Jack.
That baby is me. He's holding me, and I'm crying. Please set me down. All right. So now he's going to talk about this story. Look, we've all been there. You know, if you've ever tried to get out of something, you're trying to make a point. Let's just be honest. There's been times you've walked into a group and you thought you had a good point to make, and you made it, and the reaction was not what you thought you were going to get.
Yeah.
So you double down and make it even more outrageous.
And then you think, why did I do that?
Why did I do that? But it does get a bigger response.
It does.
Well, you can go too far with this.
Yeah.
You know, before I found out he was a sexual predator, Bill Cosby did a funny bit about that, doing that with his dad about being in trouble at school.
Oh, yeah.
And he was trying to show how wronged he was, and he kept embellishing it to the point that Dad, so I tell you what, I'm going up here and straighten that out. And he was like, "Oh gosh, no, no, Dad, they don't want you to come to school. Hey, I'll tell you what, I'm taking off. I'll be at school tomorrow."
Not that important.
And so what's happened is, you know, they're trying to convince all of you out there that Roe v. Wade being overturned means the end of time for women. I mean, they're going to be stuck with all kinds of health problems, and nobody's going to help them. And they think they were trying to come up with a scenario that was outrageous enough to get our attention. And it appears they just kept going till they came upon a 10-year-old girl in Ohio. Unfortunately, they're saying, and it doesn't look like this actually happened, 10-year-old being raped, forced to travel to Indiana for an abortion. And the attorney general there said there is no police report. It's a 10-year-old. There should have been. There's no crime lab request. And she could have gotten an abortion under the heartbeat law in Ohio. There's no reason she would have had to have left. This goes back to and you said, Greg, you heard a doctor talking about this Sunday at church. When they said that women won't be able to have a procedure if they have an unviable birth, that miscarriages.
Yeah.
And there's not a state in our whole country that would deny that medical procedure to a woman.
Exactly.
Didn't he say that's a straight up lie?
Yeah. It's not true.
And he's an OGBY.
Yeah.
He said, "We do not deny women that
This
procedure
doesn't ban that.
for a non-viable pregnancy that
Right.
miscarriages.
Yeah.
That is totally a lie."
Yeah.
So they're lying about all of it. So there's a lot of people saying this 10-year-old girl thing doesn't look like it really happened.
Doesn't wash.
But it will not stop the president from using it as an example. So here he is.
And she was forced to have to travel out of the state to Indiana to seek to terminate the presidency and maybe save her life.
Presidency.
That last part is my judgment.
Run
10
for
years
president?
old. 10 years old. Raped, 6 weeks pregnant. Already traumatized. Was forced to travel to another state. Imagine being that little girl. I'm serious. Just imagine being that little girl. 10 years old.
Yeah.
Does anyone believe that it's Ohio's majority view that should not be able to be dealt with? Or in any other state in the nation? A 10-year-old girl should be forced to give birth to a rapist's child? I can tell you what I don't. I can't think of anything that's much more extreme.
I agree with that.
The court's decision has already been received by Republicans in Congress as a green light to go further and pass a national ban. A national ban. Remember what they're saying? They're saying...
The Congress can't pass a national ban. That's what the whole court case was. They don't have any say.
There's so many lies in that. And to his credit, he doesn't know. He was told to read this. He has no idea what he's talking about. And again, the Attorney General in Ohio, okay, we're not talking about somewhere where they go, well, that's just says, look, if there's a 10-year-old girl that has been raped and impregnated and is in need of terminating the pregnancy, we should have a police report. We should have a crime lab request. And she could have still terminated the pregnancy here in our state because of the situation she was in. So what they're telling you, first of all, wouldn't have happened even if it's true. It doesn't look like, and now the person who first came out with the story, she's saying, I won't comment any further.
Right. Yeah. So one source, anonymous story.
And again,
and nobody
you're
can
right.
find this.
They
this
just
so-called case.
they just gave him the info. But whoever's job it is, once that story became, hey, here's something, I would have checked. We might need to make sure this is a big deal.
But what it is,
They've
Greg,
sensationalized a story that was a lie.
Yeah, because they're thinking that we would all, rightfully so, go, wow, man, I don't know.
That's tough.
And it is a horrible situation. But this is them, again, saying everything we keep bringing up, the people keep educating the country on all this case was about is whether you had a constitutional right to abortion on demand.
At the federal level.
At the federal level. Anything else you're hearing is just not true.
Yeah.
And especially the part about all these services that will be denied women. That's not true.
It's not true.
That's not true. And of course, the best point I heard, if Planned Parenthood is in the business of all of these other things involving women's health and abortion is a tiny part of it, then they shouldn't have to shut down. But they certainly are.
Yeah.
17 minutes past. We'll be back. So there's your updates on No Wonder the Baby's Crying.
Rick, quick question to you Netflix users. The D.B. Cooper series is out. Anybody seen it?
Anybody seen it yet? I haven't. Anybody seen it?
Not yet.
Yeah. Anybody seen it?
Nope. Anyone?
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 We'll be back.
Bueller.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Next hour, just kind of make some plans to kind of take away your distractions and all that. And we'll definitely put it out on our social media too. But I'm going to address something that I'm looking. It still has not hit, but or either I'm missing it. But it's going to be. I'm going to talk about a very serious and personal issue within the Burgess family that we were dealing with privately. And of course, and I knew this day would come. It's been the decision's been made to make it public, and we will talk about that coming up in the next segment. And so that way you can kind of get my whole response in one big segment or two, and then after that we'll move forward. And if you have other questions about it, obviously I'll be happy to answer that as well. So that'll be coming up in the next. And I think it's a narrative that our country desperately needs to talk about. The church desperately needs to talk about because it's not going away, and it's actually getting roots and moving forward in a false doctrine and false teachers, and unfortunately it has affected our family, and we will be talking about that coming up in the next segment in the next hour. So be sure that whatever you're doing, if you're wanting to hear that response, because the toughest thing about what we do for a living is that, and I've seen many times, especially people representing our faith, they get misquoted or, we're cast into these cartoon figures and all that. And I want to be fair and not do that to other people who may have an opposing view, because that's really lazy for any of us to do that on either side. But I think that we are so fortunate. I know the guys, y'all believe that God has given us a platform where we can actually respond to things. We have a way to do it,
Yep.
And so, I prefer that, because I've made the mistake of saying, well, this is what I have to say about that, and then when the story comes out, you look at it and go, that's not exactly how I said it. That now we've kind of put it in a puzzle that's not the way that was not my. And you can't hear tone and you can't hear intent. So that's the beauty of radio and TV. At least you can hear how we say it and what we're saying.
You get it firsthand.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Lexington, Kentucky. David standing by. Hey, David, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Oh, we're doing fantastic.
I just come across your show here a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, welcome.
On WLART 590, I think it is, out of Nicholsville, Kentucky.
Yeah, we love those people, man. They're bold enough to carry this show, and trust me, in these days, you're bold if you carry this show.
Yeah.
Well, I listened to Laura Ingraham there. I switched over there, found her on Laura Ingraham.
Mm-hmm.
And then you all early in in the morning when I had it on the station, y'all came on. So I've been listening, and I like your show and your platform.
Thank you, David. Welcome to the family.
And thank you. As a brother in Christ, that this is a good platform. And yes, you're right. You found a way that you can speak your faith and share with others and help others come to see the light on subjects. I wanted to say something about George Soros, and then I wanted to say a few other things.
Okay.
First of all, I had been in and out of the stock market, buying and selling stock and stuff. Not real. I buy and sell options, but I don't sell. I don't get into short selling because I didn't have enough money to get into that. But George Soros, when I read up on him, they had a book out about the wizards, trade wizards. I forget exactly the title of the book, and he was featured in that book. And he made his money mainly on shorting and buying and selling currencies, like the dollar against the pound or the dollar against the yen.
Right.
And he almost broke the Bank of England by shorting against the
true.
British pound because he thought the dollar was going to go way up, and he almost got him. And so that's his main forte is the currency market, but he does do stocks. But when you short a stock, you're borrowing that stock from the broker, and you're believing that price is going to go down. But
23 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. Bubba, as far as our audience in its current state at this current time, no one has seen the D.B. Cooper. I think we've got D.B. Cooper burnout.
You think so?
I think we're done with it. We're like, let's drop the hammer.
New. I've never heard anything
on D.B.
new.
Cooper and be done with it. I mean, unless you're going to say tonight that's the night we reveal who he was and what happened to him, I think the audience is like and of course Helmsy needs this because he's never even been.
I'm not in the same shoes y'all are in because I have, and this is all on me, but anytime it comes up, it's a big topic on the show, and I have given it nothing. Like I hardly even listen to what y'all are saying. Don't care.
Yeah.
Where the money go. I mean, but I think this will help me.
So,
I'm gonna. It's on my list. I've put it on my little wish list. I'm gonna watch it.
I've said it to you as straight as I can say it. Your DB Cooper attitude needs a lot of work.
It does. It does, and that's on me.
Somebody has already. I'm not talking about just the regular, but there was a series, and I don't remember what it was on. Couple years ago about this.
Yes, I know.
And because every person that they did the story that they thought might be him, when I hear their story, I go, well, that's him.
That's the one.
And then they did the next one, I go, well, it may be him.
I was Rick Shaw.
Is this different?
I was going to the Rick Shaw Bank.
Rick Shaw.
And then all of a sudden they did the next guy. I'm like, well, no, maybe.
And every one of them would go, well, he told me that he actually, I'm like, well, who is it?
Man, I want us to say when you finish tonight, you know who D.B. Cooper was, and you know what happened to him.
I don't want to hear about him finding that money in the creek bank.
It's feeling a little Bigfoot-like.
Yeah.
We never quite see him.
Yeah.
And
I need a little closure on this.
Right. We see a tree pushed over. See there?
Uh-huh.
There's a little bit of that.
Found that money in the creek bed. Well, okay, I got that.
And that's big. I mean, I got to say, that's probably the most exciting moment in the D.B. Cooper
That's hard
saga.
evidence.
I do think y'all, because y'all are burned out, I do think you need to watch it because y'all are the only ones that can go, well, hey, that was something new. See, whatever I'm getting is all going to be new to me.
Well,
and I can't come in here like some bit and go, hey, guys, y'all ain't going to believe this. Can't do that because y'all have seen all this
and
stuff.
you get to tell us about the money they found in the creek bed.
Right. So you've already
know that.
You'd be excited about that. And we go, hey, buddy, we talked about that before you ever on the show.
So y'all do need to watch it just to be able to go, wow, so I learned something new.
Okay, I'll watch it.
Or maybe you don't.
Do I want it to
I'm going
end
to watch it.
with he pulled it off and lived and all that? But truth is, he probably died when he jumped out. That's just mine.
Well, let me ask you this: why would the money? Well, I think that's a fair question. The money is hard evidence because we know it came from
I said
that.
it's the most exciting thing we've ever had.
I wish y'all would do this tomorrow so that I can actually know what you're talking about.
But they found it on the bank of that river, which obviously means D.B. Cooper didn't get it and carry it with him and get to spend it. So that means something went wrong on some level.
They found partial, right?
Could I have dropped just some of it?
Yeah, I don't think he dropped it all.
You could have. Mm-hmm. But did it blow out of his parachute? Did he? I mean, obviously, it wasn't a complete 100% success for DB.
Because you could probably find pieces of my money, because sometimes it feels like it's just blowing out my butt.
Yeah.
Well,
like
I don't
DB
know about
Cooper
yours, but
parachuted.
mine seems to keep shrinking every month.
Right,
I mean, I'm going to need a microscope before long. So, but it's just, there's some unanswered things there. It didn't go perfect, and but we need a little more hard evidence to the degree of the money being found.
I don't know that I can take any repeats. Yeah. I got to have a whole new documentary with all new information.
Yeah, we found that stuff y'all have never heard before.
Pole hams.
This will be great for me.
Yeah,
I mean, it will, because all of us knew. All I know is a guy stole a lot of money and jumped out of a plane. His last name was Cooper. That's the gist of what I know with this story.
I'm a little surprised that the story that intriguing did not intrigue you.
I know. Well, it's all about time, and timing is big.
When you heard
me.
it,
yeah.
Nobody really ever set you down when they had your attention, and told you about it.
See, the moment whenever I started here, y'all had already covered it.
Right.
So everything was like I really needed.
We're looking back now.
Exactly.
Julie in Birmingham.
Yeah, Julie.
Julie, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, barely, but yeah, we got you.
Okay, here, let me take you off. There we go.
Yeah,
How about now?
Yeah, that is better. You're a little bit of a low talker, so now that sounds really good.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I'm just calling in response to something that y'all just said on the radio probably about 10, 15 minutes ago about how Roe v. Wade only eliminates the right to abortion. It doesn't necessarily affect anything other than that. Do y'all remember that?
Well, it says the federal government doesn't constitutionally give you a right to abortion on demand federally. Now, your state might.
Yeah, they kicked it. They kicked it back to make it a state decision.
But all that ruling was that it is not a constitutional right given to you by the federal government.
However, yes, but y'all were saying later in y'all's little conversation is that it only takes away the right to federally obtain an abortion. I remember y'all saying that. And there is some contradictory information because Roe v. Wade was a precedent that set in the right to obtain medication for people to address transition. And additionally, it set in a right that many LGBTQ plus members utilize today in terms of same-sex marriage, contraceptive, and, just transitioning. So I think that's something that people should take into consideration and not limit the precedent that Roe v. Wade placed. Because when we simply put it as abortion, that is not correct. Court cases set precedent, especially Roe v. Wade, and the impact it had on the American way of life.
Yeah, but I don't think you're really hearing what we're saying. All it said is that the federal government,
talking about the ruling,
Congress does not. The Constitution has a privacy clause, but it does not specifically mention abortion. And the justices, the justices said that's really not a federal right. It doesn't say that, so they kicked it to the states. The states will have a choice. They will get to argue it out, and guess what? You'll get to vote in that. And whatever state you're in, you'll have a say-so. It won't be, from either side, it won't be decided and sent down to you from Washington. And I think that's always good.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It starts going down against you. You're losing. You're bleeding, and you're bleeding bad if you got that much money out on the limb. And the only way to stop that is to buy the stock back from the broker. And when you do that and you have other sellers shorting that stock and have to buy it back because they're losing money hand over fist, that causes that stock to rise in price. And you've seen the stock market go up. There's been a lot of short sellers thinking it was going to go down, that Donald Trump wasn't going to win.
You're right.
And the thing is that God had his hand in this election. There have been a lot of people praying that this evilness that was going on with these politicians, and especially this woman that was in there, the things that she was doing, we didn't want to see that continue. And that's why the last two elections on these senators and congressmen, people wanted that stopped, and they wasn't doing it. So now I believe that God had chosen to use, and he did this in the Old Testament. I mean, you had some kings, man, There was not good people.
Yeah, a lot of
God
them.
used
As a matter of fact, you can't
long,
find many
a long
that
and
were.
distinguished list.
Yeah, long and but of course sometimes they brought a lot of punishment. But
Yeah.
but anyway,
Yeah,
but you're
brought them around.
right.
So that's the thing about that. So
You're-
I just
you're
wanted
right.
to bring
Thank you.
that up.
David, you sound like a very wise man.
Thank you, David. You know what? I'm calling you later. I'm gonna let you handle my retirement. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, it's we said I don't know how this is all gonna go, but I mean we said it and everybody agrees. This election was a miracle, and now what God is going to do through Donald Trump for this country, I have no idea. But I do know that how he ended up winning, it defied.
Rick, we sit here. We need to pull that audio we had of that discussion the day of the election.
Yeah.
We're looking at the latest polls, and we all admitted if Donald Trump won that election, we had seen a modern day miracle.
Yeah. No question.
And boom,
Yeah.
24 hours later, there it was.
And we'll see we'll see how it goes. Tom Birmingham. Tom, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Hope you're having a good day so far.
Yes, sir.
I want to call and tell you, me being a Baptist, I'm a deacon in the Baptist church, and I'm a true believer and a lover of God, Jesus Christ, and stuff. And I'm not bashing any certain type of people, but I noticed there's a church, a Baptist church in Washington, D.C., and you can look it up. It's Calvary Baptist Church.
Oh yeah, I've already seen it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
Yeah.
it has to do with the topic we're going to talk about next hour.
That's amazing. I mean, it's kind of like you expect it out of some other place, but Baptist. I just want to kind of see what you guys
Well,
had to
and
think about that.
well, tell everybody what you're talking about because a lot of people
Well,
didn't see the story.
Okay, well, there's a Baptist church. It's a very large Baptist church. They have a website and everything, and I've seen it. And they got two new pastors coming, senior pastor and associate pastor coming in February. The senior pastor is a woman, and the associate pastor is her wife.
Correct.
Two lesbians
right.
coming in, and I'm not gay bashing. I'm sin bashing.
Well, see, it's gotten to point. It's gotten to the point, and I understand it, and I'm going to be dealing with this
Yeah.
next hour in a very personal way. But here's the thing: see, you're so afraid to say that violates Scripture, and that is that's not who you're afraid of it because you know the backlash you're going to get, and it's sad when the church becomes so afraid to stand up for truth. Now we do need to be gentle, and we do need to be loving. But for us to get to the point that we're afraid to even say that someone needs to repent of any sin, that we're going to start saying, well, now we're going to treat this sin as special. Like we're also going to have a different feeling about it when it comes to repentance. Right. And we are all equal at the foot of the cross. But that means we're all in equal need of redemption. And whatever God has called sin, it is sin. We don't get to change that. So we can't be afraid to say, hey, you know what? Just like I've looked at the things in my life that were wrong, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, it's inconveniently wrong. I just don't want this to be wrong. So instead of me adhering to the lordship of God and let Him transform me into something He's more comfortable with, I think I'm going to change Him into something I'm more comfortable with. And that like you say, that was fine when it was people who didn't believe saying that. You go, okay, well, that's consistent. They don't know any better. Where it starts getting dicey is when the church, and when I say church, I'm talking about the whole body across the country, when portions of people claiming to be the church, and I put quotes around that, they just start saying, I just think God's changed on this. But where did you get that revelation? And that's what we're going to be talking about because it's that topic it ain't never been more personal than it's about to be. But we'll talk about that coming up in the next hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, rickandbubba.com. Whatever you have to do. 35 minutes past the hour. Here comes Rick and Bubba. 866-WE-BE-BIG, our number. Chatting with you here briefly. Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. I tell you, when you got Cook's Pest Control on your side, it's a great feeling. Yeah, see a little something you don't like? Call them up. Hey, guys, I got a little issue here. We're on it, Burge. We're on it. Oh, you didn't like being eaten up by the mosquitoes? All right, we'll put the treatment out. We'll be there.
You know what I love even better than that, Rick?
What's that?
They service my parents' house, and as a son to elderly parents that can't be there all the time, knowing they're taking care of their property
Thank
and
you,
their
Cooks.
house is so reassuring.
Thank you, Cook.
That's straight up. That's real talk.
Yeah,
That's real talk.
That's real life stuff. We love them.
Why are you reading it?
The bottom line is we love them. Okay, we love them. We hire them. They
right.
do work for us. They do a great job. They do a great job for you. There's no obligation, by the way. If you just want to let them come out and assess, they'll do it. They'll let you know, and of course, their termite protection with Centricon, that system. You know what you're doing, Bubba. You're locking them out. It's a border. I hate to break somebody's heart out there. It's a border.
Yeah, it is.
To keep termites off your property. So, and of course, they deal with the stuff that we're always accustomed to. We're living in the times now where in our, because we live in a tropical rainforest this time of year. You can go out and if you just scan the various bugs that are everywhere, they're just bugs everywhere. And so you want to have them on your side to keep them out of your house property and keep them out of your yard as best you can so you can enjoy being outdoors. Put them to work for you by going to cookspest.com. That's cookspest.com. Looky, here comes Cookie, Cooks Pest Control. So that's great. I heard Adler talking about something. We talked about Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, and Tim Spencer came by, and then we gave out another great check to another great organization today. Thank you, all of you that go out to the participating locations. And he brought, he brings things, and he's got various kinds of stuff from the menu in there. And one of the things they also have is chips with a cheese dip or a salsa or ranch. I like dipping them in.
I just did a little dipping right then.
Did you? Dip.
Yeah. I got those potatoes and dipped them in the cheese.
Do you like that?
Pretty good.
Yeah. So anyway,
not bad, my friend.
Adler made the comment. I think to Greg. I think you made the comment to Greg that it's kind of like the when you and I, Bubba, have done various studies. Why is dressing only holiday meals? I know. Why is dressing not around more?
Mm-hmm.
And you said, Adler, normally you think of chips. Really, if you go back to its purest form, I'm at a Mexican restaurant and they bring me out chips and salsa as I get
in a very festive atmosphere.
In a very festive atmosphere. Of course, Buffalo Wild Wings has them too. And you made the comment that you really could have chips with salsa and a cheese dip or ranch with any meal at any place at any time.
Yes, I'm okay with it. Fine. Chips and salsa before soup, good. Before cereal, fine. Before a Subway sandwich, done.
You grew up on that, being from San Antonio.
Yes, I forgot about that. So when I moved from Texas to Alabama, I go to our first restaurant and I'm like, "Where's the chips and salsa?" Like that's just any restaurant. Maybe that's what it is.
Well, it goes back to this. I started thinking to myself, there's
San Antonio.
We use it in a sports analogy because we love sports analogies. Sometimes if you're in competition, there's certain teams or certain individuals that just own you. I mean, they've got your number. You might even be a team that beats everybody, and they don't beat other people, but they always beat you.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, there's just certain combinations that just own you. And if
I've been on either end of that too. By the way.
If I was a batter and chips with salsas was the pitcher, I don't even think I could foul one. I mean, how about this?
It's like me batting off Jay Stevens in high school.
Right. Just nothing you could do.
Yeah, he owned me.
It's like I can't.
Thanks, Jay.
I can't defeat them. If I'm trying to do it a little bit better, and it's one of those kind of foods that can be difficult on trying to do better because it seems so. It doesn't seem dangerous. Mm-hmm. You almost feel like it's light and it's not that big a deal. But I guess that could be somewhat true if I just didn't eat so many of them. Wow. And then there's the sauces that start getting involved, and you realize at some point, and it's got salt. Mm. I mean, really, this isn't a healthy. It isn't healthy, and it isn't low calorie.
What, chips are not healthy?
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is, I can't defeat them. I can walk away from just about any food, but I can't beat chips and salsa. It's like chips and salsa. I just have to not go. If I go to a place and they throw it on the table, I don't think I can be that guy that says no, thank you.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want any
chips and salsa.
What is it with chips and salsa? It just brings me in, and the amount that I go through.
Good. I need a basket just for me. And that's not healthy.
No.
It's
That's
not
not
good.
good.
No.
So I just try to avoid them. But I started thinking about when you said that how much they own me.
They are good.
I mean, they just own me. Like I said, Bubba, I don't think I could foul one. I mean, it's just like, hey, who's pitching tonight? Chips and salsa. Doggone it.
Oh, I might as well just sit down.
Just pull me out of the lineup. If I can help at the first base bag, I'll try. But I'm nothing at the plate.
Do y'all prefer hot or cold salsa? Because I've noticed hot's becoming a thing. I'm
I
not
like
about
cold.
it.
Depends
I'm not
on what
about
mood
it.
I'm in.
I
don't really care.
Salsa's just a grade of ketchup, and that's how I look at it.
I'm probably going to catch some flack here. I don't like the real chunky salsa.
I don't either. I
I'm
like
okay with
picante better than salsa.
What?
Picante don't have the chunks in it.
You don't? I didn't know that.
Try it.
I like the places that don't have a lot of chunks in it.
But then you're a picante.
Yeah.
I've never really thought about it.
I like a good mix.
Where are you on guacamole?
Love
I
guacamole.
don't like
Big on
guacamole. The color
Looks like an iguana took a
scary
dump.
to me.
I came into the guacamole. I came into the guacamole world kicking and screaming. I was in my 50s before I started eating guacamole. But
It's hard for me
just
to.
because the way it looks.
Yeah,
That's
it's
the only
hard
reason.
for me to eat anything that's fluorescent green.
can I know, yeah.
It's good.
Green
That's the
foods,
list on my
green
list.
foods are problematic.
I can
anyway.
deal with the darker green, like vegetable, hunter green colors, but it almost looks like it's glowing.
It does.
But
It's fluorescent.
and I was against it.
And it's
Now here's
got a
where
waxy taste to it to me.
Here's
You
where it
know,
gets
that's-
weird. I don't like my salsa to be chunky, full of a bunch of chunks, but I must have my guacamole that way.
Yes.
I don't
absolutely.
like the guacamole that feels like somebody's squirting it out of a tube.
No.
Yeah, I like for there to be pieces of the avocado,
Me and the avocado
not
don't go
blended up too much. I don't want it to be put in a blender.
Yes, chunky. That's what I'm talking about.
Now, and what I do is I take that.
Do they make guacamole that comes out of like a toothpaste tube that would be not chunky?
But
you can buy it in these little packs, and
you really
gotta
can. By the way,
yeah.
matter of fact, I denied one of those just the other night, and Sherry said, "What's wrong with that?" I said, "I can't eat it that way." But anyway, here's if you want to get it right, okay. When I have the chips that own me, and I mean the chips are undefeated against me, is I will take a chip if I can get the right chip and the right everything. I will take the guacamole that is chunky. I will run it through my own little bowl of salsa.
Yes.
And then pick up a little bit of cheese coming by.
Yes.
And then I bring it in with a chunk of avocado with the salsa on it and the cheese all coming in at the same time.
Yes.
Hard to
1,000
pull
times
off.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
hard to pull off. I mean, you got to know what you're doing.
Not for amateurs.
Yeah, but you got to know what you're doing. But if you pull that off, the blending of flavors right there,
Fantastic.
and that wonderful crunch of that chip, you're in business.
And if
I'm hungry again.
And if your cheese has a little bit of meat in the
Come
cheese
on.
dip, then that's a meal. I'm okay. I will eat that for breakfast and lunch and dinner.
Greg, how much hamburger dip will you eat with chips and sauce? With chips?
Oh, Rick. My goodness.
Is it staggering?
That crock pot will be empty. Start with a half full crock pot and go to an empty.
Is it staggering?
Oh, Rick.
It's
with a ball game,
It's scary.
though.
Yeah, it's scary how much of that.
I like
you
put a little
can have.
pepper on
Is it not real filling? Because I never feel like there's never been a time where I go, yeah, I've had enough of those.
Give me enough.
I will.
I
Find
just have to
myself-
run out.
I'll find myself not able to eat my actual meal because I ate too many chips. That
Yes.
does happen to me.
Those restaurants, when they go, do y'all need another bowl of chips? Well, yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
Bring it on.
Go ahead and bring two, because let's not have a stoppage.
Yeah, and I don't want the crumbs in the bottom. Keep
But
them
what is it about? It's not even that impressive of a food item.
It's really
Why do we love them so much?
And why do
So
we dip so
good.
fast?
You know what I like about it? Because when I go to a restaurant, obviously I'm hungry. And they get it out there real
They
quick.
do.
It usually comes with the water.
What about when the chips are a little warm?
Oh, if the chips are warm,
Warmer, a little warm on the chips and a little cold on the sauce as well.
Warm me.
If someone is trying to help me to do better, I'll even ask the question, whatever you're putting together for me, it must include chips and salsa.
Sure.
And it throws them a little bit. They're like,
Yes.
no, we don't include that. And I got to.
Gotta have.
So if you think I can lose 20 pounds, I'm happy with 15.
Yeah, as long as I can have these.
Yeah.
And for a quickie, you just get you some chips and throw some cheese on, throw it in the microwave, and let it melt real good.
Oh,
throw some
gosh.
sauce on top of that.
Unbelievable.
Come on. How do y'all feel about the mariachi experience.
Bands? No.
Mariachi bands in a
Oh,
restaurant.
are you serious? I thought you.
No, I like
it.
them.
It makes me extremely uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can't talk over them.
Am I eating salsa while it's going on?
It's all around you. Yes.
I'm fine with it.
I'm great with it.
Well, you must
I do
admit
too.
they always stay a little too long.
They do.
Yeah. It gets a little awkward. You're like, okay.
The only thing I'm eating, Rick, I'm eating, and I have that internal need to go, hey!
Oh, I
don't want to spit food everywhere.
But this is where I get a lesson from Terry being an overgreeter. Yeah.
Hey!
She'll tell me no reason to interact. Just let it play. Don't interact. What are you doing? You're creating this uncomfortableness. Stop.
What's funny to me too is when they play non-traditional songs for them. They play like other songs like Free Bird or Sweet Home Alabama. That's always fun.
Just say hey
Yeah,
those things.
I love it.
But you're right. They do play. But you know what's odd about the length of it, Greg? And Greg, you're going to get this. The length of it is it's not a whole song too long. It's half a song.
Half a song too long. You're right. It's not completely like.
I just faded. I faded in the middle.
Yeah.
I was all right at the beginning. I was still here.
You went about a half a song too long.
Yeah, because I only hate as many times as I can.
And then you tip them.
Hey!
Yeah.
Well, I know Speedy does.
I do, Rick.
You don't tip them.
I do. Terry pulls me back. I want to get up and play with him.
Rick, listen here. He's got issues when it comes to engaging people.
Oh, I know he does. Speedy thinks tip is telling somebody the best way to go.
Bubba.
He's a chain breaker. There we go. Bubba, how are you?
How about it?
Well, we do have a lot going forward to talk about. I know the boys earlier talked about some of the NFL playoff action that's going on. Hey, we're gonna swear in Donald Trump this week.
Wow, that's Friday, isn't it? At high noon Washington time.
That is this Friday. I mean, there's a lot of people really concerned about security, and I know security is. We've talked to people that are going to be going, and security is really. I mean, I'm talking about you can't even get anywhere near the place. So that'll be going on. Saw Mike Pence last night talking, and I thought of you, and I pictured your eyes stinging and moisture showing up when they will be swearing him in on Reagan's Bible.
Wow, that'll be cool.
Yeah. So that'll be going on, and now we have all kinds of things, and of course I can relate to this from the past weekend. People who wanted to be part of the inauguration, but they received so many death threats, they've stepped out.
Now, who was that?
The famous opera singer, what's his
Enrico Pavarotti?
Bocelli.
Oh, Bocelli.
Yeah, he
an
said,
opera singer is getting death threats.
Let me tell you something. When you hate someone so much, you'll go after an opera singer who's just going to sing. I mean,
opera singer,
right?
I noticed nobody's threatening Toby Keith.
No.
Toby Keith will find him and whoop him. That's the reason why he don't care.
He's and you realize he's blind. I mean, not
Toby Keith.
No, Andrea Bocelli. How you say?
Bocelli.
How you say his name?
Yeah, I thought
Bocelli.
That was a sports tire.
But what I'm saying is, here we go again. Look, we've experienced it all weekend. The people who live under the banner, "We choose love over hate," are the most hateful people you will ever encounter. They are just. I'm talking about putrid. I mean, it's
not even close.
It's not even
really not.
They are the most hateful people. They've taken a blind opera singer and have scared him so much he won't go sing at the inauguration. I mean, they're just they're wicked. They're vicious people. And so
you're out to get a blind opera singer.
Well, which is one of the things, and I want to defend Helms on this because it's not on him. We really do, believe it or not, want to be able to. Hey, I don't know if you know this. We do a talk show.
Yeah.
So we would love to have discussions and people give their opinions, good and bad, if people could act right.
Right.
And so some of you started emailing our family over the weekend and maybe the Bussey family, whatever, and as we're kind of walking through this deal that we didn't ask to be put in, by the way. And the Busseys didn't ask to be put in it. I didn't ask to be put in it. And we were kind of forced into it. But people were saying, well, how come we can't voice our support and stand up with you? And I said, well, we tried that on our Facebook page, but and you were even leaving the people who just disagree.
Well,
that was fine.
See, I try to be fair in that regard.
That's fine. But if you want to respectfully and kindly disagree, that's hey, we don't agree, obviously,
right.
on everything. But when you're so putrid that somebody can't even sit there and look at it without being exposed to pornographic stuff and wicked and death and I'm making allegations against the families and aren't true. I'm just making up stories. Helmsy, we had to come to the conclusion that sadly, even those of you that want to voice your support or take on a conversation, frankly, that needs to take place,
right,
especially in the church,
right,
we had to kill it, and we had to take we tried to do an edited version because just to make it shorter, and then that worked for a while, and then people started saying, well, Sherry's saying that homosexuals can't be saved. I'm like, no, she didn't say that. The edit there, what she said before. So then we had to just put the whole thing out there.
Right.
And if you watch the whole thing, as far as where we are, if you watch Friday, and we've made the whole thing available to you, I really don't have anything else to add to that.
I know.
I mean, that is the truth. And then you can say, well, I reject that truth. Okay. But I mean, that's where we are. There's really nothing to add to that. And then we were just letting people have it. And I will say this, and this is where we have to be really, really careful, Rick Burgess included. All right, here we go. 9 minutes to the top. Let's let the people speak. Come on in here. 866. We Be Big is the number. We want to hear from you. Bring it in. 30 seconds a pop, whatever you want to talk about. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program comes to a close. FYI, Wednesday Bible study back today. We walked through Genesis 26. If we can get it all in today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, live on our YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after. You can watch it whenever you want, or if you desire, or you can catch it on our podcast, audio only, those archives as well. All right, so we'll get started. Let's go with PJ. PJ's out of Huntsville, listening on 100.3 The River. PJ, you got 30 seconds, buddy. Go right ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
We're great. We're good.
Great.
Good. Hey, I just had a quick comment about D.B. Cooper. If you search D.B. Cooper Family Secrets on YouTube, Part 1 and Part 2, I sent Speedy an email. Watch that. That guy goes through it and actually tells you who D.B. Cooper was.
Yeah, and then there's three more.
But then there'll be three more. By the way, from the Creek Bank in Ohatchee, former member of the Crest, Kelly Morris, says, shocked that you didn't catch it, Greg. D.B. Cooper left some of the money on purpose.
That's a good point.
On the bank of the river or the creek or whatever it was.
Throw him off, make him think he didn't make it.
To make us think he didn't make it.
That's a good idea. I have to agree. I have to agree. That's definitely on the board.
Lynn in Wetumpka. Lynn, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, morning, y'all. Y'all were talking about the chips and salsa, and I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but I think it's called Verde at the Mexican restaurant, but you mix it with your cheese dip, and oh my goodness.
Verde.
Greg, where are you on green dips? Things like that.
I don't eat them.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know what it is. Something about
like them.
That color in me.
I want them to be red or yellow.
I totally agree.
Well, that's, and occasionally white.
Yeah, the
or a mixture.
Queso
of
can
those
be
three.
kind of beige.
Yeah.
Anonymous. I like the white over the beige.
I like it
on the queso.
I like it.
Anonymous, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I think I figured out why the workforce has gone down so much.
Okay, bring it.
Y'all quit playing at 7 o'clock in the morning. You got to get to work on time.
Nobody's getting there on time.
Nobody's getting there. It's caused an epidemic.
Daniel in Mississippi, 30 seconds. Come on.
Hello.
Hey, Daniel. What's up, buddy?
Hey.
So I got a question for you. On that video you played earlier, Biden said the 10-year-old that was raped.
Uh-huh.
What do you think his opinion would be if they found the rapist and it was actually an illegal immigrant that was brought over that he allowed over?
Yeah, I don't know. He'd be in a dilemma then on whether he could really make a stand about the border. That'd be a tough one.
Or punishment.
Yeah, that's right. What would happen?
He wouldn't blame the immigrant. The immigrant's not the bad person. The
Right.
person that is
Trying to keep 'em
assaulting the
out.
10-year-old's not the bad person. It's the people that are keeping abortion access away from people. Those are the bad people.
Because that would solve the problem.
Give me
right?
a break.
He didn't even address
On
the
this
whole,
made-up
whole
Or
crime
the
of it.
people who tried to put a wall up
Right.
so this guy had to be illegal.
No, you're right.
'Cause
Yeah.
he could have just walked in.
You're right. You're right. He would immediately demonize those two groups.
Even though all this is made up.
And this entire fake scenario.
Yeah,
Right,
in
right.
this made up story that was supposed
Fake from A to Z.
that was supposed to shock us, but they made it so shocking
Yeah.
it really was not even possible to have happened.
And a step too far.
Beth in Birmingham, Alabama. Beth, thank you for calling. Listen to
Go
ZZK.
ahead with your call.
Me and Bubba are playing. All right, so go ahead. 30 seconds. Oh, Beth, that was quite a build-up.
What a build-up for dead air.
All right, Beth, go ahead.
I had to pull over because you talking about chips and salsa. I just about thought you were going to break out singing Garth Brooks "Shameless." It was headed there. You were just shamelessly eating chips and dip, and you cannot say no.
I can't. They own me. I mean, I just have to not go where they live. I mean,
When it comes to love and chips,
they just own me. I mean,
they are good.
Right.
They talk to you from the box.
Right. It's
I
why
like good tortilla
it's why at some point Bill Clinton just needed to stop going to that island. I mean, he couldn't go there and behave.
Right.
Just avoid the island altogether.
That's right.
Let's go to Carson in Anniston, Alabama. Carson, go ahead.
Hey, man, how y'all doing?
Fired up and loving it.
All right. Hey, I was on YouTube the other day and seen one of y'all's episodes about the annual goat throwing y'all did. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Throw the goat.
I was just gonna say that was probably the funniest episode. That's one of my favorites so far.
Throw the goat.
Throw the goat.
That featured comedian and friend Andy Spinozzi, who has since passed away, and very, very funny man. He could come up with more stuff off the cuff than anybody I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Throw the goat. Throw the goat.
I will say,
Throw the goat.
this week our suggestions for mascots for the Women's Professional Football League. And Greg interacting with Bubba over the NASA coverage, people are saying that those two this week are getting into that category.
Yeah, they'll definitely be considered for best of,
right.
for sure.
And don't forget, on the best of stuff like this, you found it. You can go back to our YouTube archives, but also every CD we ever put out is out there in the digital domain. You can go to iTunes and all these
wherever
you get the stuff. And I mean, there's 28 years worth of stuff out there. You can buy them as tracks or whole albums, whatever you want to do.
You know, Andy did all those voices on that. It was so funny. Throw the goat. Throw the goat.
Yeah.
Throw the goat.
Rick, I won't repeat it, but Andy Spinozzi on naming one of the Birmingham football teams had a good one day too. God, it was so funny because it wanted to be kind of regional, something that represents the area.
Well, remember of course I loved he had that. If he had a beef about something, I love that kind of humor anyway.
Yeah.
And he was mad because it was one of the mini spring football league Birmingham teams.
This was actually the Canadian league, I think.
Yeah, the Barracudas.
Yeah.
And people were saying, well, that ain't got nothing to do with Alabama. And he was getting frustrated with that's all the people were taking away from it.
Yeah.
And he finally said, well, I'll tell you what, if we want to make it more regional, and he threw out a dandy.
Started with redneck and ended with a pickup truck. But
something like that.
Do something else in the middle.
It was so funny. How about the Birmingham? that was great. It really was good. All right. Thanks for being with us. If our time together is over, Lord willing, we'll be back tomorrow for another Rick and Bubba show. Throw the goat.
Throw the goat. Throw the goat.
Throw the goat.
If you got more Rick and Bubba today, enjoy it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.